cultivation world, I begin by getting struck by lightning. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 801, Can't Stand Being Beaten? Although Su-fan had been targeted by the cultivators behind him, he pretended not to know and walked into the resource supply point calmly. This resource supply point is not big, with only one main street, but there are a variety of shops selling cultivation resources. Of course, the prices of things here are even several times more expensive than those in Shiangsu Market. It is said that more than 10 superstar fields near Falling Star Shiangsu jointly control it, including various races such as humans, demons, and monsters to share the benefits here. While sharing the benefits, these superstar fields also have to send a large number of disciples to maintain the order and safety of Falling Star Shiangsu. Of course, these superstar fields are only responsible for the order of various markets and resource points in Falling Star Shiangsu. But once they leave these places, except for those disciples of the big sects and the children of the cultivation families, they don't care about their lives at all. There is no way. Falling Star Shiangsu is too vast, and its area is almost catching up with a superstar field. Although those star fields have sent a large number of disciples to garrison in Falling Star Shiangsu, they can only control the order of the market and resource supply points. This also caused the Falling Star Sky ruins to be full of bandits of various races. The bandits formed by human cultivators are all small gangs consisting of a few people or dozens of people. Moreover, they rarely touch those disciples of the big sects and the children of the cultivation families, so those law enforcement disciples are unwilling to take care of it. Su-fan even suspected that there must be something fishy between many bandit cultivators and the law enforcement disciples of those sects. In addition, those demons, monsters and insect cultivators are also notorious. They commit crimes randomly, and whether to rob or not depends entirely on their mood. Moreover, they don't care about human, demon, monster or insect. If greed comes up, they will rob even the same race. And those disciples of the big sects and disciples of the cultivation families who come here to explore, although the number of people is dozens or hundreds, it is not dangerous to meet them. The dozen or so human cultivators following him today are obviously not good birds. Who made him alone? If he doesn't rob him, who else will he rob? Su-fan walked around the resource supply point for a few times and found an inn to settle down. It's called an inn, but in fact the guest room is just a few meters in size, and the price is not much lower than those immortal cities in various planes. He sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes and sensed silently. Su-fan found that the breath of the dozen or so cultivators was all around his guest room. It seems that they really targeted me. It just so happened that Su-fan was short of materials for the blood sacrifice, and someone delivered it to his door. The next day, he left the resource supply point and flew to the unexplored area in the distance with a flying magic weapon. Not long after Su-fan left, more than a dozen human cultivators followed him. The resource supply point is still a long distance away from the unexplored area in the distance. He only flew for a few hours before he encountered a large space crack. The sky was still calm just now, but suddenly it was like a mirror cracked, spreading in all directions like a dense spider web. Fortunately, Su-fan was very sensitive to the sense of crisis. His scalp exploded instantly, so he didn't rush in. Even so, looking at the broken space in front of him, he still broke out in a cold sweat. Once a cultivator mistakenly enters the space crack, let alone a Uniing realm cultivator, even a fusion realm master may not die, but he will definitely suffer a great loss. Su-fan took out a jade slip from the ring and placed it on his forehead. He found that this area could no longer be found on the map. It means that he has entered an undeveloped area. He must be careful with every step he takes. If he is not careful, he will mistakenly enter the space crack. Su-fan turned his head and looked behind him. Then, with a thought, his figure slowly disappeared into the air. After a while, more than a dozen cultivators drove flying magic weapons and rushed from a distance. The members of this gang are all evil cultivators, and they have committed bloody crimes in various star fields and sneaked in. Later, they were taken in by the evil cultivator in the Huashan realm who is the leader, and formed this gangster team. They have been hanging out in various fragmented spaces for many years and are familiar with the environment of this area. They know that there is a space crack here, so they stop early. The leading cultivator in the transformation realm focused his eyes and released all his spiritual senses, taking in all the movements within 100 miles. But no matter how he checked, he could not find Su Fan's breath. He seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. How come this kid suddenly disappeared? He didn't get into the space crack. Even if he got into the space crack by mistake, he must have left his breath. Listening to the discussions of the cultivators behind him, the leading cultivator in the transformation realm waved his hand, and everyone quickly shut up. This kid should have discovered us a long time ago and used a secret method to hide. He must be hiding here. At this point, he couldn't help but sneer. Want to run? It's not that easy. Spread out and search the surroundings carefully. You must find this kid for me. After hearing his words, more than 10 Yuanian cultivators behind him quickly dispersed to the surroundings and began to search for Su Fan's traces. In the eyes of these people, a Yuanian cultivator is not worth worrying about at all. After all, the boss of this gang is a cultivator of the Huashan realm. In this world of cultivation, it is rare to be able to kill enemies across levels. It's not to say that there are no such things, but even if there are, they are only the elite disciples of the super-dimensional sects. Ordinary cultivators probably don't even dare to think about it. Seeing that all his men had dispersed, the Huashan realm cultivator closed his eyes, completely released his consciousness, and kept scanning around. Suddenly, he felt his scalp exploded and sensed a hint of crisis. The evil cultivators in the world of cultivation are like rats crossing the street. Once they are discovered by the disciples of the sect, they will definitely be killed without mercy. Therefore, evil cultivators walk on the edge of a knife all year round. Even the slightest movement can sense danger. Although he didn't know where the danger came from, his sharp intuition would not lie. The cultivator in the god transformation realm knew that the danger was coming from his side. But before he could react, the air a few feet away was slightly turbulent. Swish, then, with a whistling sound that cut through the air, a wave visible to the naked eye instantly swept in front of him. This wave was too fast, almost swiftly, and he could no longer dodge it. Fortunately, a protective jade talisman on his waist broke, and an aura shield popped out. Bang! But before the aura shield was fully opened, it was cut and exploded by the invisible wave visible to the naked eye, making a violent roar. Although the aura shield was cut and exploded, it also blocked the invisible wave and bought time for the cultivator in the god transformation realm. His eyes condensed, and the powerful divine thoughts were like tentacles, rolling towards the place where the air had just fluctuated. Unfortunately, the ferocious tentacles transformed by the divine thoughts did not touch anything. Just as he was stunned, a huge demon body over 100 feet tall appeared beside him. Not good, the transformation realm cultivator cried out inwardly, but it was too late. He only felt the sky suddenly darken, and a huge foot had already descended from the sky and stomped down on him fiercely. Dragon Elephant Stomp. The moment Su Fan transformed into a demon body, he had already raised his thick demon legs and slammed into the transformation realm cultivator. Swoosh! The opponent quickly activated the escape technique and disappeared from the spot in an instant, escaping hundreds of feet away. Boom boom boom, the huge demon leg whistled and smashed down, and the huge foot smashed a deep pit in the ground, stirring up endless smoke and dust. The transformation realm cultivator had just escaped hundreds of feet away, and before he could stand firm, an invisible wave swept towards him again. He quickly activated the protective secret technique and barely blocked the visible wave. Su Fan didn't stop at all. He stomped on the ground fiercely. His huge demonic body had already followed him like a shadow. At this moment, his whole body was covered with a dazzling golden color, and there were faint sounds of Sanskrit. Like the sun shining, the golden Buddha's light shone on the world. Behind Su Fan, a golden Buddha hundreds of feet higher rose up, standing upright, with the sky above his head. The majestic golden body made people feel worshipful. The golden Buddha slapped down fiercely. Heaven's shaking seal. At this time, the sky darkened again, and a golden giant palm that covered the sky and the sun fell from the sky and hit the ground heavily. Boom! With a loud noise that shook the earth, the golden giant palm that covered the sky and the sun smashed a huge pit hundreds of feet in radius on the ground. The whole world shook violently, and the space in the distance shattered like a mirror, and dense space cracks spread to the surroundings. The powerful shock wave generated by the falling of the giant palm turned into an invisible sound wave that was like destroying the world, sweeping wildly around. The cultivator in the god transformation realm had just blocked the sneak attack of Zai Zai when he was swallowed by the terrifying power of heaven and earth. and was instantly thrown into the air by the violent tornado. Stone Apex. At this time, Su Fan had already arrived quickly, and a shadow of the ancient demon Stone Ape suddenly rose behind him, raising his huge and slender ape arm and smashing it down with a roar. Boom boom boom, the huge ape arm roared down, smashing the opponent's 3 defenses in succession, and directly smashed the cultivator in the god transformation realm several feet deep into the ground. That's it. It's too weak. How can this guy be a cultivator in the early stage of the god transformation realm? Is he so weak? Is he too weak, or is I too strong? The dragon elephant swallowing yuan training blood mysterious art practiced was only tempered once. It couldn't be so strong. But why is it that now he's beating a cultivator in the early stage of the spiritualization realm? Like playing. Swoosh, a dark magic smoke rushed out from the ground, but was instantly grasped by a huge devil's hand. The dark magic smoke turned into a hideous ghost face, struggling with bared teeth, and emitting bursts of shrill screams. This guy's original spirit has been completely demonized. Even if I don't kill you, it won't take long for you to be possessed. Evil cultivators really can't be judged by their realm. Their strength is too weak. Bang! Su Fan exerted his strength and instantly crushed the opponent's original spirit that had been completely demonized. At this time, the bandit cultivators in the nascent soul realm who had scattered around also flew back quickly from the surroundings. But when they saw Su Fan's demonized body of more than 100 feet, they were immediately scared to death and ran away in panic. Su Fan sneered, and the vertical eye on his forehead suddenly opened, and an invisible demon thought instantly whistled around. The evil bandits who were fleeing for their lives felt their eyes go dark, and they fell from the air one after another, landing heavily on the ground. The sea of consciousness of these people had exploded, and they became living dead. The vertical eye on Su Fan's forehead slowly closed, and a tingling feeling came from his mind. This was a magical power of the demon race that he inherited after using the dragon elephant swallowing yuan training blood mysterious art to temper the blood of a foreign domain combined demon. Today was his first time trying to use it, and the effect was really good, but it was a bit too consuming. After all, it was a magical power inherited from a foreign domain combined demon. His current realm was too low, and it was still a bit difficult to use. It can be used when killing small monsters. But if it is used to fight against masters, using this magical power is to seek death. Su Fan removed the demon body and turned into a human body, then his eyes focused, and activated his mind to absorb more than 10 corpses around him. He was originally worried about the materials for the blood sacrifice, but now he has it. Su Fan put the corpses into the gathering yin secret realm, then turned around and looked in the direction of the resource supply point. The Feng family should have arrived by now. He sneered, then summoned the ghost crow, jumped onto its back, and rushed away with a whistle. In the evening, Feng Xuanwu and others arrived at the resource supply point. It must be said that the speed of the Feng family's pursuit was very fast, and it was less than a day. The blood spirit old demon looked at the resource supply point in the distance, slowly closed his eyes, and performed the evil secret method. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes. Master, our direction is correct. After hearing what Feng Xuanwu said, the blood spirit old demon laughed. Yes, that kid has been here, and he just left not long ago. Hearing him say this, Feng Xuanwu and hundreds of Feng family cultivators were all excited. It was so hard, I finally caught up with this kid. The Feng family has been struggling for so long, but this is the first time they are so close to Su Fan. Now that the kid has been trapped in this fragmented space, it is almost impossible for him to escape the siege of hundreds of Feng family cultivators in the God transformation realm. There is no suspense at all for hundreds of Feng family cultivators in the God transformation realm to surround and kill a Yuanying realm cultivator like him. Feng Xuanwu also let out a long sigh and shouted, "Rest for a night, and we will continue to chase tomorrow." After all, the front is an undeveloped area with a dangerous environment. They are unfamiliar with the place, and it is too dangerous to enter that area in the dark. Chapter 802 This kid is too reckless. Su Fan drove the ghost crow and flew carefully in the air. The environment of the 397th fragment is very good, with mountains, forests, rivers and beautiful scenery. But it is full of dangers. There are space cracks everywhere in the fragment space, and you will accidentally enter one if you are not careful. Fortunately, the ghost crow is very sensitive to danger. Whenever it encounters a space crack, it can instinctively avoid it. But even so, it dare not fly too fast. Su Fan was not idle either. He recorded his flight route on the map of the Jade Slip. The space cracks on the route he flew were also marked out, which is also the task of every monk who came here to explore. After 2 days of sleepless flying, Su Fan finally went deep into this unexplored area. After entering this unknown area, more monks came here to explore. The human monks from various star fields are mostly disciples of sects and children of cultivation families. They came to explore in groups under the leadership of the monks in the God Transformation realm. When they saw Su Fan alone, they couldn't help showing a look of surprise on their faces. There are few cultivators who come to explore the falling star ruins like him, and even if there are, they are all cultivators in the God Transformation realm. Several evil cultivators along the way also wanted to attack Su Fan, and were attacked by several teams of demon cultivators. Of course, he would not indulge them. In the past 2 days, there were more than 10 God Transformation realm cultivators and hundreds of Yuanying cultivators in his Zhuain secret realm. He was just worrying about the blood sacrifice materials, but he didn't expect these guys to take the initiative to deliver them to his door. At this moment, Su Fan was floating above a continuous mountain range, looking down at the surrounding environment from the air. This is the battlefield he preset, and he has already understood the surrounding situation. No matter where Su Fan escapes to, the Feng family can find his location with the help of the evil cultivator in the refining void realm. So if you want to completely get rid of the Feng family's pursuit, it is useless to run away blindly. You must completely deal with the evil cultivator in the refining void realm. 2 days later, Feng Xuanwu and hundreds of Feng family's transformation realm cultivators also flew here, densely suspended in the air. He turned his head and glanced at the blood spirit demon behind him. Senior, has that kid's breath disappeared again? The blood spirit demon listened and nodded with a gloomy face. Just now his breath was still there, and suddenly it disappeared. In the past, the evil secret technique that he was proud of had always been successful, and this was the first time it failed. This also made him more and more interested in Su Fan's secret method of concealing his breath. The evil secret technique that this kid possessed must have a great origin, and this time he must get this secret technique no matter what. Feng Xuanwu took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Will this kid escape?" After listening to Feng Xuanwu's words, the blood spirit demon shook his head. Although this kid's secret method of concealing his breath is good, it can only last for a few hours. In such a short time, where can he escape to? Hearing what the blood spirit demon said, Feng Xuanwu and others breathed a sigh of relief. This kid is too cunning. If the secret technique launched by the other party can only last for a few hours, he has no time to escape from the fragment number 397. Just don't let him escape. If we can't catch him this time, with his cunningness, who knows what kind of trouble he will cause in the future. The blood spirit demon raised his hand and pinched a finger gesture, muttering to himself, chanting strange spells. He once again launched the evil secret technique, but unfortunately he still didn't find a trace of breath. The blood spirit demon sighed. For some reason, his intuition told him that the kid deliberately led them here. Although this idea is very absurd, this idea in his heart is getting stronger and stronger. If my guess is correct, this kid is probably hiding nearby. Hearing the blood spirit demon say this, Feng Xuanwu was stunned. No way, since this kid's secret method can only conceal his breath for a few hours, isn't he looking for death by hiding around? The old demon of the blood spirit smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, I don't know either, maybe I guessed wrong. Feng Xuanwu thought for a while, then turned around and shouted. Xuanwu, take your people to search the area within 1,000 miles carefully, be careful. Although he thought Su Fan had already escaped to another place, the words of the old demon of the blood spirit still made him a little worried. Anyway, Su Fan's breath has been lost, and he doesn't know where he will escape to. At this time, he can only wait patiently here. Only when the secret method of the old demon of the blood spirit can find his breath again, can the direction of pursuit be determined. Just take this opportunity to search the surrounding area thoroughly. After hearing his words, Feng Xuanwu hurriedly led his people to disperse and search the surrounding area. Looking at the scattered Feng family monks, Feng Xuanwu couldn't help but frown. If it was true that the blood spirit demon said that this guy was hiding in a nearby place, then why did he do this? Could it be that this was a trap designed by that guy? But as soon as this thought came to his mind, he immediately denied this answer. Although this kid was powerful and could be said to be invincible in the same level, or even completely crushed, he was only a Yuanying realm cultivator after all. Although in this world of cultivation, Killing enemies across levels is not without precedent. But here gathered hundreds of Huishan realm cultivators of the Feng family's direct lineage. Even if he had the ability to kill enemies across levels, how many could he kill? Thinking of this, Feng Xuanwu shook his head. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He still believed that Su Fan would definitely take this opportunity to escape from here as soon as possible. Boom boom, just as Feng Xuanwu was thinking wildly, a loud noise like shaking the earth suddenly came from afar, and the whole space shook violently. The space cracks scattered everywhere also broke open one after another, and the dense cracks in the air spread around like a spider web. Then, a huge explosion that was like destroying the heaven and earth exploded. In an instant, it turned into the eye of the boundless tsunami storm, bursting out with a terrifying tsunami momentum like a mountain and sea, and crushed the surrounding layers. At that moment, even Feng Xuanwu, who was in the God transformation realm, felt that the whole world seemed to collapse. The Feng family monks suspended in the air were like lonely boats in the storm, and could be overturned by the tsunami at any time. Especially the Feng family monks who were in the range of the explosion and were affected by the powerful impact of the explosion were instantly swept into the terrifying storm. Because all the Feng family monks had the same idea as Feng Xuanwu, they did not believe that Su Fan would hide nearby. Therefore, hundreds of Feng family monks had no defense at all, and they did not even have a trace of vigilance. Caught off guard, more than a dozen Feng family monks in the God transformation realm at the center of the storm were instantly shattered. Even the Feng family monks who were at the edge of the storm were thrown into the air by the aftermath of the explosion. Although they used various methods, even took out their life-saving trump cards, to block the damage of the explosion. However, there were dense space cracks all around, so dozens of Feng family's spirit transformation realm monks were immediately sucked into the space cracks and turned into pieces of mincemeat in an instant. Feng Xuanwu only felt an endless force coming at him, and his whole body was blown up, flying hundreds of feet before he stabilized his body. Not good. 8th level Immortal Talisman. Although the 8th level Immortal Talisman can only exert 30% of the power of a full-strength attack by a cultivator in the virtual realm, it is also a life-threatening blow for an unprepared spirit transformation realm monk. Boom. Boom. Feng Xuanwu barely stabilized his body. He was about to shout loudly, but there were bursts of earth-shaking loud noises around him one after another. Su Fan arranged 4 8th level Immortal Talismans around him, which detonated almost at the same time. A terrifying storm of destruction swept up, completely engulfing the area of hundreds of miles. The power of the 4 8th level Immortal Talismans can be imagined. Even the entire space of the 397th fragment was shaking violently. The space cracks that were scattered all over the space fragment also broke open one after another. At this time, the 397th fragment was like a broken mirror, and the dense cracks spread everywhere like a spider web. All the spaces of the entire fragment were in danger, as if they would collapse at any time. At this moment, the monks who explored the 397th fragment space all cast their eyes here, and all of them were sweating. Who the hell is this? He is desperate. It's too fierce. He actually activated 4 8th level Immortal Talismans in the fragment space at once. If you want to die yourself, don't take us with you. Fortunately, despite the extremely terrifying momentum of the 4 8th level Immortal Talismans, the 397th fragment space finally withstood this devastating impact. Finally, the horrific aftermath of the explosion subsided, and the wildly dancing dust slowly fell from the sky. The dense cracks in the sky of the 397th fragment, which was on the verge of collapse, gradually disappeared. Feng Xuanwu was suspended in the air, looking at the miserable situation around him with disbelief. At this moment, his image was very miserable, his hair was disheveled, and even his robe had several holes, just like he was fleeing. The old demon Zuling was fine, but his face was also very ugly at this moment. This kid is too reckless. He actually activated 4 immortal talismans in a breath in the fragile fragment space. Isn't he afraid of the collapse of the space? Thinking of this, the old demon Zuling took a deep breath. This kid is definitely a ruthless person. He even took the way of dying together to sneak attack the Feng family monks. With his many years of experience, whenever he encounters such a ruthless person who doesn't care about his life, he must not provoke him if he can avoid offending him. Just now, he used his spiritual sense to scan the area. In just a few breaths, more than 30% of the more than 400 Feng family cultivators in the spiritual transformation realm were killed, not counting those who were injured and lost their combat effectiveness. These were all the direct descendants of the Feng family, and they were also the most elite force in the family. Who would have thought that before they saw Su Fan, they would lose so many people at once? Even though the Feng family had a deep foundation, this time it was considered a serious injury. How is everyone? Report to me immediately. As soon as Feng Xuanwu finished speaking, he heard a buzzing sound from a distance. Suddenly, a blood-colored light column shot up into the sky, like a sharp sword, piercing the sky. Looking at the blood column that shot up into the sky, the blood spirit old demon was stunned. Wu Dao. This is the blood sacrifice of Wu Dao? He also instantly understood that the reason why the boy was able to hide his breath and escape the tracking of his secret method was that he had borrowed the power of a big man in the upper realm of woman. Thinking of this, the blood spirit old demon quickly pinched his fingers and chanted a spell. I found him. That guy is right here. Before the old demon Zuling finished speaking, a demon-eye body of more than 100 feet in height suddenly appeared in the distance. Ouch! After the demonization, Su Fan used his thick demonic arm to hammer his chest fiercely, and then roared to the sky. An extremely majestic momentum swept from his body, giving people a kind of rolling and boundless strong pressure. Just now, he took out all the corpses of the transformation realm cultivators in his Ju'ai portable secret realm, as well as hundreds of nascent soul realm cultivators. This also made this blood sacrifice reach an unprecedented scale. The diameter of the blood-colored light column that soared into the sky alone reached more than 100 feet. It must be said that this big man in the upper realm of the woman is indeed honest. How much you pay, you will get the corresponding reward. At this moment, Su Fan's realm has been raised by several levels, and now he has become a late-stage transformation realm cultivator. In addition to the bonus of the demonized body, and the dragon elephant swallowing yuan training blood mysterious art to temper a round of blood. Compared to the blood sacrifice in the unknown fragment space during the Dao Association competition, his strength has increased by more than 10 times. At this time, the Feng family cultivators were much more miserable. More than 30% of the original 400 cultivators in the transformation realm were killed, and nearly 100 people temporarily lost their combat effectiveness due to serious injuries. As one side grew stronger, the other side lost strength. The remnants of the Feng family were no match for him. Looking at the giant demon body of more than 100 feet in the distance, even the old demon of the refining void realm was stunned by the shock. I didn't expect that this kid actually raised his strength to the late stage of the transformation realm through the blood sacrifice of the woman. How many sacrifices did he use to make the existence of the woman upper realm support him so hard? Feng Xuanwu also realized that it was not good. He clearly felt a strong aura from the other party. This tyrannical aura brought him great pressure. Not only him, but all the Feng family cultivators around him felt a terrifying pressure pressing on their hearts, which made people feel palpitations. The terrified giant demon just stood there casually, as if it contained a mighty force like the vast ocean. Everyone, start attacking! With Feng Xuanwu's shout, the Feng family monks who were in a daze around them finally woke up. They used all kinds of methods, densely packed spells, fairy treasures, and talismans, and smashed them madly at the demon-eye body of more than 100 feet in the distance. Chapter 803, Monster, please take back your magical powers. Facing the overwhelming Taoist magic, fairy treasures and talismans, the demonized Su Fan sneered. At this moment, he felt stronger than ever. With the help of the power of the big man in the upper realm of woman, he was promoted from the late nascent soul realm to the late god transformation realm. For this reason, he also took out all the corpses of all the god transformation realm cultivators in the Ju'an secret realm and launched a blood sacrifice. That's not all. Su Fan also threw in nearly 1,000 corpses of nascent soul realm cultivators. These nascent soul realm corpses were all the casual cultivators in the Chixishan Rift Valley, and the demon cultivators killed in the unknown fragment space of falling star sky ruins. In addition to the corpses of hundreds of celestial clan cultivators, the rest of the nascent soul realm corpses were all accumulated by him for many years, and this time they were all used up in one day. The reason why Su Fan did not use the corpses of celestial clan cultivators for blood sacrifice was because the celestial clan was too protective of their shortcomings. He was afraid that the commotion would be too big and attract the attention of the big man in the upper realm of the celestial clan. If the old bastards from the upper realm of the celestial race found out that they were using their people to initiate a blood sacrifice, who knows if they would come to kill them. Although the Witchgate blood sacrifice consumed the corpses of so many high-level cultivators, the effect was indeed great. For other Union realm cultivators, even if they forcibly raised their realm to the Shinho realm, their strength might not really be that strong. But Su Fan was different. Since he broke through the 6th level of the Heavenly Demon Saint body art, his physical strength was equivalent to that of a cultivator in the early stage of the Shinho realm, and even much stronger. Later, by chance, he swallowed a trace of the essence and blood of a foreign fusion realm demon. In addition, he used the dragon elephant swallowing yuan training blood mysterious art to temper a trace of the essence and blood of a foreign fusion realm demon in his body. Now, all aspects of his body data have been greatly strengthened, especially Su Fan's current consciousness is comparable to that of a cultivator in the early stage of the Shinho realm. On the basis of such a perversion, after launching the witch blood sacrifice to get the power of the boss in the upper realm, it is equivalent to the multiple addition of buff. It can be said that Su Fan's current strength is even afraid of himself. As soon as Su Fan thought of it, a huge hammer appeared in his hand in an instant. He held the demon-subduing sky-splitting mountain hammer tightly with both hands, and then smashed it down fiercely. A vast and boundless terrifying momentum spread out, and instantly turned into a huge hammer of more than 100 feet, and fell down with a bang, like a towering mountain falling from the sky. Now Su Fan's strength is equivalent to the realm of transformation, and it is not as reluctant to use the demon-subduing sky-splitting mountain hammer again. The power of his hammer can already exert nearly 10% of the power of the physical cultivator in the realm of refining emptiness. Don't underestimate this 10% of power. For ordinary cultivators in the realm of transformation, it can also cause a crushing effect. At this moment, the phantom of the huge hammer of more than 100 feet fiercely smashed into the countless Taoist magic, fairy treasures and fairy talismans on the opposite side. Boom! The two powerful auras collided violently, and a huge explosion occurred that was as devastating as the sky and the earth. The explosion produced a substantial impact force, and the entire world seemed to be crushed by an invisible huge force. The surrounding space collapsed and cracked layer by layer, and everything within a radius of 100 miles was reduced to dust in an instant. Although Su Fan only exerted 10% of the power of the demon-subduing sky-splitting mountain hammer, he was still able to crush the attack of the Feng family cultivators. The Feng family cultivators' attack could not be resisted for even a moment, and they were completely defeated in an instant. Countless Taoist magic, fairy treasures, and talismans were shattered, destroyed, or shattered. Boom! The demon-subduing sky-splitting mountain hammer that was more than 100 feet long did not stop, but smashed to the ground. A terrifying and extremely loud noise broke out, producing a terrifying explosion that almost overturned the entire sky, and the whole world shook violently. The terrifying mighty force stirred up a terrifying storm that spread across the sky, and a visible airflow swept in all directions. The terrifying impact of the violent airflows caused the entire world to vibrate violently. The sharp and boundless terrifying airflow seemed to instantly cut and shatter the area of dozens of miles, and everything in its path was reduced to dust. The demon-subduing sky-splitting mountain hammer was an immortal weapon that could only be used by cultivators in the void refining realm. The power of smashing it on the ground can be imagined. Hundreds of Feng family cultivators were also swept into the overwhelming vibration of the world, like a lone boat in a tsunami, and were instantly swallowed up. In particular, the dozens of Feng family cultivators who were closest were instantly swept by this terrifying annihilation energy and turned into a bloody rain. The Feng family cultivators scattered around were also swept into this terrifying storm, and the bodies of dozens of Feng family cultivators immediately shattered and disintegrated. The other Feng family monks used their best life-saving trump cards, and only then did they manage to block this terrifying storm. Even so, most of those who survived were seriously injured, and many even lost their combat effectiveness. Su Fan's hammer terrified the monks who were exploring the fragment space of number 397. The sky of the entire fragment number 397 was once again covered with dense spider web-like cracks, as if the entire fragment space was about to collapse at any time. Everyone's heart was in their throat, and cold sweat flowed down their foreheads. A mortal weapon. That is an immortal weapon that can only be used by cultivators in the void refining realm? Who is this idiot? He doesn't want to live anymore, and he actually uses an immortal weapon here. He is a psychopath. Let's run quickly, run your mother, before you escape from the fragment number 397. This pervert has already destroyed this place. At this moment, all the monks who were exploring the fragment space of number 397 turned their eyes here. They knew that it was too late to run now, and they could only watch here helplessly, and everyone was praying in their hearts. "Monster, please put away your magical powers quickly." At this moment, Feng Xuanwu was stunned and looked at everything in front of him. He couldn't even believe that what had just happened was true. Seeing his fellow disciples die one by one, his heart was bleeding. There were hundreds of direct descendants of the Feng family in the God transformation realm, and they could even be said to be the backbone of the Feng family. Now, of the hundreds of God transformation realm cultivators he brought from the family, only 100 or so can still fight. Regardless of whether the boy can be killed today, the Feng family has already lost. With the loss of so many backbone forces of the Feng family, the strength of the family will plummet, and it will take many, many years to make up for it in the future. Not to mention the high-level cultivation family like the Feng family, even those major clans in the superplane will also be injured if they lose hundreds of God transformation realm cultivators at once. Compared with Feng Xuanwu, everything that just happened was shocking to the old demon Zuling. He was an old monster who had lived for thousands of years, and he was also an evil cultivator who had committed many evil deeds. He had seen all kinds of scenes of corpses and blood. But the scene just now still made him feel a trace of endless fear. Especially since he had just discovered that Su Fan was carrying a demon seed, the old demon Zuling felt a deep regret in his heart. He really shouldn't have gotten involved in this muddy water. Now he had been involved in this cause and effect, and he couldn't retreat even if he wanted to. For such a monster, either don't provoke him, or just kill him once and for all. As for whether killing this kid would arouse the hatred of the great demon clan, he didn't care anymore. Anyway, he was an evil cultivator, and it was a blessing from heaven to be able to get to where he is today. Now that the spirit in his body was ready to move, the old demon Zuling had already been unable to protect himself, so he didn't care about these. So he had to kill this kid today, otherwise there would be endless troubles. But the problem was that in order to enter the fragment space number 397, the old demon Zuling used a secret technique to forcibly suppress his realm to the late stage of the spirit transformation realm. Although his true strength is still stronger than the spiritualization realm, it depends on who he is fighting against. The boy opposite is a demon, and he must not be treated as a normal person. It is very difficult to kill him in this situation today. At this time, the children of the Feng family who survived by chance, seeing so many of their fellows die, their eyes suddenly turned red. The children of the cultivation family have a sense of belonging to the family that is not comparable to the disciples of the sect. After all, they are all blood relatives, and even if the bones are broken, the tendons are still connected. Even if there are many disputes within the family, once facing an external enemy, they can risk their lives to fight against the enemy. Bang! Bang! At this time, several Feng family cultivators who were seriously injured launched the blood-bursting secret method one after another. They were going to fight to the death. Immediately afterwards, more Feng family cultivators also launched the blood-bursting secret method. They knew very well in their hearts that no matter how much it cost today, even if they died, they had to kill this kid. Once he escaped, the Feng family would never have peace in the future. Seeing other members of the same clan fighting desperately, Feng Xuanwu also gritted his teeth. His whole body was suddenly filled with blood, and he also activated the secret method of blood burst, and his strength instantly increased a lot. Unfortunately, they were facing Su Fan, a monster. The reason why Su Fan did not continue to attack after he just smashed the hammer was that when he raised the demon-subduing sky-splitting mountain hammer again, a sudden enlightenment came into his mind. He had a new understanding of the power of the law that he had used time and time again. Su Fan held a giant hammer in both hands, and he was actually accumulating strength for dozens of breaths. An extremely resentful and oppressive aura permeated his body. This sad aura became more and more intense and began to spread rapidly around. At this moment, the time of the entire world seemed to have stopped, and an extremely oppressive aura permeated the surroundings. In the end, even the cultivators in the entire fragment number 397 were affected, and a feeling of annoyance fatally arose in their hearts. The power of the law. This is the power of the law. No way. Who is this evildoer? How can his power of the law be so strong? This guy. Could it be some old monster from the refining void realm who came in? Impossible. He is at most a cultivator from the transformation realm. Did you see that he just launched a blood sacrifice? Although the cultivators in the fragment number 397 felt this breath of grief and anger, they were far away after all, and they were not affected much. But the Feng family cultivators were miserable. They were too close to Su Fan. At this time, they were all affected by an inexplicable irritable emotion, and they felt a little irritable in their hearts, and their chests seemed to be filled with endless grief and anger. Especially the Feng family cultivators had just performed the blood-blasting secret method, and were more strongly affected by this breath of grief and anger. The resentment accumulated in their chests also made them subconsciously roar to the sky. At this moment, the eyes of the Feng family cultivators had become red as blood. Sadness, annoyance, sadness, anxiety, inferiority, depression, pessimism, despair and other negative emotions kept flashing through their minds. Not good. That's the power of the law. At this time, the old demon Zuling suddenly roared loudly. This roar was like a thunder in the ears of the Feng family monks, and immediately made them sober up from their grief and anger. Feng Xuanwu shuddered violently, and his robes were soaked with cold sweat. He looked at the giant demon figure of more than 100 feet opposite with a gloomy face, and he couldn't help but feel a little scared. He was a late-stage cultivator of the God Transformation realm, but he was actually affected by the power of the law of a Yuanying realm cultivator. And he was also put into the other party's situation, which made him shudder. The Feng family monks had just recovered from their previous state, and before they could catch their breath, Su Fan had already smashed down with a hammer. The hammer he just smashed down was all pure brute force. But this time it was different. A terrifying giant hammer that was hundreds of feet high was seen whistling down from the sky. At this moment, in the eyes of all the cultivators in the entire fragment number 397, it seemed that only the giant hammer was left between heaven and earth. The mighty and terrifying momentum almost suppressed the entire sky. For some reason, as the giant hammer fell, everyone felt extremely happy. It was as if the resentment and sorrow that had been accumulated in their hearts were all vented out with a giant hammer. At this moment, the whole sky seemed to collapse, as if a mysterious chaotic aura surrounded the giant hammer. Layers of terrifying auras constantly collided and eroded between heaven and earth, and the terrifying impact caused the heaven and earth to vibrate. The mysterious and incomparable power of the law distorted the surrounding space, and the invisible ripples that were oscillating in all directions, like a tide, whistling down in front. Everyone be careful, Feng Xuanwu, who realized the danger, shouted loudly. Hearing his cry, all the Feng family monks quickly began to use various means, and took out their life-saving trump cards. Boom boom, the demon-subduing sky-splitting mountain hammer containing the ultimate law power has already fallen down, hitting the ground heavily, making a loud noise like destroying the world. The extremely majestic aura of destruction almost shattered the void, and all the monks in the entire fragment space number 397 closed their eyes. This guy has started again. They were praying silently in their hearts, hoping that the fragment space number 397 could withstand this fierce attack. At this time, the fragment space number 397 was like a mirror, with layers of ripples, and dense spider web-like cracks spread all over the sky again. The demon-subduing sky-splitting mountain hammer smashed the ground into a terrifying huge pit with a radius of dozens of miles. The aftermath of the explosion formed a world-destroying annihilation force, sweeping around like a terrifying hurricane, swallowing everything within a radius of hundreds of miles. Chapter 804, Kill You While You're Sick. Boom boom, with a loud sound that shook the world, it seemed as if an incomparable destruction had descended. The whole world was in a state of chaos, with flying sand and rocks. The sky was shattered, and the dark sky was torn apart. Under the overwhelming impact, the trembling space shook violently, and the soil on the ground broke apart layer by layer, forming cracks that crisscrossed dozens of miles, as if the end of the world had come. The terrifying aftermath of the violent explosion instantly blew up a violent hurricane in a radius of hundreds of miles, and ancient trees, boulders, gravel and dust were all swept up. At this moment, a deep pit of dozens of miles in size had been smashed out on the ground, and the bottom of the pit was so deep that it was like an abyss. At this moment, more than 100 Feng family monks were also swallowed up by the shock wave that swept over like a substance. They only felt that they were hit hard by a force like a tidal wave, and one by one they were smashed out like a cannonball. Especially the dozens of Feng family gods who were at the forefront were directly torn to pieces by this terrifying storm. Even Feng Xuanwu, who was behind him, was blown away more than 10 miles away, and then fell heavily to the ground. The old demon Zuling was more cunning. He had predicted the powerful power of this hammer and used his life-saving trump card early. Although he was also blown away, he was not hurt at all. Although the old demon Zuling used a secret method to force his realm to the late stage of the spiritual transformation realm, he was an old monster in the void refining realm after all, and his methods were not comparable to those of the Feng family cultivators. But how could he know that Su Fan had been staring at this old bastard? Even if the people of the Feng family escaped today, he would leave this old guy in the fragment number 397. Once he escaped, no matter how powerful Su Fan was, he would not dare to arrogantly confront an old monster in the void refining realm. But now, in order to enter the fragment number 397, this old guy has forced his realm to the late stage of the spiritual transformation realm. How could Su Fan miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? If you miss this opportunity, you will never get it again. Thinking of this, Su Fan threw out an 8th level Tai Zuinging Divine Fire Treasure Talisman. Boom! With a deafening roar, the originally calm sky suddenly erupted with a shocking suction force. This terrifying suction force formed a huge spiritual energy vortex in an instant, and all the spiritual energy within a radius of more than 100 miles was integrated into this little flame. In the middle of this huge spiritual energy vortex, a little flame was faintly born. If you look up at the sky at this moment, you will find this little flame, like a beam-like light in the vast darkness. Feng Xuanwu struggled to get up from the ground, and when he looked up, he was stunned. 8th level Immortal Talisman, he activated the escape technique without thinking, and his figure disappeared from the air in an instant. Although the fragment number 397 is full of space cracks everywhere, if you use the escape technique in this environment, you will accidentally enter the space cracks. But at this time, Feng Xuanwu can't care about these. At this time, he can only gamble. If he stays where he is, he will only die. Feng Xuanwu knew that even if he survived the 8th level Immortal Talisman by chance, he could not escape Su Fan's attack. He would rather be torn into pieces by the space crack than die in the hands of this guy. However, Feng Xuanwu's luck was not very good. He used the escape technique inherited from the family's secret hall, and although he avoided the attack of the Tai Zuinging Divine Fire Treasure Talisman in time, unfortunately, when he appeared again, he found that he had mistakenly entered a space crack. Feng Xuanwu watched his body turned into pieces of mincemeat, and then he knew nothing. Not only him, but also the Feng family monks who had just resisted Su Fan's hammer, faced with the 8th level Immortal Talisman that was about to explode, all launched the escape technique before the Tai Zuinging Divine Fire Treasure Talisman exploded. As a result, most of them were smashed to pieces by the space debris like Feng Xuanwu. Only a few people were lucky enough not to enter the space crack, but they had no intention of fighting, and they didn't care about their fellows, and drove the flying magic weapon away without looking back. Bang! The tiny light exploded, and in an instant it turned into a sea of fire that covered the sky and the sun, completely covering the area of more than 100 miles. The blood spirit demon did not use the escape technique to escape from this place, but took out a small black banner about an inch in size from his ring. He threw the small black banner into the air, and the small banner grew larger in the wind, and instantly turned into a huge black banner several dozen feet high. This is an 8th level protective fairy weapon, called the Juyin White Bone Blood Soul Banner. Boom boom boom. At this time, the sea of fire that enveloped the blood spirit demons had suddenly exploded, turning into thousands of flames that fell all over the sky, and his figure was instantly submerged in the raging sea of fire. After more than 10 breaths, the sea of fire that covered the sky and the sun gradually disappeared. At this moment, everything within a radius of more than 100 miles has been reduced to ashes. This vast area is left with only a charred lava ground, emitting an extremely hot breath, and a pungent smell in the air. Cough, cough. The old demon Zuling coughed a few times, and forced himself to control the blood pressure in his throat, so he didn't spit out a mouthful of blood. Although the 8th level protective fairy weapon Juyin White Bone Blood Soul Banner he sacrificed easily blocked the Taizhuan Gang Divine Fire Treasure Talisman activated by Su Fan. But his realm at this time was the late stage of the spiritualization realm. When he used the 8th level fairy weapon across levels, his body suffered a lot of backlash. Don't think that Su Fan can use the 8th level body Taoist fairy weapon, that's because of his body cultivation. Although the power is only 1 or 2/10 of the full strength attack of the body Taoist cultivator in the refining void realm, it will not cause backlash to him. This is also a small bug of the body Taoist cultivator. But the old demon Zuling is just an evil cultivator. When he used the 8th level fairy weapon Juyin White Bone Blood Soul Banner across levels, not only did the power shrink a lot, but it also put his body under great pressure. Before he could catch his breath, Su Fan in the distance made another move. How could he give the other party a chance to breathe? Unfortunately, it was too late to activate the power of the law at this moment. Su Fan didn't even think about it, and swung the demon-subduing sky-splitting mountain hammer in his hand. A giant hammer that was more than 100 feet long roared and smashed towards the blood spirit old demon on the opposite side. The demon-subduing sky-splitting mountain hammer rubbed against the air and made a harsh whistling sound. Wherever it passed, layers of space rotated and collapsed. The space within a radius of dozens of miles seemed to be forcibly twisted by an incomprehensible force, and collapsed layer by layer. The blood spirit old demon never expected that Su Fan's attack would come so quickly. He had no choice but to be cruel, grit his teeth and control the absolute yin white bone blood soul banner to block in front of himself. Boom! The two 8th level immortal weapons collided fiercely, like Mars hitting the Earth, and an explosion that almost overturned the entire sky occurred. The energy generated by the terrifying aftermath of the explosion was like a tsunami, sweeping over 100 miles, as if falling into the abyss of doom. The huge destructive vibration caused the soil in 100 miles to crack layer by layer, and large cracks crisscrossed and spread rapidly around like a dense spider web. Moreover, large tracts of soil broke apart, and under the unparalleled impact, they were directly blown away as if they had lost gravity, and large chunks rose to the sky. Even the entire 397th fragment space was like a lone boat in a storm, shaking violently. Fuck. Here it comes again. Here it comes again. This uncle, ancestor, can't you just be quiet for a while? I can see that this guy won't stop until he breaks the space. I will never come to this unlucky place again. This is not an adventure, it's clearly playing with life. At this time, all the cultivators in the entire 397th fragment space were pale. If the fight continues like this space fragment will inevitably collapse. The two 8th level immortal weapons, demon-subduing sky-splitting mountain hammer and absolute yin white bone blood soul banner, were also shaken and flew up, and fell to the ground dozens of miles away. Puff, the old demon Zuling violently spit out a mouthful of blood, and the whole person became much more haggard. After performing the 8th level absolute yin white bone blood soul banner twice in a row, the violent backlash made his soul shake, and the blood in his body was churning. In fact, his soul backlash was even more severe. At this time, his brain was like paste, and he was about to fall into a state of coma. How could Su Fan miss this opportunity? Once this guy got the upper hands in the fight, his offensive was like a tide. Anyway, in a word, I will kill you while you are sick. Ouch! Su Fan, who was in the demonized state, roared to the sky, kicked the ground with his right foot, and stepped out a huge pit. Shang Shenkeo, the huge demon body of more than 100 feet, with a sense of oppression that was boundless and pointed directly at the heart, rushed towards the blood spirit demon opposite. Even though the blood spirit demon was an old monster in the refining void realm, he couldn't help but feel a trembling feeling of boundless fear in his heart at this moment. Boom! A phantom of an ancient demonized gray bear hundreds of feet high. Like a totem-like phantom, almost condensed into a substance. Lifelike, vivid. Before the blood spirit demon could react, a figure swept across dozens of miles like thunder and lightning, and rushed in front of him in an instant with an extremely terrifying momentum. The light between heaven and earth dimmed at this moment. The huge demon body hundreds of feet high, as if carrying a huge force of tens of millions of pounds, rushed over like a towering mountain. The blood spirit demon gritted his teeth, and black smoke suddenly filled his body. He bent over and groaned in pain. His body suddenly swelled up, and his joints and bones pierced his skin like a wildly growing bush, stretching outward with pale and scarlet color and becoming thicker. The figure of the blood spirit demon was like an inflated body, rising to dozens of feet in an instant, with muscles surging wildly, and hideous bone spurs constantly drilling out from his back. The triangular head was covered with black hair, and the whole body was covered with fine black scales. The two horns were bent and stretched to both sides in a spiral shape, and the bloody mouth was full of crisscrossing fangs flashing cold light. Behind its buttocks was a tail of more than 10 feet long, and a pair of green wing-like membranes were spread out on its back. The whole body was shrouded in black mist, gloomy and terrifying, and filled with hideous and terrifying power. This was not a blood spirit demon, but a foreign demon. Boom! The foreign demon had just transformed when it was hit by Su Fan's demonized body. The demon body of dozens of feet high was knocked into the air by him. The huge demon body paused in the air, and the pair of flesh wings behind it flapped violently, and it instantly soared into the sky, and after flying high in the sky, it dived down. The speed of the foreign demon's dive was almost extremely fast. When it passed through the air, it made a piercing whistle and rushed towards Su Fan. Looking at the foreign demon falling from the sky, Su Fan frowned immediately. Is this the evil demon in the body of the old demon of the blood spirit? It looks very powerful. Maybe it is in the space fragments, and its strength is also suppressed to the late stage of the transformation of the spirit, but the physical strength of this foreign evil demon should not be underestimated. Just now, it was hit by his Ziongshan KO, but it was not hurt at all. Hiss, as a piercing hissing sounded, Su Fan felt a sharp pain in his head. Oh no, this is the divine power of the soul. Although Su Fan immediately realized the crisis, it was too late. He did not expect that the opponent's soul was so powerful that it crushed him by dozens of streets. At this moment, his mind was filled with all kinds of resentment, coldness, rottenness, depravity and other auras, which made him almost lose his mind, and his sea of consciousness was extremely chaotic. HMPH, at this time, the little man in Su Fan's body suddenly opened his eyes and snorted softly. This sound was like a huge bell, exploding in his ears, pulling him back from the chaotic state. Su Fan was shocked and recovered instantly. Although his head was still swollen and painful, it was no longer as dizzy as before. At this moment, the foreign evil demon had already fallen from the sky. Su Fan thought, and the more than 10 feet long demon-slaying sword suddenly appeared in his hand. You dare to sneak attack me? Then I will let you see the power of the demon-slaying sword. When facing the demon monks, the demon-slaying sword is their nemesis, and the effect and power will be at least several times higher. Anyway, the demon monks who met him are also unlucky. Su Fan didn't think about it, facing the depressed evil demon opposite, and slashed it with a fierce sword. This time, Su Fan did not use the power of the law, nor did he launch the 9 extremes chain slash, relying entirely on his own brute force. Because when facing a demon cultivator, the demon-slaying sword would become even sharper. Shoo! An extremely fine arc of light passed through the sky, like a meteor from outer space. Then, a sharp and boundless sword light illuminated the sky, and finally swept up the mighty power like a vast ocean. The sword light that penetrated the sky and the earth met the swooping foreign evil demon and slashed it fiercely. Chapter 805 You don't have martial ethics. Facing the whistling demon slayer sword, the foreign evil demon didn't care at all. The opponent was just a human cultivator in the nascent soul realm, and it didn't believe that the opponent's sword could cut through its scales. This foreign demon had strong confidence in its own body. Not to mention a human cultivator who forcibly promoted to the spiritualization realm. Even a human cultivator in the void refining realm might not be able to break its defense. So this foreign evil demon didn't even dodge, and relied on its physical body to withstand the sword. Puff! The demon slayer sword of more than 10 feet slashed fiercely on the foreign evil demon's shoulder, and the dense scales were shattered by the sword, and deeply cut into its body. This demon slayer sword is definitely the nemesis of all demons. When used against demon cultivators, its power is at least increased several times. However, Su Fan seemed to be hit hard by a heavy hammer, and was broken out of his hand by a huge force, and the whole person flew backwards for several miles. Bang! The huge demon body of more than 100 feet fell heavily to the ground. He quickly jumped up and stared at the foreign demon opposite. At this moment, he felt the blood and ki in his body surging, and his whole arm was shaking slightly. Su Fan never thought that the opponent's body would be so strong. He used all his strength to strike the sword, and although he broke the armor of the foreign demon, it got stuck in the bone joint of the opponent. This is a demon-slaying sword that is specifically used to defeat demon creatures. If it were a foreign demon, it might be able to cut the opponent in half with one sword. What is the origin of this demon? Not only does his soul completely crush him, but his body is also much stronger than his. The automatic heavenly demon saint body art broke through the 6th level, and he swallowed the blood and ki of the foreign demon in the fusion realm. This is the first time he has encountered a body stronger than his own. Although Su Fan was shocked by the opponent's strength, the foreign demon opposite was even more horrified. I didn't expect that a human cultivator in the nascent soul realm could actually break through my defense. Although his realm was forcibly suppressed to the late stage of the spiritualization realm at this time, the strength of his physical body was not weakened much. What shocked him the most was that the other party actually had a demon seed and easily defended against the divine power of the soul he launched. And from the look of the other party, it seemed that he was not affected at all. Although the human cultivator on the opposite side relied on blood sacrifice to forcibly enhance his strength and had a demon seed, This kid broke through his defense and also won his respect. Demon Clan, Su-Okun, Su-Fan received the other party's thoughts in his mind and couldn't help but be stunned. Demon Clan. Judging from the other party's strength, the other party should be of great origin. At this time, Su-Fan received another thought in his mind, which was transmitted by the big boss of the Woman Upper Realm. Boy, you are in trouble. The Demon Clan cultivators are not ordinary. The Demon Clan, are they very powerful? In your world, they can rank in the top 20 among the demons. What do you think? Fortunately, it is just a clone, and you still have a chance. After receiving the thought of the witch domain boss, Su-Fan frowned immediately. It seems that I have met a tough guy today. It is just a clone, but the strength is so strong. It is estimated that the opponent's real body is at least a master of the fusion realm. Thinking of this, Su-Fan also sent a thought to the Demon Clan cultivator opposite. Human race, Su-Fan, well, let's start. After sending a thought, Su-Okun of the Demon Clan was about to make a move, but suddenly felt that the magic sword on his shoulder was devouring the blood in his body. He looked at the magic sword on his shoulder and stretched out his hand to pull the big sword off, but the sword tip might be stuck in the bone gap. Moreover, the position of the magic sword was awkward, and it could not exert any strength at all, so it was unable to pull it out for a while. Just when Su-Okun wanted to use all his strength to pull out the magic sword, Su-Fan on the opposite side had already made a move. He stretched out his hand, absorbed the demon-subduing sky-splitting mountain hammer thrown in the distance, and then smashed it down fiercely. A huge hammer hundreds of feet in size passed through the sky, like an alien meteorite tearing through the sky, whistling down with a destructive momentum. It seemed that only the huge hammer was left between heaven and earth, and the majestic and terrifying momentum almost suppressed the entire sky and earth. This kid's power of law is so pure. Looking at the whistling huge hammer, Su-Okun's eyes revealed a trace of solemnity. He gave up pulling out a magic sword that was slashing on his shoulder, his eyes suddenly condensed, and the whole body was filled with dark magic smoke. Su-Okun swung his magic arm fiercely, and the magic smoke that filled his body instantly turned into a dark magic blade that chopped at the demon-subduing sky-splitting mountain hammer. Boom! The dark magic blade slashed fiercely on the giant hammer, and a terrifying loud noise erupted. It was like a terrifying explosion like Mars hitting the Earth. The shock wave caused the entire 397 fragment space to tremble violently. The terrifying aftermath of the explosion set off a wild storm that penetrated the sky and the earth, and a visible airflow roared in all directions. The huge impact of the violent and terrifying airflows turned everything into dust. The world within a radius of more than 100 miles was violently vibrating, and even all the space cracks and the entire 397 fragments made a crackling sound. Swoosh! Su-Fan only felt an unprecedented force that shook the demon-subduing sky-splitting mountain hammer in his hand out of his hand, and he was also shaken and flew backwards like a cannonball. Su-Okun was also shocked and flew backwards for several miles, but he quickly stabilized his body and once again grasped the big sword on his shoulder. He found that the big sword on his shoulder would consume the blood and ki in his body at a very fast speed when he activated his magic power. At this speed, it would not take long for his blood and ki to be devoured by the magic sword. Su-Okun was really a little panicked this time. He just wanted to pull out the sword with all his strength, but Su-Fan on the opposite side attacked again. How could Su-Fan give him a chance to breathe, let alone let him pull out the magic sword easily? If it weren't for this demon-slaying sword, he might not dare to fight Su-Okun on the opposite side. The opponent's strength was too strong. The demon-slaying sword was the key to this battle, and he must not let the opponent pull out the magic sword. Su-Fan stretched out his hand and sucked the demon-subduing sky-splitting mountain hammer that fell to the distance into his hand, and then smashed it down again. Looking at the huge hammer that crossed the sky and fell from the sky again, Su-Okun cursed inwardly. He immediately activated his magical power, and magic smoke billowed all over his body. Su-Okun's eyes condensed, and he activated his magical power again. The dark and thick magic smoke turned into a sharp magic blade, and slashed towards the demon-subduing sky-splitting mountain hammer. At the same time, the blood in his body was also being devoured by the magic sword that slashed on his shoulder at an astonishing speed. He must pull out this big sword, otherwise it will not take long for his blood to be devoured by it. Although Su-Okun had a good idea, Su-Fan did not give him the opportunity to draw his sword. Void slash, infinite slash, Ghost wheel slash, reverse wind slash. Because the demon's slashing sword was stuck on Su-Okun's shoulder, Su Fan simply swung the 8th level immortal weapon demon subduing sky-splitting mountain hammer and smashed it with a move of 9 extremes chain slash. After the last enlightenment, Su Fan's power of law has become more and more pure. With the added power of the 8th level immortal weapon demon subduing sky-splitting mountain hammer, the power of each big move is unparalleled. Although it could not pose a fatal threat to Su-Okun, it did not dare to be so arrogant as to use its body to resist the 8th level immortal weapon demon subduing sky-splitting mountain hammer. So he was hit by Su Fan and did not have the time to pull out the magic sword that was cut on his shoulder. The Kui clan monks are very powerful, so they are also extremely arrogant on weekdays. Many elite monks in the clan do not even like to use external forces when fighting with others, and only rely on their own strong bodies and spiritual consciousness. This is also the reason why Su-Okun is arrogant. From the beginning, he did not take Su Fan, a human monk, seriously. If he met other human monks, it would be just as he thought, but unfortunately he met Su Fan, a monster. The demon slayer sword is too evil. No matter how powerful the demons are, it can still devour their blood. And the stronger they are, the stronger they are. The stronger the realm of the demons, the faster they devour their blood. Moreover, Su-Okun of the Kui demon clan was only a clone. Compared with those of the same clan who grew up in the clan, his strength was also the lowest. So Su Fan smashed dozens of hammers in a row, and each hammer was used with all his strength, and it was also with the pure power of the law. Facing Su Fan's crazy attack, Su-Okun could only desperately use his magical powers to resist. In just a moment, the blood and ki in his body had been devoured by the Demon Slayer sword for more than 50%. This also caused its various data to drop sharply, and the speed at which the Demon Slayer sword devoured blood and ki was getting faster and faster. Su-Okun was parasitic in the body of the blood spirit ancestor, so in addition to inheriting the magical powers of the Kui demon clan, he did not have any of the various life-saving trump cards that the cultivators of his clan had. So in the face of Su Fan's attack of the 8th level immortal weapon demon subduing sky-splitting mountain hammer, he could only use his magical powers to fight him head-on. At this moment, Su Fan's state was not very good. After all, the demon subduing sky-splitting mountain hammer was an 8th level immortal weapon, even if Su Fan's realm was already in the late stage of the god transformation realm. But that was also a cross-level use. After hitting several times in one breath, even if Su Fan was made of iron, he couldn't bear it. He really couldn't hit it anymore. Fortunately, Su-Okun on the opposite side was even worse. Now his blood and ki had been devoured by the Demon Slayer sword. At this time, the strength of both sides had increased and decreased. At least for Su Fan, he no longer had to swing the hammer desperately like this. But he was still a little worried. He took out another 8th level fairy talisman from the ring and threw it over. The sky, which was originally clear and blue, suddenly dimmed, as if night had fallen. The thick sky layer was already covered with leaden clouds, and silver threads were looming in the dark clouds. The dull thunder became clearer and clearer, as if something was brewing. Seeing that the originally clear sky was now covered by thick dark clouds, Su-Okun cursed inwardly, "You don't have martial ethics." Boom! At this time, there was a sudden earth-shaking explosion in the sky. Then, an extremely thick purple lightning bolt, as if it had found a channel to vent, instantly tore through the void and whistled down crazily. The 8th level Thunder Talisman is also specially designed to defeat all evil spirits and monsters, and it is also effective against the demons. Su-Okun was determined and could only resist the 8th level Thunder Talisman. Su Fan leaned on the demon-subduing sky-splitting mountain hammer with both hands, panting heavily, and watched the extremely thick purple thunderbolt hit Su-Okun's head. After more than 10 breaths of effort, the thunder in the sky gradually subsided. At this moment, Su-Okun's state was extremely miserable. Because he had to fight hard against the attack of this 8th level Thunder Talisman, he had to fight hard with his life. Although he blocked this 8th level Thunder Talisman, his physical body was also greatly damaged, and his blood and ki in his body had been devoured by nearly 70% of the magic sword that was cut on his shoulder. Finally, Su-Okun pulled the magic sword off his shoulder. Unfortunately, it was too late. Now its strength had been weakened by more than half. It was powerless to kill this kid. Almost. Thinking of this, Su Fan raised the 8th level immortal weapon demon subduing sky-splitting mountain hammer with both hands, jumped into the air, and then smashed it down fiercely. Seeing Su Fan attack again, Su-Okun looked up to the sky and roared loudly. Ouch! He gritted his teeth fiercely, and the whole body was filled with magic smoke. He swung his thick magic arm to smash the demon-subduing sky-splitting mountain hammer. Boom boom boom, with a devastating sound, the entire 397-fragment space shook violently again. This time, both of them were shaken away, and they flew more than 10 miles away before falling to the ground. The demon-subduing sky-splitting mountain hammer in Su Fan's hand had already flown out of his hand, and no one knew where it had fallen. Even if the giant hammer had not been shaken away, he would not be able to control this 8th-level immortal weapon. At this time, Su-Okun's physical condition was rapidly declining, and Su Fan was not going to use the demon-slaying sword and demon-subduing sky-splitting mountain hammer. He kicked the ground fiercely, and instantly stepped out a huge pit. Bear Mountain KO? A huge shadow of an ancient gray bear suddenly rose behind Su Fan, and madly rushed towards Su-Okun on the opposite side. The distance of more than 10 miles was reached in an instant. Before Su-Okun could come to his senses, Su Fan had already rushed in front of Su-Okun. Bang! Su Fan's huge demon body slammed into Su-Okun's body fiercely, and instantly knocked him away. Violent tiger collapse, stone apex, deadwood blood seal, moking dragon throw, dragon elephant tread. After Su Fan got close to Su-Okun, he launched various magical powers and secret techniques, and attacked Su-Okun madly. Su-Okun was still fighting desperately at the beginning, and the two of them had no rules to fight. They were like two little hooligans on the street, attacking each other madly, but after only more than 10 breaths, its physical strength was almost exhausted. It was like a torn bag floating in the air, swaying back and forth in the air, until Su Fan punched it and knocked it to the ground. Chapter 806, Now I can't escape even if I want to. At this moment, the terrifying aftermath of the explosion just now also made the cultivators of various star fields exploring in the 397-fragment space all nervous. Why is it happening again? It's not over yet. Are these two both masters of the refining void realm who have forced their realms down? I can't say for sure about the two, but at least one of them is in the refining void realm. Why do I feel that these two people are not good people? Now the cultivators in the entire 397-fragment space have put down their work and are all paying attention to the battle in the distance. There is no way. Now their fate is in the hands of these two masters. Once the 379-fragment space is destroyed by the two, no one can escape, and they will all be cut into pieces by the space fragments. It's only been a while, and several 8th-level immortal talismans have been activated. When did the 8th-level immortal talismans become cabbages? Not only that, this battle also used two 8th-level immortal artifacts, and both sides must have been red-eyed. How did Falling Star Sky get destroyed back then? Wasn't it caused by a bunch of high-ranking bosses who got angry and attacked without thinking? When the gods fight, the little ghosts suffer. Are they going to be blamed for this today? Fortunately, the fierce and shocking battle in the distance has finally subsided, and everyone is relieved. Now, people in the entire 397-fragment space are flying towards the resource supply point with their magic weapons. Everyone has the same idea that they can't stay in this place anymore. When they rush back to the various resource points in the 397-fragment space, they found that the people at the resource supply points had already run away, and there were only a few flying boats left at the airport. The battle between Su Fan and the Feng family cultivators had just begun, and the people at the various resource supply points had already run away. This time it was an 8th-level immortal talisman, and the next time it was an 8th-level immortal weapon. People are almost breaking the sky. If they don't run away now, when will they? Because all the flying boats have run away, now the various special resource points in the 397-fragment space have gathered countless cultivators who came here to explore. Everyone wanted to cry but had no tears. Now they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. At this moment, the battle between Su Fan and Su-Okun of the Kui Demon clan had ended. At this time, he was in a very bad state. He leaned on the 8th-level immortal weapon demon-subduing sky-splitting mountain hammer with both hands and panted heavily. The 8th-level immortal weapon was not so fun. Su Fan swung it nearly 100 times, and then fought with Su-Okun for a long time. Now his physical strength was almost exhausted. Now even a small cultivator like Giant in Foundation building can easily defeat him. Su Fan looked at Su-Okun who was lying on the ground, and couldn't help but feel scared. After this fierce battle, He had a deeper understanding of this world of cultivation. Su-Okun was just an avatar living in the blood spirit old demon Yin Shen, and his strength was so strong. If it was his real body, it would be terrible. And according to the words of the big boss of the Wuman Upper Realm, the Kui Demon clan can only rank in the top 20 among the demons in his entire world. Thinking of this, Su Fan couldn't help but be amazed. It seems that this world of cultivation is far from as simple as he thought. Originally, Su Fan thought that his strength was okay, but now it seems that it is still far from it. Swoosh, swoosh. At this time, Yaksha and Sister Jin rushed out of the portable secret realm almost at the same time. Yaksha, meet my master. Master, the fight is over, can I clean up the battlefield? Su Fan was too tired to even talk, and just nodded at them. Yaksha and Sister Jin went there excitedly, summoned a large number of ghost soldiers and ghost generals, and began to clean up the surrounding battlefield. Looking at the hundreds of corpses of Feng family's god transformation realm scattered around, his two ghost slaves were excited. One of them was responsible for collecting corpses, and the other was responsible for collecting money. They cooperated so well. In addition to hundreds of Feng family's god transformation realm cultivators, there was also the corpse of a blood spirit old demon, who is a big boss in the refining void realm. Unfortunately, his Yin Shen was possessed by Su-Okun of the Kui Demon clan. In order to avoid future troubles, Su Fan directly swallowed its blood and ki, and then destroyed the corpse. Now, not even a trace of the refining virtual realm clone of the Kui Demon clan remains. This time, the Feng family suffered heavy losses. Only a dozen of the hundreds of direct descendants of the family who were in the spirit transformation realm escaped. Such a huge loss would hurt even the big clans in the super plains, let alone a cultivation family. After all, in the Cheoguang Star region, the backbones of any sect or cultivation family are all cultivators in the spirit transformation realm. Although there are many old monsters in the refining virtual realm in the Feng family, they cannot be allowed to show up in many cases. Su Fan glanced at the blood spirit old demon who was collapsed in the distance, and stretched out his hand to absorb his corpse. He took off the other party's storage ring, scanned it with his spiritual sense, and showed a satisfied smile on his face. After all, he was a big boss in the refining virtual realm, and there were really many treasures in the stored ring. However, he did not look at it carefully. After all, it was not safe here, and he had to leave as soon as possible. Su Fan put away the blood spirit old demon storage ring, and absorbed the black small banner into his hand, which was also an 8th level immortal weapon. Although it may be an evil magic weapon, it is not a big deal for him. Unfortunately, the threshold of this thing is too high, and he can't use it in a short time. At this time, Yaksha and Sunji came back happily. One look at their expressions shows that they have gained a lot. Su Fan summoned the ghost crow, jumped on its back, and then left with a whistle. A few days later, Su Fan returned to the resource supply point. When he saw the scene at the resource supply point, he was also confused. Why did so many people gather here? Su Fan walked into the resource supply point calmly and found that it was already crowded. Now, let alone finding an inn, even the hall of the restaurant was crowded with people, and there was no place to sit inside. Many monks who came back late sat cross-legged on both sides of the street, anxiously waiting for the arrival of the flying boat. Su Fan found a place and sat down cross-legged. Hearing the discussions around him, he suddenly realized that the culprit was actually him. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. In the fierce battle with the Feng family just now, he not only used the 8th level immortal weapon, but also activated several 8th level immortal talismans. Especially the battle between Su Fan and Su-Okun of the Kui Demon clan was earth-shattering. The 397th fragment space was in danger because of the two people. This scared the monks who were exploring the 397th fragment space, and even scared away the people at the resource supply points. Okay, let's wait with the others. Su Fan waited at the resource supply point for a few days, and then a flying boat appeared above the resource supply point. He and everyone else squeezed into a flying boat and left the 397th fragment space. Although the price of a boat ticket has skyrocketed tenfold now, no one cares at all. Now every flying boat is overloaded, dozens of times the number of people it usually carries. Every cabin is stuffed with more than a dozen people, and even the quarters are full of people. As long as they can leave the 397th fragment space, everyone just wants to leave this damn place as soon as possible. Half a month later, The law enforcement monks sent by Shiangsu Market also rushed to the 397th fragment space to investigate the earth-shaking battle that took place there. Although Su Fan tried his best to destroy the scene, this is a world of cultivation, and all kinds of gloomy and strange methods emerge in an endless stream. Even if he completely destroyed the traces of the scene, he could not hide it from the eyes of those high-level monsters. Although their identities could not be found, at least the battle process of this war could be fully reviewed. Dozens of gods sent by Shiangsu Market found the location of the battle, used various means to review it, and finally came to an astonishing fact. In this earth-shaking battle, not only hundreds of gods were killed, but also an old monster in the realm of refining virtuality who suppressed the realm fell here. And the murderer who created this bloody case was actually from one person. What's more frightening is that this murderer is only a late Yuanian cultivator. Although no one believed this fact, and even more than a dozen masters of the refining void realm suppressed their realm and came here in person, they still came to the same conclusion in the end. This matter could not be concealed at all, and soon spread to more than a dozen nearby star fields. Moreover, this news was still spreading at an alarming speed. It is estimated that it will spread throughout the entire world of cultivation in a short time. Of course, most people sneered at this news. A cultivator in the late nascent soul realm slaughtered hundreds of cultivators in the god transformation realm alone, and also killed a master in the refining void realm across levels. You brag, but you also have to use logic. Although the master in the refining void realm suppressed his realm by force, his strength was not something that a cultivator in the god transformation realm could defeat. Not to mention a cultivator in the late nascent soul realm, even a master in the refining void realm would not dare to boast so much. More than a dozen Feng family cultivators who escaped from the fragment space number 397 by chance returned to Shiangsu Market and reported the matter to the family as soon as possible. When they learned that hundreds of cultivators in the god transformation realm of the family were wiped out in one day, the entire Feng family suddenly wailed. There are not many cultivators in the god transformation realm left in the Feng family. Although the family can still gather hundreds of cultivators in the god transformation realm, they are all from the side branches or hired by the family. If the family's survival is at stake, these people cannot be relied on at all. Although the family's top leaders tried their best to conceal the news, how could a high-level family like the Feng family not have enemies? So the spies planted in the Feng family by other families soon leaked the news. When the Feng family's enemies learned of the news, they were immediately ecstatic. How could the other party miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? So they spread the news without thinking. Not only that, the Feng family's enemies also hired a large number of independent cultivators to publicize the matter. Not long after, the news caused an uproar in the Chaoguang Star region. Of course, the cultivators in various planes of the Chaoguang Star region could not believe it after hearing the news. Although they knew that Su Fan was powerful, it was impossible for him to kill hundreds of Feng family cultivators in the god transformation realm by himself. So at first, everyone treated this as a joke. However, a piece of news from the falling star ruins once again set off the entire Chaoguang Star region. A world-shaking battle took place in the 397th fragment space, which almost broke the fragment space. It is said that a late-stage nascent soul cultivator killed hundreds of transformation realm cultivators alone. What's even more outrageous is that an old monster in the refining void realm also fell. When this news spread to other star regions, everyone treated it as a joke. But when the cultivators in the Chaoguang Star region heard the news, they were all shocked and stunned. Because the news that just came out from the Feng family was so consistent with the news from the falling star ruins. Next, with the promotion of those who were interested, the whole story was slowly revealed. Coupled with the news that came out from the Feng family, the cultivators in the entire Chaoguang Star region believed more and more that this matter was true. Not only that, the news from the Feng family also quickly spread to the falling star ruins. The name Fansu also spread quickly in the world of cultivation. Although there are still many people who don't believe this, soon Su Fan's previous record was also checked by those who are interested. From his previous record, it can be seen that this guy always wins with fewer and stronger, and with weaker and stronger. Especially in the unknown fragment space of the falling star sky ruins, he killed hundreds of Shinran cultivators alone, which made everyone stunned. Many cultivators who know the Shinran clan know that any Shinran cultivator can communicate with the same clan leaders in the upper world. When Shinran cultivators fight with others, it's like cheating. Ordinary cultivators have no chance of winning when they meet them. But Su Fan killed hundreds of Shinran cultivators and destroyed their altars with his own strength. This is simply an impossible task, but it is something that has really happened. Many people even got confirmation from the Shinran clan through multiple inquiries. Now this news has spread throughout the world of cultivation. Although there are still many people who are skeptical, more people have believed that this is true. A few years later, Yuanmang Star Region, Cultivation. In the early morning, a flying boat slowly landed at the airport of Yuhei Ferry City. Su Fan followed the crowd and got off the flying boat. He looked at the dense crowd in the square and couldn't help but sigh secretly. He spent almost all of this year in the cabin of the flying boat, and finally got a little popularity. Since leaving the 397 fragment space, he first returned to Shiangsu Market, and then passed through the smuggling airport and paid a high price to leave the falling star Shiangsu. That's not all, he changed several identities, traveled through several star regions, and finally came to Cultivation in Yuanmang Star Region. Of course, before leaving the falling star Shiangsu, Su Fan deliberately left his ore there. Anyway, even if the Feng family came over, the falling star Shiangsu is so big, let them toss there. Cultivation has very little land, and it is basically covered by the Vast Sea, and there are islands everywhere. Chapter 807 Who gave this bonus? Although most of Cultivation is covered by the vast ocean, Cultivation's cultivation resources are extremely rich. Especially the spiritual vein resources of the archipelagos, which are among the best even in all the superplanes of the Yuanmang Star region. Yuhei Xiancheng is located on the largest island of the Chisha Islands. The mountain not far away is the gate of the Yuhei Dao Palace. The Chisha Islands cover an area of millions of miles, and there are tens of thousands of islands of all sizes scattered around. In Cultivation, a large sect like the Yuhei Dao Palace generally occupies an archipelago, and occupies the main island and other islands with the richest spiritual vein resources. Some islands with better spiritual vein resources are owned by various cultivation families attached to the Yuhei Dao Palace. The remaining outer islands can only be owned by individual cultivators, especially the densely packed small islands on the outermost edge, which are the places where countless miserable individual cultivators rely on for survival. Cultivation is not dominated by the human race alone. In the depths of those vast oceans, there are all territories of the Sea Clan. Although the human race occupies the sea areas of various archipelagos with the most abundant spiritual energy, the area controlled by the Sea Clan is actually countless times larger than that of the human race. Until today, most of the sea areas of Cultivation have not been visited by human monks. In the ancient times, the Sea Clan was the overlord of Cultivation, and the human race could only live on various islands. Fortunately, the human monks have been self-reliant, and with the efforts of generations of human monks, they finally have the strength to compete with the Sea Clan. Next, a protracted war broke out between the two races. It is said that the battle was so fierce that tens of thousands of miles of sea were bloody. Many classics passed down by the human race have recorded the heroic deeds of the human monks in those days. Later, with the continuous rise of the human race, the Sea Clan gradually retreated to the depths of the ocean and signed a contract with the human race. Only then did Cultivation restore peace. Although the two tribes have signed a peace agreement, conflicts and frictions often occur in some sea areas where the two tribes meet, and some beast tides also appear in some sea areas. But Cultivation is generally peaceful, at least the leaders of the two tribes are very restrained. Su Fan stood on the huge airport square and took a deep breath. The extremely rich spiritual energy made him shudder. It must be said that Cultivation is worthy of being a superplane. The spiritual energy resources here are indeed too rich. Through the faint haze, you can see the mist in the distance covering the green mountains, and the spiritual energy is dense, like a fairyland. There should be the mountain gate of Yuhei Palace. The extremely magnificent and huge ancient city that can be vaguely seen not far away is the destination of his trip, Yuhei City. Su Fan walked towards Yuhei City with a dense flow of people. From outside the city, it can be seen that the scale of this fairy city is definitely not small. He passed through the heavy city gate, and his vision suddenly opened up. He saw a street more than 100 feet wide, with attics and mansions on both sides, one after another. And the shadows of tall buildings stretched as far as the eye could see. The street was bustling with people coming and going, and the shops on both sides of the street were carved with jade, one after another, and it seemed extremely lively. Su Fan first found an inn in the city to settle down, and then wandered around the city. Although he had been mentally prepared, the prices in Yuhei Fairy City still refreshed his cognition. Anyway, it was much more expensive than Jiaoguang Star Domain. Although Su Fan was now wealthy, he was not prepared to live in such a place. It was too extravagant. Although he guessed that the Feng family had no spare energy to hunt him down, he made such a big fuss in the falling star ruins, which was equivalent to poking a hole in the sky. It was estimated that it would not take long before it would attract the attention of Wangchuan Palace. Once this long-standing killer organization sent people to come, they would definitely follow the clues he left behind to find him. So it's better not to live in the city. It's better to change your local identity and hide on a small island. Su Fan walked into a restaurant on the street, found a seat in the hall, asked the waiter to order a table of signature dishes, and then started eating. Su Fan ate while listening to the chats of the monks around him, but until he finished his meal, he didn't hear any useful information for him. Nanshan Island, located in the southwest of the Chisha Islands, belongs to the outer waters of the archipelago. This island has an area of tens of thousands of miles and is the largest island in the sea area. It is jointly managed by several small and medium-sized cultivation families. Because Nanshan Island is located in the outer waters of the Chisha Islands, there are countless casual cultivators who hunt sea beasts in the open sea. Especially the several port ferry cities along the coast are overcrowded, and the public security is also very chaotic. There are countless casual cultivator organizations of various evil natures. Not only that, because there are so many people in the city, it is also a fertile ground for bandit cultivators and evil cultivators to live. In fact, the situation in all the outer waters of the entire Chisha Islands is similar to this. As the saying goes, live by the mountain, eat by the mountain, live by the sea, eat by the sea. In order to obtain the cultivation resources needed for cultivation, countless poor casual cultivators can only risk their lives to hunt sea beasts in the open sea, or go deep into the seabed to collect various rare minerals and spiritual herbs. Behe City is a port city on Nanshan Island. The city is not large, but the population in the city is not small. Every year, countless casual cultivators from all over the country gather here. The permanent population and floating population in the city add up to more than 1 million. There are even more low-level casual cultivators living outside the city. Now, a gathering place of town size has been formed, which is almost connected into one piece. If you walk along the coastline to both sides, you can see more messy wooden houses and shacks stacked together in a messy manner. In the afternoon, Su Fan walked into an alley deep in the city. At this time, his appearance and figure have completely changed. He looks about 40 years old, with a square face and wide jaw, fair and beardless, and a bookish air between his eyebrows. He doesn't look like a cultivator at all, but has the bearing of a teacher in a school. This alley is called Gujing Lane. Although the street is narrow, the densely packed shops on both sides still fill the entire alley. Su Fan came to the door of a shop called Miaofu Pavilion and walked in. The shop is not large, but it looks antique. The opening is only more than 3 meters. There is a counter in front, which is filled with various talismans. There are rows of wooden cabinets against the wall around the shop, on which are placed some high-level fairy talismans such as jade talismans and talismans. Although the location here is not very good, in the Behe city where every inch of land is valuable, the accumulation of several generations of ordinary cultivators may not be enough to own such a shop. Shopkeeper, you are back. Seeing him coming back, a pretty female cultivator who practiced Qi quickly stood up from behind the counter and greeted him warmly. Su Fan nodded to the girl and walked straight to the back room of the shop. The room inside is a tea room, which is very simply decorated, with only a table and a row of bookcases. It is usually used for meeting guests. Through the tea room is a small independent courtyard, with 3 rooms in front. The hall in the middle is the study, and the 2 sides are the bedroom and the talisman-making room. Su Fan came to the hall and sat down cross-legged, then brewed a pot of spiritual tea, poured himself a cup, and then took a sip. Now his new identity is Liu Mazian, a casual cultivator in the late Jiandin realm. Liu Mazian used to be a scholar in the mortal kingdom. He got a chance by chance and embarked on the immortal path. But because he was nearly 30 years old at that time, and his aptitude was average, if he practiced normally, he would only practice to the late key training realm in his life. Liu Mazian was of course unwilling to let his immortal path be interrupted, so he resolutely stepped into the evil way and became an evil cultivator that everyone wanted to kill. Although he had been practicing for so many years, fortunately, He had good luck in Taoism and got a good opportunity, and thus broke through the Jinden realm. He had been hanging around in Behe City for decades, and only then did he use up his savings to open such a shop in the city. Su Fan stayed in Yuhai Xianchang for only one night and then left, and then he looked for a suitable identity in various places in Chisha Islands. He spent more than a year, almost traveling all over the Chisha Islands, and then he accidentally met Liu Mazian in Behe City. Su Fan watched him for several months, and then he determined the target and decided to take action. Because this identity is too suitable for him. This guy is extremely cautious, never speaks alone, and is extremely low-key. Moreover, he has been hanging around in Behe City for decades, but he doesn't even have a friend. Except for anonymously attending evil cultivator gatherings or participating in some illegal activities of evil cultivators, he usually stays at home. He concealed it very well. Not to mention that other cultivators didn't know that he was an evil cultivator. Even the evil cultivator organizations in the city knew that this person existed, but they didn't know his true identity in the city. More importantly, Liu Mazian has been in Behe City for decades, and he has been running a shop for several years. Although he didn't have many friends, many people knew him. Especially in the circle of talisman masters, almost everyone knew him. It was best to live with a local, so that he could use this identity to successfully hide in the city. After all, the Behe City was a mixed crowd, with a large number of migrant population every year, and the number of people inside and outside the city added up to more than 1 million. When the Wangchuan Palace caught up with Behe City, even if they knew he was in the city, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack to find him among so many people. Su Fan had changed his new identity for several months, but he didn't reveal any flaws. In addition, the evil method in the chapter of the long-standing evil book, the record of stealing the sky and changing the day to wash away sins and eliminate evils, was indeed extraordinary. Moreover, Liu Mazian was usually taciturn, so he was able to get away with it smoothly and adapted to this new identity in a very short time. Although Behe City was extremely chaotic and mixed with all kinds of people, it was the most suitable place for Su Fan. Moreover, the city of Behe City is actually quite good. The main reason is that the public security of those scattered cultivators outside the city is relatively poor, especially in the outer sea. Anyway, Su Fan didn't even plan to leave Behe City, let alone go out to sea to hunt sea beasts. He just wanted to stay here until he died. Su Fan drank a few cups of spiritual tea, and then took out a jade slip from his ring and put it on his forehead. This jade slip was seized from the Xianren clan by him. It came from a talisman cultivator from a super plane. The jade slip contained the talisman inheritance from the other sect. Although it was not the secret hall tradition, it was also very precious to Su Fan. Su Fan put the jade slip down, then closed his eyes and sat cross-legged there, studying and pondering carefully. After a while, he came to the talisman making room, took out a complete set of talisman making tools, and began to draw talismans. In the past few months, Su Fan hardly left the house, except for practicing the fundamental method Hunuhuiki's Hunjing every day, and the second round of blood tempering through dragon elephant swallowing yuan training blood mysterious art. He spent almost all the rest of the day studying this great talisman inheritance. There was no way Liu Mazian's attainments in the talisman were much deeper than his. After all, this guy had done almost nothing else for so many years, and studied how to make talismans every day. In order not to reveal his tracks in the future, he had to shorten the gap between the two and the talisman in the shortest possible time. Su Fan already had a foundation in the talisman, and with the inspiration of this talisman inheritance jade slip, Su Fan has made considerable progress in the talisman. Although he could not compare with Liu Mazian in the attainments of the talisman for the time being, fortunately, there were still a lot of stocks in the wonderful talisman pavilion, which could at least cope with a few months. A few months was enough for him to improve his attainments in the talisman, at least to reach more than half of the other party's ability. For many years to come, he would have to rely on the identity of a talisman master to hide his identity in Behe City, so he kept drawing until midnight, then put down the talisman pen, and then pinched with swollen and painful temples with his hands. Su Fan picked up the 5th level talisman on the table, nodded with satisfaction, and then put it into his ring. In any case, his attainments in the art of talismans are getting higher and higher. Su Fan took a deep breath, and then took out a black miniature array disc from his ring. This was seized from Liu Mazian, and it was the communication tool of the evil cultivation organization he joined. In fact, This thing is almost the same as the array disk of the demon house that Su Fan seized from the evil cultivator in Cheoguang Star region. Su Fan picked up the black miniature array disk, and then used Liu Mazian's breath to activate the miniature array disk. Buzz! With a buzzing sound, a light curtain instantly rose in front of Su Fan. I saw that the light curtain was constantly updated with various messages released by members of this evil cultivation organization. Most of these messages were rewards for various tasks, as well as information on intelligence transactions, which were exactly the same as the platform of the demon house at the beginning. Su Fan looked at it for a while and wanted to put this miniature array disk into his ring. Just as he stretched out his hand to close the light curtain, a red message suddenly popped up. Who put this bonus? In the underground world of the cultivation world, no matter which organization's trading platform it is, as long as a red message appears, it means that something big has happened. But when he saw the red message on the light curtain, he was shocked. Chapter 808. This time I really have to flee to the end of the world. Fuck. Seeing the lines of red words on the light screen, Su Fan couldn't help but swear. Su Fan, from the Qingquang star field, formerly known as Fan Su, is in the late nascent soul realm, majoring in the demonic body Dao, and minoring in the evil blood Dao and the witch blood sacrifice deification method. Previous battle records: 1. He once killed 487 God Transformation Realm cultivators from the Feng family of Quniwanshan, and a Void Refining Realm cultivator, the old demon Zuling, in the fragment space number 397 of the Falling Star Sky ruins. 2. He once killed 487 celestial cultivators from the Kaianshan star field, 191 demon cultivators from the Huanggu star field, and 213 demon cultivators from the Jiaodao star field in an unknown fragment space of the Falling Star Sky ruins. 3. He once killed 5 God Transformation cultivators from the Xianli Valley and 378 nascent soul cultivators in the Chiksha sky. 4. He once killed in the Yaogu star field. He saw the bounty on the light curtain, and the person who offered the bounty was none other than himself. Moreover, all of Su Fan's information has been made public, and even his past in the Blue Sky Star domain has been thoroughly investigated. At this moment, Su Fan felt cold all over, as if he had been stripped naked and stood in front of everyone. And it was the Forget River Palace that issued the bounty, and this bounty was enough to tempt everyone. Perhaps the big guys in the fusion realm would not take it seriously, but those old monsters in the refining void realm would definitely be tempted. Such bounties are rare in the world of cultivation, and once they are issued, they will cause a great sensation. Moreover, the underground world of all the star domains in the entire world of cultivation will see this eye-catching bounty. It is not necessary to guess that the release of this bounty will definitely explode the entire underground world. At that time, all the killer organizations, evil cultivation organizations, and even many sects and cultivation families in the entire world of cultivation will secretly participate in the hunt for him. Not to mention the cultivators of various races such as the demons, monsters, and insects, they will definitely get involved. Although Su Fan is strong and his previous record is extremely amazing, this world of cultivation is too big. There must be many monsters and perverts like him. What on earth is Wangchuan Palace trying to do? I just killed a low-level assassin team of yours. Do you really have to do this? No, Wangchuan Palace is not going to spend so much money for an assassin team. There must be someone else who posted this bounty, but just borrowed the Wangchuan Palace killer organization to post it. Su Fan thought about it, and then posted a bounty message for intelligence on the platform of this evil cultivation organization. The reason he offered this intelligence was to find out who it was that offered this bounty through Wangchuan Palace. Not long after Su Fan's bounty was posted, someone privately chatted with him, and the price was very low, which means that this information is no longer a secret. He made a deal with the other party and finally solved the mystery. It turned out that the Celestials and the Feng family jointly used the Forgetful River Hall to issue this bounty. It was normal for the Feng family to participate in it, and now they have an irreconcilable blood feud with him. Su Fan not only killed Feng Qinglan, the most talented son of the Feng family, but also wreaked havoc on the Feng family's territory, even breaking the main spiritual vein of the family. That's not all, he also killed hundreds of Feng family's direct descendants in the 397 fragment space. Now that the Feng family has been seriously injured, it is unclear whether they can protect the family's interests in the future, so why would they want to hunt him down? But for the Feng family, Su Fan must die. If this monster is allowed to grow up, The whole family will be overturned by this guy in the future. So no matter how much it costs, Su Fan must be killed. Not to mention the Celestials. You have to know that the nearly 1,000 Celestials who entered the fragment space are all carefully selected members of the clan. The Celestial race has a very poor reproductive capacity, and there are not many children in the race. It is definitely a big loss to lose so many elite members in the falling star sky ruins. The reason why the Celestial race cultivators were almost annihilated in the fragment space was all thanks to Su Fan. The old monsters from several star fields who participated in the gambling game must have signed some agreement, so the Celestial race did not send people to retaliate against him afterwards. With the vengeful nature of the Celestial race, they will definitely not let it go. Moreover, the Celestial race has a deep foundation and is rich and powerful. With their strength, they can definitely afford this reward. In fact, the Feng family can participate in it, just as a favor. Su Fan couldn't help but sigh. Last time in the unknown fragment space of the falling star sky ruins, he offended the Celestial race too much. In fact, he had thought that the Celestial race might retaliate against him, but the big guys in the Chaoguang star field did not remind him of this, so he didn't take it to heart. Who would have thought that the Celestials would be so extreme that they would directly offer a bounty that would make people jealous? And from the information released by the Wangchuan Palace, he had been thoroughly investigated by others. This means that the Celestials may have already found the Wangchuan Palace, and at that time the Wangchuan Palace should have been investigating him with all its strength. Unexpectedly, after such an investigation, his underwear was also torn off. The Wangchuan Palace discovered that this kid had actually killed a killer team of the organization, and had already been on the bounty list of the organization. Therefore, for this bounty jointly launched by the Celestials and the Feng family, the Wangchuan Palace will definitely not spare any effort to support it. Thinking of this, Su Fan covered his face. Damn, I really have to flee this time. In this world of cultivation, once someone issues a bounty, the cultivator who is rewarded will be the enemy of the world. After all, there is a threshold for bounties. Even if ordinary small families want to issue it, no one will pay attention to you because they are not qualified. After all, issuing a bounty bonus is not only costly, but also requires a certain influence. In fact, if it weren't for the help of the Celestial race, the Feng family alone would not have the qualifications. Because of the previous arrangements, he would definitely buy some time. It would take at least 1 or 2 years for the Forgetful River Hall and those cultivators who want to get this bonus to find him. Su Fan must take advantage of this time to use the Dragon Elephant Swallowing Yuan Training Blood mysterious art to temper the blood of the Outer Domain Fusion Realm demon in his body again. Do your best to improve your strength. If you can break through the God Transformation Realm, it would be great. Unfortunately, time is still too tight. Although Su Fan has reached the late stage of the nascent soul realm, he still needs to accumulate many years to break through the God Transformation Realm. It is estimated that it will take hundreds of years at the fastest, unless he encounters a heaven-defying opportunity, or he will not even be able to touch the threshold of the God Transformation Realm within 100 years. Just when Su Fan was worried about this matter, the entire underground world had exploded. In this world of cultivation, no one has issued a bounty for many years, and this bonus is still so eye-catching. Therefore, the underground world of each star field is asking around for Su Fan. Especially in some places where Su Fan has been, the cultivators there have long heard of this monster. All those who have heard of Su Fan can't help but sigh. This guy is really a disaster. No matter where he goes, he will cause a few big incidents that will make the sky leak. The release of this bounty not only set off an uproar in the underground world. Even the elite cultivators of all races in various superstar fields were shocked by the news, especially when they saw the price of the bonus. Their eyes turned red. Even if many cultivators with rich wealth do not take this bonus seriously, they also want to get it. After all, in this world of cultivation, no one has issued a bounty for many, many years. Once you get this bonus, it will definitely be an honor that you can show off for a lifetime. Although Su Fan's record of fighting against the sky can scare away most of the cultivators in this world of cultivation. But it will definitely not let the genius monks of the various races in the superstar field be deterred by this heaven-defying record. Moreover, some warlike races will even regard this bounty as a test for them in order to test the elite members of the tribe. Even some super sects in the human race have disciples who are drooling over this bonus. Especially some disciples of the demon sect and the sword sect, Some people are tempted and have begun to make arrangements. Now Su Fan is the naked meat of Tang Monk, and everyone wants to have a bite. The reason why Wang Chunhao announced Su Fan's series of heaven-defying records is also for this reason. It is to make people recognize the gap between themselves and Su Fan, so that no one will want to get involved. In the end, none of the monks who can participate in this matter are simple. In the early morning, Su Fan sat cross-legged in a thatched cottage in the secret realm. He slowly opened his eyes and then let out a long sigh. Now he has moved into the new secret realm. Sister Zhen specially built a simple thatched cottage for him in a quiet place. Every day, Su Fan would practice the dragon elephant swallowing yuan and practicing blood mysterious art in this thatched cottage to temper his blood. Sister Zhen summoned her ghost soldiers and countless zombies every day to build a large-scale project in the secret realm. Even the unlucky Yasha was caught by her as a long-term worker and followed her around in this huge secret realm every day. Su Fan didn't have the heart to care about these trivial things now, so he let Sister Zhen do whatever she wanted. He has been in Beihei City for several months, and every day he would use the dragon elephant swallowing yuan and practicing blood mysterious art to temper the blood of the outer domain fusion realm demon. However, the second round of blood tempering took much longer than he imagined, and it was estimated that it would take another year to complete the second round of tempering. Su Fan also knew that it was useless to rush about this matter. This is a water grinding skill, and it can only be polished slowly bit by bit. Master, it's time to eat. Sister Zhen came back for a rare visit today and made breakfast for him. Now she is a busy person, and she doesn't know what she is doing every day, and she can't even take care of her master. Sister Zhen specially selected a few beautiful female ghost slaves for Su Fan to serve his daily life in the thatched cottage every day. Su Fan has long been accustomed to Sister Zhen's service, and he doesn't like the female ghost slaves. A group of ghosts are floating around the thatched cottage, making the temperature around the thatched cottage very cold every day. Su Fan stood up from the ground, then walked out of the thatched cottage and sat down at the dining table in the yard outside. Sister Zhen led a group of ghost slaves to float in from outside with plates and bowls, and in a short while, they filled the dining table. Although Su Fan is already a late nascent soul cultivator, his appetite has not decreased, but has become larger and larger. Especially after the first round of bloodline tempering, his appetite has increased by more than doubled compared to before. Sister Zhen waved her hand and sent several female ghost slaves away, then she stayed by the master's side, hugged his arm and watched him eat. Master, when are you going to inspect the secret realm? What are the rules? You should also give me some advice. You are so nice to talk about, but you have been tossing around in the secret realm for so long. When have you ever asked for my opinion? I don't have time now, you can do it slowly. Sister Zhen laughed and leaned her head on his shoulder. Master, this is what you said, then I will do it according to my own ideas first. She said it as if you would listen to my ideas. However, although Sister Zhen's talent in ghosts is not very good, she has done a good job in this regard. She did a good job in the previous secret realm. Although Su Fan didn't like it, he had to admit that she did a good job in every place. Well, don't bother me with these trivial things in the future, Master. Sister Zhen shook Su Fan's body, acted coquettishly for a while, and then stuck to him again. Master, if you have time, can you help me get some mortals in? This secret realm is too big, and I need help from others. Of course, it would be even better if I could get some monks in. After listening to Sister Zhen's words, Su Fan thought about it and felt that it was not impossible to get some people in from outside. After all, this secret realm is too big, almost catching up with a small mortal country. Anyway, if you get people in, they have to sign a soul contract with him, so there will be no problem. But now he has become someone else's bonus. And now he has enemies all over the world, so how can he care about these trivial things? Okay, wait until I have time. After Su Fan finished breakfast, he left the portable secret realm and came to the shop outside. He came to the front room of the shop, explained to the girl, and then left the shop and walked around the city. Although Su Fan now spends most of his time every day using the dragon elephant swallowing yuan training blood mysterious art to temper his blood, he still has to show his face every few days. He came to the main street in the city, found a quiet tea house and walked in. He found a tea house in the hall, ordered a pot of spiritual tea and a few plates of exquisite snacks, and then drank slowly. While Su Fan was leisurely sipping the spiritual tea, he concentrated on listening to the conversations of the monks in other tea houses. The restaurants and tea houses were crowded with people, and he often went here to get information in the past few months. After listening for a while, Su Fan didn't hear the information he wanted. Just when he was about to pay the bill and leave, the words of several monks in the tea house next to him made him alert all of a sudden. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 809. If that is the case, he can only accept his fate. Have you heard that someone recently offered a bounty bonus? You just found out? It's been several months. I heard about it a long time ago. I just found out about this yesterday. It would be great if we could get this bonus. Shut up. Do you know who offered the bounty? That's Fan Su. No, that's a pseudonym. He should be called Su Fan. Really? If it's this monster, then forget it. It's good that you have this self-knowledge. I heard that many people went to the Falling Star Sky ruins, looking for that kid there. Hey. It's said that the bounty bonus was issued by the Forgotten River Palace. Even if that kid's strength is amazing, he's finished. Listening to the cultivators in the tea house next to him talking about himself, Su Fan couldn't help but smile bitterly. The news of the bounty bonus has spread to the Blue Sea City, and it is estimated that the entire cultivation world should know about it. According to the chats of these cultivators, Su Fan also got some information that is beneficial to him. At least for the time being, those who are chasing him have now gone to the Falling Star Sky ruins, which means that the previous arrangements have bought him a lot of time. But he knew in his heart that they would find out his whereabouts sooner or later. Although the heavenly secrets in the record of stealing the sky and changing the day to wash away sins is very profound, it can only disrupt the divination of the monks of the divine Dao, and cannot fundamentally solve the problem. That's why Su Fan frequently changed places. In fact, when he first came to Cultivation, he just wanted to leave a trace of key here. The purpose was also to buy time for himself, until he met Liu Mazian later and thought this identity was good. After careful consideration, he decided to stay in Cultivation. In addition, most of Cultivation's territory is covered by the boundless sea. It is said that the area where the human race and the sea battle fought in the past formed many ancient battlefields that were rarely visited. Now these ancient battlefields have turned into pieces of dangerous places. The environment of these dangerous places is extremely complex. Even the monks of the human race and the sea race in Cultivation will not easily enter there. It's not that no one has set foot there, but they are all desperate bandits who are trying to avoid their enemies, and evil cultivators who have committed heinous bloody cases. Su Fan seized a jade slip from Liu Mazian's ring, which contained detailed maps of several ancient battlefields. This guy is extremely cautious. The maps of the ancient battlefields in this jade slip are actually a way out for him. If those who are chasing for the bounty suddenly chase to Cultivation, Su Fan will not be caught off guard. At least he can escape to several ancient battlefields to deal with them. In addition, according to the map in the jade slip, there are several virtual cracks on the seabed of the ancient battlefield area. Of course, Su Fan will not choose to escape through the virtual cracks unless it is absolutely necessary. After all, the virtual cracks are very unreliable, and no one knows what is on the other side of the virtual cracks. Last time he came to Cultivation through the virtual cracks, it was definitely a blessing. In fact, there are many planes in this world of cultivation that are not suitable for cultivators to survive, and some are controlled by alien races. Once you go there, it will be difficult to come back. Thinking of this, Su Fan couldn't help but sigh. Although this world of cultivation is very large, he really doesn't know where to go for a while. Whatever happens, God won't let the sparrow starve to death. At worst, I'll just fight them. Su Fan paid the bill, left the tea house, and then walked around the city. The ordinary cultivators in Behe City didn't know much about the bounty bonus, and they probably just heard it from hearsay. If you want to get more information, you still have to go through Liu Mazian's evil organization. Su Fan thought for a while, then came to a courtyard in a remote alley in the city, opened the door and walked in. This is a foothold arranged by Liu Mazian in the city. Whenever he attends a gathering of evil cultivators, he comes here to change his identity first. In the evening, Su Fan, who has changed his appearance and figure, came to a luxury hotel in the city. This hotel is similar to the club in the previous life. It is a membership-based reservation hotel and does not usually receive other customers. and it is said that the shareholders behind the hotel are not small. They are the direct descendants of a certain cultivation family in Nanshan Island. Liu Mazian and other evil cultivators have different gathering places every time. They all announce the gathering place in code words on the platform of the evil cultivator organization before the gathering. Su Fan showed his identity J talisman at the entrance of the hotel, and then, under the guidance of a female cultivator, he came to a luxurious pavilion deep in the hotel. At this moment, a cultivator in the Jinden realm was standing in front of the door of the pavilion. Seeing him coming, he hurriedly came up to him and bowed to him. "Friend Mo, you haven't been here for a while." Su Fan used the secret technique of the demon sex soul Dao to get Liu Mazian's complete memory. This person's name is Chen Ming, who is also an evil cultivator. He has met Liu Mazian several times, but the two are not very familiar with each other. Su Fan also bowed to the other party and smiled. "Hello, friend Chen, I have been in seclusion recently. Congratulations, friend, your cultivation has improved greatly." Su Fan chatted with the other party for a few words, then went to the second floor and walked into the private room, and then stepped into the wall of the private room. He entered the secret realm and saw a valley not far ahead, which was the gathering place. At this moment, dozens of cultivators have gathered by the pool under a waterfall at the end of the valley. Their cultivation levels are all in the foundation building stage or the golden elixir stage. Su Fan walked over and greeted a few cultivators he knew, and then found a place to sit cross-legged. Liu Mazian is usually very low-key. Even when attending the gathering of evil cultivators, he is always silent and mostly nodding acquaintances with others. Su Fan knows that the evil cultivators attending this gathering, like Liu Mazian, will not use their real identities. Except for the cultivators with whom they have a deep friendship, others don't know who the people around them are. Evil cultivators are like rats crossing the street, and everyone shouts and beats them. Every evil cultivator is very cautious, and no one wants others to know their details. Because the host of this gathering has not arrived yet, these evil cultivators are chatting with people they are familiar with. "Everyone, is there any news about the bounty offered by the Frigate River Palace? I have a friend in the Falling Star Ruins. According to him, no one has received a bounty yet. The unexplored area of the Falling Star Ruins is so large. How can we find anyone once we get in there? That kid should just come to our Cultivation. Although we can't get the bounty, we can also make a lot of money by providing information to those people. That kid is a demon who kills without blinking an eye. There are millions of people who have been sacrificed by him. How dare you go after him? Do you think this Su Fan is a cultivator from the demon sect or a member of our evil sect? Who cares who he is? Anyway, he won't come to our place where rabbits don't shit." Su Fan sat there and listened to their chat silently. He found that the topics these evil cultivators talked about were all related to the bounty offered to him. He sighed secretly. He was really angry now. Although I really want to keep a low profile, my strength does not allow it. Now he is completely famous, but not on the traditional sense, but like the red-named players in the game of the previous life, the kind of famous that is hunted by everyone. At this time, a middle-aged cultivator in the nascent soul realm walked into the valley. Meeting Master Hongchuan, the evil cultivators present stood up and respectfully paid homage to each other. Master Hongchuan smiled and waved to everyone, then sat cross-legged at the top. Next, the first thing to do was to sell stolen goods among the evil cultivators. All the people who attended the party took out their own things and traded with the evil cultivators present. After all the evil cultivators had finished trading, it was time for the members who attended the party to exchange information with each other. Of course, the information exchanged at this time was not valuable news. It was nothing more than some information exchanged between some evil cultivation organizations, at most some newly transmitted information. Just got the exact news that the Forgetful River Hall and some organizations have left the Falling Star Sky Ruins. Master Hongchuan was the first to speak. Compared with others, he had more channels for information. After hearing what the other party said, Su Fan frowned immediately. It seems that those killer organizations such as Wangchuan Palace must have tracked down a trace of his breath through various means. Let these people who are chasing him to toss around in the Falling Star Sky Ruins for more than a year, which can be regarded as achieving the effect he wants. I just don't know whether the trace of breath they tracked was Zhao Haitian, or the aura he deliberately arranged in other planes. Okay, let's do whatever we want. It can't be That guy has never been in the Falling Star Sky ruins. I think Su Fan should have fooled everyone and deliberately left some clues in the Falling Star Sky ruins to buy time for himself to escape. In addition to the Falling Star Sky ruins, where else can he escape to? Where would be safer than there? That's not necessarily true. It is said that the boy is very cunning, and there are many tricky and treacherous methods. At this moment, the evil cultivators who participated in the party started arguing about this, and finally they quarreled with anger. And quarreled one by one without giving in. Okay, stop talking. It wasn't until Master Hong Chuan spoke that the evil cultivators who attended the gathering shut up. Now Wang Chuan Hall and other organizations have issued a bounty. No matter who it is, as long as they can provide information about Su Fan, they will get a generous reward. He laughed at himself and looked at everyone. Just listen to this. That kid can't come to us. Even if he comes, we shouldn't get involved. When gods fight, we little ghosts will definitely suffer in the end. After hearing Master Hong Chuan's words, the others burst into laughter. Aren't the ancient battlefields of Storm Reefs and Barbarian Blood Sea and Archaeohation quite good hiding places? There are so many star fields in our world, and there are many more dangerous places than the ancient battlefields in Archaeohation. How could he come here? That killing god must not come to Archaeohation. It is said that this guy has a demon seed. He is a disaster. No matter where he goes, he will not be at peace. Now those rumors outside, I think they are all exaggerated. It is said that he killed the old monster in the refining void realm alone and slaughtered hundreds of transformation realm cultivators. I don't believe it. Then, many evil cultivators present began to discuss fiercely again. Seeing that the people below were about to quarrel again, Master Hong Chuan coughed hurriedly, which made everyone stop arguing. Okay. Let's stop here today. After he said that, he ignored the others, stood up from the ground, and then took the lead to walk out of the valley. Su Fan and others hurriedly stood up and bowed to Master Hong Chuan. Until his figure disappeared, the others walked out of the valley one after another, returned to the private room of the pavilion, and then left one after another. Su Fan left the hotel, but did not rush back, but wandered around the streets of Behe City. Now it seems that no matter whether the Wangchuan Palace and other people who are chasing him have tracked him down in Chaohation, he cannot act rashly. Su Fan can only leave it to fate now. At this time, if he leaves Chaohation, it will be more dangerous. Su Fan deliberately left his aura in several star fields. His luck would not be so bad that those people would track Chaohation in an instant. If that is the case, he can only accept his fate. To be honest, Su Fan can't find any other way. He can only deal with it as he sees fit. At least his new identity is still very concealed. Even if the people of Wangchuan Palace really come to Behe City, it is not so easy to find him among more than 1 million cultivators. It is tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack. Thinking of this, Su Fan let out a long breath. No matter what, it's useless to think more now, so I'd better take advantage of this time to improve my strength as much as possible. Try to use the Dragon Elephant Swallowing Yuan Blood Training Mysterious Art to complete the second tempering of the blood of the foreign fusion realm demon in my body before the Forgetful River Palace and those who are chasing me arrive. However, it's time to make some arrangements in advance in the Blue Sea City. Su Fan raised his right hand, pinched a strange finger gesture, and performed an evil secret method. A faint bloodline was seen looming around his hand. Su Fan lifted the secret method. Then turned around and followed a trace of breath, walking deep into the Blue Sea City. After a while, he came to a secluded alley. Just now, when Su Fan was at the party, he cast a spell on several evil cultivators to arrange a trace of breath. The evil secret method he performed came from the tracing chapter of the record of stealing the sky and changing the day to wash away sins and relieve evils. Once it is performed, it is difficult for even the cultivators of the transformation realm to find it. Su Fan walked into the alley and came to a courtyard. He looked around and then his body slowly disappeared into the air. After a while, his figure appeared again from the air. Su Fan turned his head to look at the courtyard, performed the evil secret method again, and then walked in another direction. Chapter 810. It wasn't easy, but I finally made it through. Although Su Fan had prepared himself for the crisis, everything was calm in the next few months. Except for showing up in the store every few days, or occasionally attending an evil gathering to gather intelligence. The rest of the time, he hardly left the house, and used the Dragon Elephant Swallowing Yuan Training Blood Mysterious Art to temper his blood in the secret realm every day. The second round of blood tempering was much slower than he had expected, and he could only grind it bit by bit. Fortunately, although the Forget River Hall and those who were chasing him left the Falling Star Sky ruins, they did not find Zhao Haitian. It is estimated that those people must be tossing in a certain plane now. This shows that some of the means of disrupting the secrets of heaven that he had arranged before have achieved a certain effect and bought him time again. Su Fan did not ask for anything else, just hoping to complete the second round of blood tempering here. He knew very well in his heart that although he could leave a trace of Qi in several star fields, those who were chasing him would sooner or later kill Zhao Haitian. There was no way. This was a world of cultivation, and all kinds of tricky and treacherous means emerged one after another. The reason why Su Fan was able to buy himself such a long time was actually due to the evil Buddha Wangda. If it weren't for the various evil secrets in the record of stealing the sky and washing the sins and resolving evils, Su Fan would have been found by those people long ago. In addition, the woman wood carving that he accidentally obtained allowed him to reconnect with the big boss in the upper world of the woman. If it weren't for the big boss in the upper world of the woman, Su Fan might not even be able to leave the Hanhei Dao Palace, and he would definitely not be able to escape the pursuit of the Feng family's gods. During this period, Su Fan participated in several evil cultivator gatherings, but did not get much information. After the Wangchuan Palace and those who were chasing him left the Falling Star Shiangsu, the news about the bounty bonus was obviously not as hot as before. Therefore, every time the evil cultivators who attended the gathering, they didn't discuss much about him. Although there was no information in this regard, Su Fan could guess that those who were chasing him would not be able to find him for at least half a year. In the early morning, Su Fan sat cross-legged in the thatched cottage in the secret realm and slowly opened his eyes. The process of using the dragon elephant swallowing yuan training blood profound art to temper the blood in the second round is not only very slow, but also very painful. As long as Su Fan thought about having to temper 7 rounds of blood in the future, he wanted to die. And the worst thing is that when practicing the dragon elephant swallowing yuan training blood profound art to temper the blood, he could not use the bug of the game panel. He could only grind day and night, and the whole process was extremely boring. If there was no reward bonus, he would give up completely after tempering to the 3rd round at most. This is simply not something a human would do. So many times, people's potential is actually forced out. At this time, a ghost floated in from outside, brewed a pot of spiritual tea with quick hands and feet, and then poured him a cup. "Boy, your little ghost slaves are good. Don't you have any ideas?" Su Fan picked up the teacup and took a sip, then looked at the evil Buddha Wangda in the oil lamp next to him. "I've been offered a bounty, so I don't have the energy to think about that now. Let me discuss something with you." After hearing what the evil Buddha Wangda said, he looked at this old bitch with a smile. This guy is really perverted. He only has a wisp of residual soul left, but he still misses those little ghost slaves. These ghost slaves are Sister Zhen's subordinates. If you have any ideas, go and talk to her. Don't look at this old bitch with only a wisp of residual soul left, but he was an evil cultivator in the fusion realm before, and his value is great. With Sister Zhen's character of not taking any loss, she will definitely be able to get some wool out of this old guy. That's what you said, so I'll ask her. If you want it, take it. Anyway, Sister Zhen has a lot of ghost soldiers and ghost generals in her hands. Even if she opens a harem for this old bitch, it's nothing. But it's definitely not possible to get it for free. You have to put up the corresponding chips. Su Fan said that and forgot about it. He didn't take it seriously at all. He was busy tempering his blood every day, so he didn't have the energy to care about these things. A few days later, Sister Zhen came back. I don't know how this old bitch convinced her. Now, in addition to the ghost of Fen Qingshu who was burned by the yin fire every day, there are now a few handsome little ghost slaves in the oil lamp magic weapon. Looking at a group of little ghost slaves surrounding this old man with their greasy and crooked looks, Su Fan felt it was hot. These little ghost slaves are also very perceptive. A high-level residual soul like the evil Buddha Wangda can benefit them a lot with just a few pointers. He glanced at Sister Zhen who was brewing tea for him, and then asked with his mind. What benefits did that old man give you? Receiving the thoughts from her master, Sister Zhen's hand trembled and she almost dropped the teapot in her hand on the ground. No, nothing. Sister Zhen floated over after she finished speaking, picked up the teapot and poured him a cup of spiritual tea. In the past, every time she came back, she would stay by his side for a while, but today, this girl was actually a little afraid to look at him. Then, there's something going on over there, I'll go over and take a look. Sister Zhen said stumblingly, and then she fled from the thatched cottage. Su Fan was about to take a sip of the teacup, but when he saw Sister Zhen's back floating away, he was also confused. What's wrong with this girl? However, Su Fan didn't take it seriously. He drank a few cups of spiritual tea, and then continued to use the dragon elephant swallowing yuan training blood mysterious art to temper his blood. For more than a month, Sister Zhen never showed up again. Su Fan was puzzled. What's wrong with this girl? Is she possessed by evil spirits? No, this is obviously wrong. He turned his head and glanced at the oil lamp magic weapon next to him, and saw that the old bitch Wangda, the evil Buddha, was staying with a few little ghost slaves. Now this old man's life is very comfortable, and it can be said that he is a bridegroom every night. In the past, there was only one ghost to Fen Qingshu to entertain him, but now there are several ghost slaves around him. And he is living a life like a god. People have their own way of playing, and ghosts have their own way of playing. This old scumbag was not a good guy before, and he had sex with a bunch of little ghost slaves every day. Fortunately, Lao Bidin still has a little shame, and he did bad things behind his back. However, since the last time Sister Zhen came into contact with him, he has become nervous, and he has not shown up for more than a month. This matter is a bit weird, and it must be related to this old Bidin. Thinking of this, Su Fan coughed slightly. The evil Buddha Wangda, who was flirting with a few little ghost slaves, heard it and turned his head to look at him. Perhaps he felt the scrutiny in Su Fan's eyes, and he waved his hand to send the little ghost slaves away. Boy, why are you looking at me like that? Su Fan sneered and said, don't talk nonsense to me, tell me. What's going on with Sister Zhen? Hearing his words, the evil Buddha Wangda was stunned for a moment, and then laughed. She just asked me for a ghost way technique, and I gave it to her. Ghost way technique. What kind of ghost way technique can make the stingy Sister Zhen so generous that she specially arranged several beautiful little ghost slaves for this old woman? This is not like Sister Zhen's style. She is a little money grubber. How could she do a loss-making business? What technique does she ask you for? The evil Buddha Wangda laughed and said, she won't let me tell you, you should ask her. This is fucking. Sister Zhen, this damn girl, what is she doing? Okay, she can do whatever she wants. The dead girl hasn't shown up for so long, she should be practicing that ghost way technique, probably wanting to give him a surprise. Su Fan didn't ask Sister Zhen what technique she asked that old bitch for. After all, Sister Zhen was the person he cared about most, and Su Fan still doted on her, letting her do whatever she wanted. This was just a small episode, and Su Fan didn't take it too seriously. The bounty bonus issued by Wangchuan Palace was like an invisible noose, as if it was always hanging over his head. Now Su Fan had only one thought, that is, to improve his strength as much as possible in a limited time before those who were chasing him arrived. As for other things, he didn't care at all. In the following days, Su Fan still spent most of his time every day to temper his blood. Once a person has no distractions, time will pass quickly. In the blink of an eye, several months have passed. Behe City is still as lively as usual, and there is a sense of calm in the chaos. After unremitting efforts, Su Fan used the dragon elephant swallowing yuan training blood mysterious art to finally complete the second round of tempering of his blood. Su Fan stood up from the ground, then came to the yard outside and took a deep breath. It was not easy, but I finally made it through. Before those who were chasing him reached Hanhaitian, he completed another round of blood tempering. Although the process of tempering blood was extremely boring and painful, the effect was still very good. Now the blood of the foreign fusion realm demon in his body was purer than before. This also made Su Fan's data in all aspects significantly improved. Although there was no big leap like before, it was already a very difficult thing. Su Fan's current realm has reached the late stage of the nascent soul realm, and his cultivation has long been stagnant. The next step is to spend 100 years, or even hundreds of years, slowly accumulating and waiting for the opportunity. If a cultivator breaks through the nascent soul realm, it depends on his own qualifications and unremitting efforts, as well as the support of the sect and family. But when it comes to the God transformation realm, it all depends on the cultivator's opportunity and luck. All the cultivators in the late stage of the nascent soul realm who can reach this step are not simple, but those who can finally break through are definitely 1 in 10,000. Even those who can finally break through the half-step God transformation realm are 1 in 1,000. Most of the cultivators would stay at this stage, and then waste thousands of years, and finally turn into a cup of yellow earth. Of course, Su Fan, who is a cheater, is an exception. Therefore, every cultivator who reaches this stage has to endure the dilemma of stagnant cultivation. Su Fan's current physical strength and the strength of his soul have long been tempered to the extreme by him. Even if it is just a slight increase, it is extremely difficult. Now, just using the dragon elephant swallowing yuan blood training mysterious art to complete 2 rounds of tempering of his blood in the body, his data in all aspects have been visibly enhanced by the naked eye. Especially at this time, it is definitely a rare opportunity to obtain this dragon elephant swallowing yuan blood training mysterious art. Moreover, practicing the dragon elephant swallowing yuan blood training mysterious art to temper the trace of the foreign fusion realm great demon blood in the body, each round of tempering will improve his data in all aspects. This is only the second round. If he completes 9 rounds of tempering of the blood, he doesn't know how much it will improve in the end. Because of the practice of dragon elephant swallowing yuan training blood mysterious art, each round of blood tempering will improve the data of various aspects of the body. Of course, the time consumed is also more and more, and the tempering process must be more and more painful. But this is already a very awesome thing. Ask the late Yuanying realm cultivators of the same level as him, which one can make his data in various aspects visible to the naked eye at this stage of stagnation. Who would have thought that a useless body Taoist technique inherited from the ancient times, and no one cares about it, would have such a great effect on him? If those late Yuanying realm cultivators of the same level as him knew about this, they would have to hit their heads and die. This is too annoying. If it were before, Su Fan would definitely think that these adventures of his were the result of the protagonist's halo. But since he knew that he was pregnant with a demon seed, he would never think so again. Su Fan always felt that his fate seemed to be deliberately arranged by someone. Even he couldn't understand why he always encountered various opportunities. High-end stuff like luck is simply not something that Su Fan, a cultivator in the nascent soul stage, can touch. Fortunately, Su Fan has one good thing, that is, he is open-minded. He never bothers to think about anything he doesn't understand. He only believes in one sentence. That is, when a person dies, the bird flies to the sky, and if he doesn't die, he will live for thousands of years. Anyway, he has lived for hundreds of years. If it were in his previous life, it would be enough for him to live for several lifetimes. What the hell is there to be dissatisfied about? Why bother thinking about those things? Now that the second tempering of the blood in his body has been completed, Su Fan should also start to prepare. He wants to take advantage of the time now to go to the ancient battlefields of Cultivation to take a look. Thinking of this, Su Fan returned to the thatched cottage and sat cross-legged, took out a jade slip from the ring and placed it on his forehead. After a while, he put the jade slip down. The maps of several ancient battlefields recorded in this jade slip are relatively detailed. Especially the 2 places of Storm Reefs and Barbarian Bone Blood Sea, which are even more shockingly detailed. It is estimated that these 2 ancient battlefields are dangerous places, and many bandits and evil cultivators must have taken refuge there. Master, the meal is ready. At this time, the ghost of Sister Zhen floated in from outside. This damn girl hasn't been back for a long time. He nodded and stood up from the ground. Just as he was about to go out, he saw Sister Zhen lowering her head and not daring to look at him. Su Fan frowned immediately and said angrily, "You are sick, raise your head." Sister Zhen raised her head with a red face and looked at her master shyly. "Hey, I haven't seen this damn girl for a few months. Why does she look pretty?" Chapter 811 It's normal to fall in love over time. I don't know if it's because I haven't seen her for a long time, but at this moment, Sister Zhen seems to have changed into a different person. She is wearing a black robe, her skin is as white as cream, her sleeves are fluttering, her black hair is swaying in the wind, her eyes are bright, her teeth are white, her eyebrows are lightly swept, and her expression is indifferent. Her face is almost transparent, and her beauty is not affected at all by her makeup. Her eyes are like water, which reveals a kind of coldness that makes people dare not blaspheme. The pair of naked feet under the robe makes people feel swayed and linger. Sister Zhen's face turned red when Su Fan looked at her, and she lowered her head shyly. This damn girl actually knows how to seduce him. Su Fan quickly retracted his gaze, walked out of the thatched cottage, and came to the yard outside. He never had any thoughts about Sister Zhen, not even a trace of evil thoughts. After all, humans and ghosts are different, and he doesn't want to play any human-ghost love. When Su Fan was eating, Sister Zhen was floating around him, which made him feel very uncomfortable. He finished his meal hastily, then left the portable secret realm and came to the shop outside. Su Fan explained to the little female cultivator who was watching the shop, then left the Miaofu pavilion and strolled down the street. It was evening at this time. At the end of the distant sky, the blood-red sun was slowly sinking, and the entire sky was stained blood-red. The sky gradually darkened. This was the busiest time in Behe City. The streets were crowded with people, and many shops had lit up the lights early, and the streets were as bright as day. Today was the day for the evil cultivators to gather. He came to a remote courtyard in the city and attended a gathering as scheduled, but did not get any information about the bounty bonus. After all, the bounty bonus is played by high-end cultivators and has nothing to do with them, the low-level cultivators. And no one would have thought that the bounty bonus offered by the Wangchuan Palace would come to this small town where rabbits don't shit. So once the heat of this matter passed, no one would talk about this topic anymore. After all, the bounty bonus was too far away from them. However, Su Fan did not gain nothing. He used the magic weapon of an evil cultivator to exchange for detailed maps of several ancient battlefields from an evil cultivator. These few days, he wanted to take time to visit those ancient battlefields and make arrangements before the people chasing him came. When Su Fan returned to the Miaofu pavilion, the shop was closed. He walked into the shop, then returned to the thatched cottage in the portable secret realm and sat down cross-legged. "Master, you are back." At this time, Sister Zhen floated in from outside. She came to the table and brewed a pot of spiritual tea for him, then poured a cup in front of him. Su Fan took a sip of the teacup and took a look. Usually, Sister Zhen would come over and stay by his side, but this time she didn't. She just knelt beside him in a proper manner. The girl deliberately changed into a black robe, with a slim waist and high waist, which set off her exquisite and graceful figure. She had a simple bun on her head, and her collarbone was as delicate as jade under her slender and white neck. The rosy little face raised up and looked up at Su Fan. A barely perceptible blush appeared on her peach-like face. If this damn girl is like this every day, who can bear it? You go and rest first." After hearing Su Fan's words, Sister Zhen's eyes were faintly covered with a layer of loss, and then she stood up and floated out of the thatched cottage. Looking at Sister Zhen's back, Su Fan felt something was wrong the more he thought about it. He took out the oil lamp magic weapon from the ring. At this time, the residual soul of the evil Buddha Wangda was not on the lamp holder. He might have gone to have sex with a few ghost slaves. Su Fan stretched out a finger and flicked it lightly on the oil lamp magic weapon. Buzz! Although he just flicked it lightly with his finger, it was like the collapse of the sky and the earth for the evil Buddha Wangda in the oil lamp magic weapon. The residual soul of this old bitch appeared from the lamp holder in dishevel. "What are you doing?" "I'm having a good time." "You almost scared me to death," Su Fan sneered and said. "Tell me, what kind of skills did Sister Zhen ask for from you?" Seeing Su Fan's face turned serious, the evil Buddha Wangda chuckled. "You'd better ask her. I promised not to tell you." After hearing what this old man said, Su Fan immediately guessed that the skills must not be a serious thing. "Stop talking nonsense. If you don't tell me, I'll make you die." Seeing Su Fan's face turned cold, the evil Buddha Wangda told about the skills passed on to Sister Zhen. This is really not the fault of this old man, but Sister Zhen took the initiative to ask him for the skills. The skills are not some evil way, but the inheritance of the demonic Dao, but it is more suitable for ghost monks. No wonder Sister Zhen has been so seductive recently. I didn't expect it was all the means of the demonic Dao. After listening to this, Su Fan waved his hand and put the oil lamp magic weapon into the ring, then he couldn't help but sigh. It seems that the girl has fallen in love, and she has probably been craving for his body for a long time. But Su Fan has no evil thoughts about Sister Zhen, and only regards her as a close friend. There is no way. The two have been together for so many years, it is normal for them to fall in love with each other. In the past, this dead girl just thought about it in her heart and didn't dare to show it in front of him. Now that she has asked for the skills from Lao Bideng, she can't help it. Su Fan is also very upset, and his head hurts. Forget it, don't think about these things. Now that he has been rewarded with a bonus by the Wangchuan Palace, he doesn't know how many people are coming for him. How can he have the heart to think about these? Thinking of this, Su Fan took out a few jade slips from the ring and put them on his forehead one by one. After a long time, he put the jade slips into the ring. Judging from the maps of these ancient battlefields, The two most suitable places for him to hide are the storm reefs and the barbarian Bone Blood Sea. These two ancient battlefields are very far away from the Chisha Islands, and neither of them belongs to the human control area. Instead, they are very close to the territory of the Sea Clan. Because these two dangerous places are ancient battlefields, the environment is very bad. In the past, the high-level bosses of the two clans fought there and almost blew up the space of these two dangerous places. Now there are space cracks everywhere. In addition, these two seas are very close to the territory of the Sea Clan. In order to avoid misunderstandings, the disciples of the sects and the children of the cultivation families will not easily set foot there. Therefore, many evil cultivators and bandit cultivators who have committed bloody crimes will flee to these two places for refuge. Even if those people from the forgetful river hall who are chasing him come to Cultivation, they dare not be too presumptuous near the territory of the Sea Clan. Su Fan studied the maps of the storm reefs and the barbarian Bone Blood Sea until the early morning, and then he went to bed with his clothes on. But just as he closed his eyes, the enchanting figure of Sister Zhen during the day appeared in his mind. Su Fan sat up suddenly. He knew that he had been tricked by Sister Zhen and had planted a seed of love in him. This was obviously the method of the Hellhound-Dao of the demon sect. The methods of the Hellhound-Dao of the demon sect are not just for practicing together. It is said that the most profound secret method of the Hellhound-Dao can plant a seed of love in the opponent without anyone noticing. The evil Buddha Wangda was an evil cultivator in the fusion realm back then. How could the skills he had in his hands be so simple? It is estimated that the set of Hellhound-Dao skills of the demon sect that he gave to Sister Zhen should be considered the top-level skills in this world. In fact, if it were someone else, it would be impossible to succeed. But he had no defense against Sister Zhen at all, so he was succeeded by this dead girl. However, the love of the Hellhound-Dao of the demon sect is not easy to plant. Once Sister Zhen has planted a seed of love in him, she will never change her mind again in this life. As long as she changes her mind, Sister Zhen will suffer the backlash of the skills, and she will be unable to live or die. This is fucking. I don't know what this dead girl is thinking. She really wants to tie herself to death. At this moment, in a valley in a distant plain, more than 10 cultivators in the God Transformation realm are gathering here. The leader is a middle-aged cultivator of the human race in the late stage of the God Transformation realm. He is dressed in a dark blue robe. He looks ordinary, and his hair is half white. But the way he sits there with his head held high is quite majestic. He is one of the 12 gold medal bounty hunters of the Frigate River Hall. It is said that he is a disciple of a demon sect in a super plane. His nickname in the organization is Soul Chaser. The bounty hunters of the Frigate River Hall are different from other killers. Their main task is to hunt down targets that have failed assassinations. In fact, the bounty hunter sent by the Frigate River Hall at first was not him, but after more than 2 years of hunting, no trace of Su Fan was found, so the organization specially sent him here. After all, the Frigate River Hall has issued a bounty bonus, and now the whole world of cultivation is paying attention to this matter. If Su Fan cannot be found again, the dignity of the entire organization will be destroyed. Hunsu glanced at the monks around him. They were all the strongest silver medal bounty hunters of Wangchuan Hall. They included monks of various races such as human race, demon race and monster race, each of which was the strongest elite monk of each race. If it was in the past, using this lineup to hunt down a Yuanying realm monk would definitely be a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. But this time it was different, because Su Fan's record was too amazing. Even these elite bounty hunters of Wangchuan Hall did not dare to be arrogant. Everyone knew very well in their hearts that the person they were hunting down this time was a monster that had not appeared for tens of thousands of years, and this pervert could not be judged by common sense. In order to find Su Fan as soon as possible, Wangchuan Hall was also fighting hard. With such a lineup of bounty hunters, let alone dealing with a Yuanying realm monk, even a refining realm old monster could not escape their pursuit. Despite this, the bounty hunters sent by Wangchuan Hall to participate in the hunt for Su Fan this time were all in the realm of transformation. Because Su Fan was carrying a demon seed, the old monsters in the refining void realm in this world were unwilling to get involved in this matter. After all, if he was involved in this matter, who knew whether he would be retaliated by the powerful demon in the future? Not only the Wangchuan Palace, but also the other people who came for the reward bonus were mostly cultivators in the transformation realm. There were only a few evil old monsters in the refining void realm, and they were all entangled with the great demons in the upper realm. It was not certain whether they could get rid of the control of the great demons, so why would they care about the future? Hey Mang, haven't you found that kid yet? Receiving the idea of chasing the soul, a demon cultivator several feet tall next to him took a step forward. If Su Fan saw Hey Mang, he would definitely feel familiar, because he was a cultivator from the Kui demon clan. I have sent people to find Master Hongtu, but no news has come yet. At this time, a cultivator from the ape clan next to him snorted coldly. I heard that this guy's an evil cultivator. These guys are best at hiding their whereabouts. It's not that easy to catch this guy. This guy is called Akaji, a violent and ferocious ape several feet tall. It is said that this tribe has a trace of the blood of the ancient monster stone ape. Zhuhan shook his head and said, he is just carrying the secret method of the evil heaven. Although it can temporarily cover up his aura, he will be found sooner or later. After he finished speaking, his eyes condensed and said, Blood Hand is back. As soon as Zhuhan finished speaking, a dazzling sword light whistled and rushed over, and a human sword cultivator jumped from the flying sword in front of everyone. Just received news that the guys from the celestial race have just left Zuinun Immortal City. Hun Chasing was immediately alerted after hearing this, and hurriedly asked, do you know where they went? It is said that they chartered a flying boat to Jiaohaishan in Yuanmang Star region. Jiaohaishan, Hun Chasing muttered, and just as he was about to speak, the communication array on his waist suddenly vibrated slightly. He picked it up and looked at it, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Master Hongtu has received news. He calculated that the boy's aura appeared in Jiaohaishan in Yuanmang Star region. Akaji sighed and said, I hope I won't be disappointed again this time. This boy is too cunning. We have tossed around in so many places. After hearing his words, the monks next to him all smiled bitterly. They have been tossing around a lot in the past few years, and every time they calculated the boy's aura, it was in a very distant star region. The time wasted on the road alone was almost a year. This time, this guy's aura appeared in Jiaohaishan again. It would take several months for them to get there. Himang next to him laughed and said, it's rare for us to think alike with those guys from the Celestial Clan. I think there's a lot of hope this time. Okay, no matter what, we have to go there. Let's go. After hearing what Zhuhan said, more than a dozen monks from various races performed space escape techniques and disappeared in the valley in an instant. In the evening, the twilight was brilliant, the thin clouds in the sky were like burning fire, and the sunset was scattered all over. The whole Bahai city was bathed in a blood-like afterglow. Su Fan got off the flying boat in a dusty state, and then followed the crowd into Bahai city. It took him more than half a year to walk through the two dangerous places of Storm Reef Group and Barbarian Bone Blood Sea. Although the environment of these two ancient battlefields is very harsh, it is indeed a good hiding place. After repeated consideration, Su Fan decided to use Storm Reef Group as his retreat. For this purpose, he made some arrangements there. Once the Forgotten River Palace arrived at a Blue Sea City, he would flee to the Storm Reefs. Chapter 812 The power of Wangchuan Palace is too strong. Su Fan walked into the Bahai city and returned to the Miaofu Pavilion. He said something to the young female cultivator in the shop, and then came to the backyard. He did not enter the portable secret realm, but entered the study room in the backyard of the shop and sat down cross-legged. There was no way. Su Fan really couldn't bear to see Sister Zhen's sad face. He felt like a scumbag. It has nothing to do with me from the beginning to the end, but now it seems like I have failed her. Sister Zhen originally had feelings for him, and now she has practiced the magic sex Hudhundeo skills, and she is even more deeply in love with him. Whenever Su Fan thought of these, he would not mention worrying. Okay, let it be whatever you want. That dead girl can think whatever she wants, anyway, I will not give in no matter what. Thinking of this, Su Fan took out a palm-sized microarray disc from the ring. He activated the microarray disc, and a light curtain rose instantly, and the dense information on it was constantly refreshed. Suddenly, he saw a message, which was the code word of the message released by Master Hongchuan, which meant the time and place of the party tonight. Su Fan had been away from Bahai City for a few months, and it was time for him to attend a party. When it was just getting dark, he left the Miaofu Pavilion and walked towards the party venue. Su Fan came to a luxurious courtyard, where nearly 100 monks had gathered. He greeted several monks he knew, and then found a place with few people to sit cross-legged. After a while, Master Hongchuan also came. After the time of selling the stolen goods, Su Fan did not hear any news about the reward bonus in the subsequent intelligence sharing. Just when he thought it was another boring party, Master Hongchuan, who was sitting at the top, suddenly took off the communication array from his waist. He picked up the communication array and took a look, and a solemn look appeared on his face. Master Hongchuan put away the communication array, glanced at the many evil cultivators below, and then stood up. "Let's stop here today." He left in a hurry after he finished speaking. The other evil cultivators who attended the gathering didn't think there was anything wrong, and they all stood up and dispersed. However, Su Fan couldn't help but frown at this moment. For some reason, the solemn expression of Master Hongchuan just now gave him an inexplicable sense of crisis. His intuition told him that something bad might happen. Su Fan didn't know how many times he had experienced life and death crises in these years, so he was extremely sensitive to unknown dangers. Especially after he got the reward bonus of Wangchuan Palace, he became more vigilant in his heart, and even a little nervous. Su Fan followed the crowd calmly and left the courtyard. He walked around the streets in the city for a while, pondered in his heart, and finally returned to Miaofu Pavilion. Su Fan did not return to the portable secret realm, but sat cross-legged in the study room in the backyard of the store, quietly waiting for dawn. At this moment, Master Hongchuan came to the outside of a courtyard in the city, where more than 10 Yuanying realm cultivators had gathered. He nodded to everyone, as a greeting. The others, like Master Hongchuan, all had solemn expressions on their faces. At this time, they had no mood to talk, and they were all waiting quietly in the yard. The evil cultivation organization that Master Hongchuan belonged to was called Fushan Society, and its members were spread all over Chaohaitian. They were all middle-level members of the organization in Behe City. Then several evil cultivators in the nascent soul realm came, and the middle-level members of the Fushan Society within 1,000 miles of Behe City had already arrived. In the past, Master Hongchuan and his companions not only organized gatherings, but also gathered these middle-level members regularly. But like today, it was the first time that the leader of the Fushan Society branch personally issued a decree to summon all the middle-level members in the organization. It was clear that something must have happened to the Fushan Society. Evil cultivators like Master Hongchuan were most afraid of this situation. Once something happened to the organization, they would have to give up their foundation in Behe City and flee to the ends of the earth. They waited in the yard for nearly half an hour before a voice came from the abode. "Come in." Master Hongchuan and the others all breathed a sigh of relief, and then filed into the temple. They saw an old man in the transformation realm sitting cross-legged in the temple. He was the leader of the Fushan Society in Behe City. Greetings to Immortal Zuancheng. After everyone entered the house, they all bowed to him. Immortal Zuancheng waved his hand and said in a deep voice, "Just now, the leader of the society personally issued a decree. All members of the Fushan Society are on standby and are not allowed to leave Behe City today." Master Hongchuan and the others were all confused when they heard it. Someone couldn't help but ask, "Leader, has something happened to our Fushan Society?" Immortal Zuancheng smiled and then kept it a secret. "Don't worry, not only is our Fushan Society not in trouble, but if you are lucky, you may even get a chance." After hearing his words, Master Hongchuan and the others were even more confused. "You have all heard about the bounty bonus issued by the Wangchuan Palace a while ago. It is said that the boy is in our Chaohaitian. No matter who it is, as long as they provide useful information, they will be rewarded by the Wangchuan Palace." After Zuancheng Immortal Venerable finished speaking, his face became solemn. "Don't leave tonight, wait with me for the decree of the leader of the meeting. Before the decree of the leader of the meeting is issued, no one can leave this courtyard, and no one can have any contact with the outside world." After hearing the words of Zuancheng Immortal Venerable, Hongchuan Zhenjin and others all widened their eyes. They never thought that the bounty bonus would appear in Chaohaitian, which is a great event in the entire plane. It is estimated that at this moment, all the middle and high-level organizations in the underground world of Chaohaitian should be waiting for the order conveyed from above like them. After all, Chaohaitian is too big, and the power of the Wangchuan Palace alone cannot find a person in such a large plane. Therefore, underground evil organizations like the Fushan Society will be mobilized to help the Wangchuan Palace find clues about the boy. It may not take long before even the disciples of the major sects and the children of the cultivation families in Chaohaitian will get involved. And more information about that kid will be slowly gathered. It has to be said that the power of the Wangchuan Palace is too strong. Coupled with the eye-catching bounty bonus, it is estimated that at the latest tomorrow, there will be a big uproar in the whole Chaohaitian. However, Although the reward of the Wangchuan Palace is not cheap, no one cares too much. After all, Zhaohaitian is so big, and the Chisha Islands alone are covered with tens of thousands of islands of all sizes. Who knows where the kid is hiding? And that guy is a killing god. He has killed hundreds of cultivators in the transformation realm. Who dares to get close to them in the nascent soul realm? Of course, if they can really find information about that kid, they will not miss this opportunity without hurting themselves. Maybe some people will try their best to fight for this opportunity, but most evil cultivators don't want to get involved. Not only that, after being surprised, Master Hongchuan and the others all made sad faces. The guys from the Forgetful River Palace came, and with the person who took the reward bonus, Zhaohaitian was not quiet. Master Hongchuan and the others were constantly praying in their hearts that the evildoer must not come to our Behe city. When the gods fight, they, the little ghosts, will suffer. In the early morning, Su Fan sat cross-legged in the study behind the shop, closing his eyes and quietly waiting for news. From time to time, he took out the palm-sized microarray plate and activated a light curtain to take a look. Until the sky was already dawn, just when he wondered if he was a little scared, Su Fan took out the microarray plate again. When he activated the light curtain, he saw a coded message released by Master Hongchuan. Su Fan couldn't help but sigh. What was coming still came. Although the coded message released by Master Hongchuan only asked them to stand by, no one was allowed to leave Behe City today. But Su Fan had already guessed that the people from the Wangchuan Palace had most likely arrived at Zhaohaitian. Although he had already prepared himself mentally, he still felt a little irritable when the crisis came. Su Fan took a deep breath and suppressed his anxiety. He couldn't hide. Since they had come to kill him, he didn't have to think about anything good. He just had to do it. However, judging from the secret message released by Master Hongchuan, the main force of the Wangchuan Palace should have just arrived at Zhaohaitian and had not had time to find out their exact location in Zhaohaitian. The most urgent thing now is to leave Behe City as soon as possible and rush to the storm reefs to hide before the Wangchuan Palace finds out their exact location. Thinking of this, Su Fan hesitated for only a few seconds and decided to leave immediately. His eyes condensed, and the air in front of him slowly condensed into a figure, which was exactly the same as Liu Mazian in both appearance and figure. Su Fan controlled his external incarnation to sit cross-legged in the study, and arranged a 7th level formation to get to the shop in front. He left a message for the young female cultivator who was watching over the shop, telling her that he would be in seclusion soon and that she should not be disturbed unless it was important. After doing all this, Su Fan left the Miaofu pavilion. When he walked out of the alley, his appearance and figure had changed into another person. At this time, the sky and the earth had just dawned. And the mist formed by the sea breeze from the coast had not yet completely dissipated. The air in the early morning of Behe City was moist and fresh, and everything was shrouded in a faint mist. There were already many pedestrians on the street, all of whom were cultivators who got up early to prepare to go to sea. When Su Fan passed by the square in the city, he found that many people gathered outside the teleportation hall in the center of the square, and they were all making loud noises there. He couldn't help but have a bad premonition in his heart, and hurried over. Su Fan asked about it, and as he expected, the teleportation hall of Behe City had been closed. Without thinking, he turned around and hurried towards the direction of the city gate. Bang! But before he could take a few steps, he heard a dull humming sound, and a huge spiritual shield had already enveloped the Blue Sea City. What happened? Why is the defense array activated? The city is closed at this time. Could it be that the Sea Tribe is coming to kill them? A friend of mine is in the outer sea. I contacted him yesterday, and he didn't see any trace of the Sea Tribe. Seeing that the defense array of the Blue Sea City was activated, everyone was a little panicked and started to talk loudly. Some monks who were in a hurry to go out to do things even cursed loudly. Looking up at the spiritual shield covering the air, Su Fan couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that he had made a wrong judgment. Although the Forgetful River Hall did not calculate his exact location, it should have calculated his general direction. It is estimated that the entire Chisha Islands, and even the several nearby archipelagos, all the immortal cities and islands of all sizes, may have been closed. If his guess is correct, now all the flying boats that go out to sea in the entire Chisha Islands have stopped running, and it is very likely that the sea has been completely closed. Not only that, Su Fan felt several extremely powerful auras sweeping through the city. These powerful auras must be several high-level monsters in the Blue Sea City, who used their divine sense to investigate in the city. Su Fan never thought that the power of the Frigate River Hall was so great that it actually closed the entire Chisha Islands. In fact, Su Fan still underestimated the influence of the bounty bonus. As long as the top leaders of the Frigate River Hall said hello to those big clans, this matter would not be a big deal. Since he couldn't leave the city for a while, he could only change his plan. Fortunately, Su Fan had some backup plans before, otherwise he might really be trapped to death in this Blue Sea City. Although he arranged some means, the complete closure of the Chisha Islands just now still made him dare not be careless. Su Fan underestimated the determination of the Frigate River Hall. These guys might do anything to find him. So at this time, even any slight mistake could cause him to fall into an abyss from which there is no return. Su Fan turned and left the city square, returning to the Miao Fu Pavilion. He walked into the shop, removed the formation and the incarnation, and then sat cross-legged in the study. Su Fan took out the palm-sized microarray plate, activated a light curtain, and stared at the dents and various messages on it. After looking for a long time, he did not see any information about the reward bonus. Wangchun Palace did not hesitate to use all kinds of connections and resources to close the entire Chisha Islands. There was only one purpose for doing so, that is, to find his exact location. Once they use the divination monks to calculate his exact location, they will definitely kill him madly. At that time, he was trapped in this Bihai city. Even if he wanted to escape, he couldn't escape. He would definitely be caught by this gang. Su Fan sneered and took out a jade talisman from the ring. With a snap, he crushed the jade talisman in his hand, and then threw the dust in his hand to the side. Chapter 813, I met Mr. Jayakian. At this moment, in the Yuhei Ferry City on the main island of the Chisha Islands, Zhuhan and others were gathering in a courtyard in the city. Wangchun Hall also has its own power in Zhaohaitian. Before the bounty hunter team led by Zhuhan came to Yuhei Ferry City, someone had already arranged everything for them. This time, Zhuhan used his connections to invite the Master of Divination in the Refining Void Realm, Hongda's Supreme, to find Su Fan's trace. Although Master Hongtu's divination is profound, he was still disturbed by Su Fan's evil magic of heaven, and only divined his general direction, which is an area of tens of thousands of miles in the Chisha Islands. It was not until Zhuhan and others came to Yuhei Ferry City that Master Hongtu began to cast spells again, hoping to find Su Fan's exact location. Zhuhan and others anxiously waited for Master Hongtu's divination results, because there was only one chance. This time, the senior executives of Wangchun Hall did not hesitate to put their old faces on the line and greeted Zhao Haitian in person, but they owed a lot of favors, which made the entire Chisha Islands closed for 3 days. Now we just need to wait for the result of Master Hongtu's divination. As long as we find the place where the boy is hiding, Zhuhan and others can trap him there and catch him in a trap. Once we miss this opportunity, it will be difficult to find him again with the boy's cunningness. Although we can trap him in Zhaohaitian is vast. Most of the area here is covered by the vast ocean, and there are countless islands of all sizes. If this boy hides in the human control area, it's not a big deal. We can find him sooner or later, but if he escapes to the territory of the Sea Clan, it will be troublesome. The Sea Clan is a particularly closed race and it is very difficult to deal with. Even the Wangchun Palace can't talk to the Sea Clan. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared from the air. This person is Blood Hand. Seeing him coming back, Zhuhan and others quickly gathered around. Is the result of Master Hongtu's divination out? Hearing what Zhuhan said, Blood Hand nodded. The result is out. He is in the moon viewing city of Zuanming Island. After hearing what Blood Hand said, Soul Chaser and others who had been anxiously waiting for the news in the yard were all excited. Soul Chaser suppressed his excitement. Although Master Hongtu's divination had a result, he knew that the more it was at this time, the more he could not be careless. This kid was too cunning. Who knew if this was his backup plan? Map. After hearing this, Black Mang next to him quickly took out a miniature array disc from his ring and bang activated a light curtain map. He quickly found the moon viewing city of Zuanming Island and pointed to that location with his finger. This is Zuanming Island, moon viewing city is here. Soul Chaser looked at the direction of Akaji's finger and frowned immediately. Zuanming Island is located in the northeastern edge of the Chisha Islands, and is already close to the outer sea of the Chisha Islands. Because there is no long-distance transmission array in the moon viewing city of Zuanming Island, Even if they are fast, it will take 1 or 2 days to get there. The people of the Wangchuan Palace and the Celestials almost rushed to the Chisha Islands in Chaohation. At present, the Celestials should have invited experts, and found the traces of the boy earlier than them. Now, not only the Wangchuan Palace and the Celestials, but also many cultivators of various races who came for the bounty bonus will definitely follow their route to Chaohation one after another. Now the Wangchuan Palace and the Celestials are racing against time, and everyone wants to find the boy first. Zhuhan thought for a while, and then looked at the dozen bounty hunters of the Wangchuan Palace in the yard. I will take 2 people to Zuanming Island, Chimu and Zhu Xiao you stay in Yuhei Xiancheng. I don't think the boy may be there. Himang also stay. You go to keep an eye on the guys of the Celestials, and keep an eye on their movements at any time. The cultivators in the yard heard his words and all responded loudly. At this moment, Su Fan sat cross-legged in the study room in the backyard of Maya Ofu Pavilion, closed his eyes and waited patiently. When he was heading to those ancient battlefields, he also left a backup plan on several islands in the Chisha Islands, just to deal with emergencies. Now it seems that his caution was right. If he hadn't made a backup plan, he would have been trapped in the Blue Sea City. In fact, he knew very well that these backup plans he had made could only buy him some time. Now it depends on how many days the Red Sand Islands will be closed. If it continues to be closed like this, he can only force his way out. Anyway, there are only a few Transformation Realm monks in the Blue Sea City. If Su Fan launched a blood sacrifice, they can't stop him. Thinking of this, Su Fan took out another J talisman from the ring and crushed it. In just a short while, he had crushed several letter J talismans in succession. Now the people of the Forgetful River Hall must have killed their way to the Red Sand Islands. The Master of Divination with profound attainments will definitely predict his aura at such a close distance. Each letter J talisman will stimulate a breath that he deliberately left behind, which can disrupt the spellcasting of the divination monks. Moreover, these places are scattered all over the Chisha Islands, which can lead the people who are chasing him there. Although those divination monks will predict that he is in Bihei City sooner or later, at least they can disperse their forces and buy more time for themselves. Su Fan took out the palm-sized microarray plate from the ring, and then activated a light curtain. He looked at the dense messages on the light curtain and frowned. Now on the trading platform of Fusion Club, someone has offered a reward for various information about Wangchuan Palace. Su Fan thought about it, and then also posted a message, offering a reward for information about Wangchuan Palace and Chaohation. Soon someone chatted with him privately. Although the price of this information was not cheap, he still agreed to the other party's transaction. The people from Wangchuan Palace arrived in Yuhaixin City early yesterday morning. The gold medal bounty hunters Huhan led 15 silver medal bounty hunters to form a hunting team. Looking at the message sent by the other party, Su Fan was very satisfied with this information. How long will it take for the Chisha Islands to be unblocked? This is another piece of information. You have to pay more. Damn. I actually met a lay Buddhist who wanted to pay more. Su Fan complained and quickly quoted a price that the other party couldn't refuse. It was already this time. Why would he care about these things? According to reliable information, the Chisha Islands will be temporarily closed for 3 days. As for whether the closure time will be extended, I don't know. Maybe the price Su Fan just gave made the other party very satisfied, and this lay Buddhist who wanted to pay more sent another message. Let me give you another piece of information. According to reliable information, 8 cultivators of the celestial race in the God Transformation Realm have also arrived at the Yuhei Fairy City. Seeing the message sent by the other party, Su Fan smiled bitterly. It's true that every grievance has its perpetrator, and the people of the celestial race have also come to join in the fun. You don't have to guess that in the next few days, more cultivators of various races will rush to Chaohation for the bounty bonus. If that time really comes, he will definitely fall into the dilemma of being attacked from all sides. Although Su Fan relied on the witch blood sacrifice to forcibly raise his realm to the God Transformation Realm, there was a time limit. Moreover, none of these people who came for the bounty bonus were simple, and they were definitely not comparable to the God Transformation Realm cultivators of the Feng family. Once he was trapped in the siege of these people, no matter how good he was at fighting, it would be useless. Thinking of this, Su Fan closed the light curtain and put the microarray disc into the ring. The current situation is quite serious. The Chisha Islands will be closed for 3 days, which is very unfavorable for his escape plan. Although the several islands where he arranged a backup in the Chisha Islands are all located on the edge of the islands, and the journey is relatively long, But for the forgetful River Hall and the God Transformation Realm cultivators of the celestial race, it is only a matter of 2 or 3 days to go back and forth. Moreover, there will definitely be more cultivators coming to the Chisha Islands for the bounty bonus in the next 2 days. By then, even if he wants to escape, he will not be able to escape. At present, it is probably too late to wait for the Chisha Islands to be unblocked. He must find a way to leave the Blue Sea City as soon as possible while the Forgotten River Hall and the Celestial Clan monks are running around in the Chisha Islands. If he really waits until his position is found by the monks of the Divine Dao, then he will be passive. Although this may expose his position, he can't care so much now. He must not be trapped in the Blue Sea City and wait for those who are chasing him to catch him. It didn't take Su Fan a long time to make up his mind. That is to force his way out of the Blue Sea City while his position has not been discovered. Su Fan took a deep breath, then stood up from the ground and left the Miaofu Pavilion directly. In a courtyard in the Yuhei Fairy City, Haimeng ran in from outside excitedly with a bone fragment in his hand. Those guys from the Celestial Clan are moving. A killer organization like the Forgotten River Hall with a long heritage will deploy many peripheral members in a superplane like Cheohaitian. These peripheral members have a variety of identities, and many even come from various major sects and cultivation families, so the intelligence is very strong. You and Bloodhand continue to stay in Yuhei Fairy City. I will take 2 people to go with them. After hearing this, Akaji frowned and asked, do you know where they are going? It is said that it is Halon City in Linksea Island. After the black light said this, its several feet tall figure disappeared in the yard. Akaji took a deep breath. Zuhuan's guess was right. This kid is too difficult to deal with. The Master of Divination invited by the Wangchuan Palace and the Xianren clan actually calculated 2 different places. With the kid's cunning level, the backup he arranged in the Chisha Islands must be more than just these 2 places. And these places cannot be avoided, which will undoubtedly disperse their strength. Thinking of this, Akaji took out a bone fragment from the ring and sent a message to Zuhan. Those guys from the celestial race have also moved. It is said that they are going to Halon City on Linksea Island. Haimeng has followed them. You and Bloodhand stay in Yuhei Xiancheng and don't move. Let Master Hong to continue to cast spells. Even if the kid arranges more backups, he will be found sooner or later. After receiving the reply from Zuhan, Akaji put away the communication bone fragment. At this time, a bounty hunter from Wangchuan Palace ran in from outside. Akaji, Master Hong to just cast a spell again, this time in Behe City on Nanshan Island. After hearing what the other party said, Akaji quickly took out a miniature array disc from his ring and activated a light curtain map. It searched on the map for a long time before finding the location of Nanshan Island in an inconspicuous place in the southwest of the Chisha Islands. Akaji took out the communication bone fragment from his ring and sent a message to Zuhan. Master Hong to cast a spell again, this time for Behe City on Nanshan Island. You let Bloodhand guard Yuhei Fairy City. You take 2 people to Nanshan Island. Akaji put away the communication bone fragment, then turned his head and looked at Bloodhand. You continue to guard Yuhei Fairy City. I will take people to Behe City on Nanshan Island. After he finished speaking, he pointed at the 2 bounty hunters next to him, and then their figures disappeared in the yard. Not only were the bounty hunters of the Wangchuan Palace running around, but also several cultivators of the Xianren clan. The backup plans that Su Fan had worked tirelessly to arrange in the Chisha Islands finally played the desired effect. Not only did they disperse their forces, but they also bought time for himself. At this moment, the sky above the Behe City on Nanshan Island was already covered with dark clouds. Su Fan raised his head and saw that the dark clouds above his head had already covered the entire sky, and the dark clouds seemed to be within reach. The clouds were surging violently, like a galloping army, rolling and sweeping across the sky. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud thunder in the sky, and a thunder exploded between the dark clouds, illuminating the world. Then drops of rain fell from the sky, crackling on the spiritual light shield of the defense formation of the Blue Sea City. At first, it was sparse, and then it became more and more urgent, mixed with a strong wind, and turned into torrential rain. Countless raindrops fell from the sky, hitting the spiritual light shield, making a bang-bang sound. The dark sky, dark clouds surged, and heavy rain poured down. The rain curtain covered the entire sky and the earth. Su Fan came to the central square in the city and stood outside the teleportation hall. Nanshan Island belongs to the most marginal sea area in the Chisha Islands, so there is no long-distance teleportation array in the city. The teleportation array in this teleportation hall can only reach several islands in the outer waters of the Chisha Islands, and then go to several supply points in the open sea. Although Su Fan is not afraid of the two cultivators in the transformation realm who are in the city, he also tries not to alarm them. Moreover, the several cultivation families on Nanshan Island should not make things difficult for him. Although the bounty bonus issued by the Wangchuan Hall is coveted, Su Fan has long been notorious in the entire cultivation world. Can these cultivation families on Nanshan Island be stronger than the Feng family? Thinking of this, Su Fan took a deep breath and then stepped into the teleportation hall. Chapter 814 Storm Reefs. As soon as Su Fan entered the teleportation hall, he was blocked by a group of cultivators guarding here. The teleportation hall is closed, get out. Seeing that Su Fan was only a giant in realm cultivator, the Yuanying realm cultivator who was in the lead scolded him with a stern face. But before he could finish, he felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and then he knew nothing. The other cultivators in the teleportation hall were all in the foundation stage, and they were even worse off, and they all stood there in a daze. Su Fan glanced at these people, and then his eyes focused. A giant in realm cultivator turned around and led him to a teleportation array in the hall. As soon as he stood in the middle of the teleportation array, he saw two powerful auras roaring over. Facing the auras of the two Hushan realm cultivators sitting in the city, Su Fan was not afraid at all, and turned around and saluted. Junior Su Fan, meet the two seniors. After a long while, Su Fan heard a cold snort in his ear. HMPH. What do you think of Behe City? You come and go as you please. Su Fan almost laughed out loud after hearing what the old bastard said. He said it as if you dared to stop me. Senior, leave away from me today, so that we can meet again in the future. HMPH. Su Fan heard another cold snort in his ear, but the two powerful auras also disappeared. Seeing that the two transformation realm cultivators sitting in the city had retracted their auras, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although he knew that they didn't dare to stop him, he was also sweating in his heart just now. Su Fan took out a J talisman from his ring, crushed it with a snap, and then glanced at the giant cultivator next to him. The giant cultivator with a dazed look activated the teleportation formation like a walking corpse. With a dazzling light flashing, Su Fan's figure instantly disappeared from the teleportation formation. At this moment, in a quiet room in Behe City, two transformation realm cultivators were sitting cross-legged there. It was not until Su Fan's breath disappeared that they breathed a sigh of relief. This trouble was finally gone. No one expected that this kid would hide in the deserted Behe City. Humph. This kid is so arrogant. Forget it. Let's not get involved and don't let the family get involved. I just can't stand this kid. If it weren't for the family, I would have to keep him. The Wangchuan Palace is here. He won't be arrogant for long. Although the two looked indignant, they were just talking nonsense. They knew in their hearts that this kid should not be provoked. Not to mention their small families. It is said that hundreds of Feng family cultivators in the Chaoguang Star domain were slaughtered by him. If this kid is really provoked, this monster will definitely overthrow several cultivation families in Nanshan Island. What should we do if the Wangchuan Palace investigates us? We have been stationed in Behe City and have never seen this guy. What are they investigating? Is that so? Then we have to ask the children at home to keep their mouths shut. It is said that the boy's aura has been detected on several islands. Don't worry. When the people from the Wangchuan Palace come, we will say we know nothing. They were eager for this boy to leave. Anyway, no matter whether it was the Wangchuan Palace or Su Fan, the small families in Nanshan Island could not afford to offend anyone. Su Fan left Behe City in such a swagger, and the two transformation realm cultivators in the city did not dare to stop him. This guy's dignified and fierce power can be seen. There is no way. Su Fan's record is too terrifying. Not to mention the small families in Nanshan Island, even the big sex and high-level cultivation families in the superstar field are unwilling to provoke this monster. Those sex and families are all big and powerful. If they offend Su Fan, a lonely ghost, they will be in trouble. Isn't the Feng family's experience tragic enough? Even those monks and family members who came for the reward bonus did not dare to participate in the hunt under the banner of the sect and family. This is a disaster, and it is too late to hide. Buzz, with a dull buzzing sound, Su Fan's figure appeared on the teleportation array. He looked around and found that there was no one around. Su Fan frowned, then walked out. When he came to the door of the teleportation hall, he saw a giant monk standing there, as if waiting for him. "Senior, please follow me." Su Fan was stunned for a moment, but then reacted and followed the other party. This must be someone arranged by the two Hushan realm monks in Behe City, just to avoid exposing his whereabouts. Anyway, I hope he's as far away from Nanshan Island as possible. This giant monk did not lead him out of the teleportation hall, but led him out of a small door next to it and sent him directly to an uninhabited beach. "Senior, I'll take my leave." The other party turned around and left, leaving quickly and without any hesitation. Su Fan glanced at the monk's back, then took out a 2-inch long boat from his ring. He threw it into the sky, and the boat grew in the wind, instantly turning into a flying boat several feet long. He jumped onto the flying boat, then called out Yaksha, asking him to drive the flying boat all the way to the open sea. A day later, Chimu from the Wangchuan Palace led people to the Blue Sea City. The two Transformation Realm monks in the city respectfully welcomed them into the city, and did not mention a word about Su Fan's departure on the teleportation array. Chimu stood on the street of the Blue Sea City, and he took out the tracking jade talisman, and saw that the jade talisman flickered slightly. Found him, his figure instantly disappeared from the street and appeared in a courtyard in an alley in the city. Chimu's eyes condensed, and his mind swept across the courtyard, and his face suddenly showed disappointment. It found an unconscious monk in a room in the courtyard. Su Fan's aura came from him. Chimu sighed. It seemed that he had made a wasted trip. The Blue Sea City was also a backup plan arranged by this kid. Despite this, he still did not give up. He searched almost every house in the city, and then left unwillingly. In the next few days, people from the Frigate River Palace and the Celestial Clan, as well as monks of various races who arrived at the Chisha Islands one after another. They searched through the several islands where Su Fan deliberately left his aura, and it turned out that it was the aura that Su Fan deliberately left behind that disrupted the spellcasting of the monk Budeo. Of course, this is all Su Fan can do. He bought himself time to escape to the storm reefs, but it was impossible to completely get rid of the pursuit. Now all the backup plans arranged by Su Fan have been discovered. In order to completely solve the bounty bonus of the Frigate River Palace, the only way is to kill all the monks of various races who are chasing him. But Su Fan also knew that this was simply impossible. But he had had enough of this life of being a lost dog. So he planned to set up a trap in the storm reefs to teach the Forgetful River Palace and the Celestial Clan, all those who were chasing and killing others, a lesson they would never forget. Su Fan flew on a flying boat over the vast ocean for more than a month before arriving at the storm reefs. The area of the storm reefs is not large, and the sea area of less than 10,000 miles is covered with dense reefs. The largest island reef is only 100 miles in radius, and the smallest is only tens of meters, and the spiritual energy is disordered, or even a place of no spiritual energy. Moreover, the environment of most islands and reefs is not suitable for monks to survive. It turned out that this was also an archipelago rich in spiritual resources, and later became the main battlefield in a war between the human race and the sea race. The high-level monsters of the two races got angry, and the entire archipelago was completely destroyed. Now only a broken reef group is left. The space of this archipelago has also been completely destroyed, and there are dense space cracks everywhere. The seabed of the storm reefs is even more dangerous, and various creatures can hardly survive. Under the sea is a lifeless world. What's more terrifying is that this place is full of space storms all year round, and you will be caught in it if you are not careful. Many monks who come here for the first time are swallowed by the fierce space storms because they are not familiar with the environment here. The storm reefs is named for this reason and has become a famous dangerous place in Cheohaitian. It is also because of the harsh environment here that many bandits and evil cultivators who have committed bloody crimes will risk their lives to seek refuge here. The space here is extremely fragile, and cultivators above the refining void realm cannot enter, so the evil cultivators and bandits who come here to seek refuge are mostly in the nascent soul realm and the golden core realm. Over the years, this dangerous place has also become a lawless place for many bandits and evil cultivators. In addition, the storm reefs are very close to the territory of the Sea Clan. In order to avoid misunderstandings between the two clans, the monks of various sects and cultivation families in Cheohaitian will not easily set foot here. Fortunately, after countless explorations by bandits and evil cultivators, they have found some ways to avoid space storms and explored several safe routes to enter the storm reefs. These are the ways of survival that countless bandits and evil cultivators have waded through with their blood and lives. For this reason, no one knows how many people have died here. Although Su Fan had a map, he encountered several crises when he first entered the storm reefs. He was almost caught in the space storm several times, but fortunately he had good luck and finally escaped the bad situation. There is only a sea area of 10,000 miles in radius. Su Fan stayed here for several months and got to know the situation here by heart. When he came to the storm reefs again, he successfully arrived at an island reef deep in the sea. Although this is a lawless place in Zhao, the order here is very chaotic. Many bandits and evil cultivators who came here for refuge died in this chaotic place, but the fighting never stopped. Every island reef in the storm reefs that can allow cultivators to survive is occupied by high-level cultivators. Every bandit cultivator or evil cultivator who comes to take refuge must pay a considerable amount of spirit crystals before being allowed to land on the island. Even some smaller islands and reefs change their owners every 1 or 2 years, and many people die every time the power changes. That is, the large islands and reefs governed by the evil cultivators of the transformation realm are relatively stable, and the order is reasonable, but the price is also higher, and ordinary people can't afford to live there. So it is not so easy to come to the storm reefs to take refuge and survive here. Anyway, it is definitely not possible without money. Su Fan drove the flying boat, carefully avoided the space storm, and came to a place called Evil Ghost Reef. This island reef is only a few dozen miles in size, and is governed by an evil cultivator of the transformation realm. Nearly 10,000 bandit cultivators and evil cultivators who come here to take refuge live all year round. As soon as Su Fan stepped onto the Evil Ghost Reef, he was blocked by several fierce-looking cultivators. He did not entangle with them, and directly paid a considerable amount of spirit crystals, and was allowed to land on the island. Su Fan took an Identity J talisman and transmitted it to the defense formation of the island reef, and saw a small town not far ahead. There is only one main street in the town, with dozens of shabby shops on both sides of the street. Although these shops are shabby, the prices here are even several times more expensive than those in Yuhei Xiancheng. Most people cannot afford to rent houses in the town, so most of the monks build various shacks outside the town, which are densely packed together and look chaotic. Su Fan came to the main street of the town. The monks looked unfriendly and filled with fierceness. They all cast malicious eyes at him. He ignored these eyes and walked straight into the depths of the town. Su Fan came to the outside of the largest luxurious courtyard in the town, which was the residence of the island owner of the Evil Ghost Reef. Boy, think about it. If you buy on credit from me, you will have to pay double later. At this time, Su Fan received a thought in his mind. Don't worry, senior, there are more than 100,000 monks on these islands and reefs. Okay, I'll help you this time. Remember to pay double? As soon as the big boss of the Wuman upper world finished speaking, Su Fan took out the Wudao wooden sculpture in the ring and placed it in front of him. His behavior immediately attracted the attention of others. No one knew what he was going to do. Some people even ran over from a distance and gathered around him to watch the excitement. Boom! At this time, a thick blood-colored light column suddenly fell from the sky and instantly enveloped Su Fan. Almost at the same time, dense blood-colored witch patterns appeared all over Su Fan's body. Boom! With a roar, a blood-colored witch formation of hundreds of square meters was formed in the blink of an eye with him as the center, and his aura began to increase sharply. It was not until his realm was raised to the middle stage of the transformation of the spirit that the blood-colored light column dimmed. Su Fan's eyes suddenly condensed and he used the demon body. He was suddenly filled with demonic smoke, and his body instantly swelled to more than 100 feet, turning into an extremely ferocious demon. At this time, a powerful aura rolled over from the yard. Which Taoist friend is visiting my Evil Ghost Reef? As a voice sounded in Su Fan's ears, an old man in the transformation of the spirit realm appeared opposite Su Fan. Su Fan ignored him completely. He came to the storm reefs this time just to kill all the evil cultivators and bandit cultivators here, leaving no one behind. Chapter 815 Impossible, absolutely impossible. Ouch! After the demonization, Su Fan roared loudly towards the sky. Lines of fine black scales surged wildly on his demon body, constantly drilling out from every corner of the demon body, bursting out with incomparable terrifying power. Ka. One by one, hideous bone spurs squeezed out from every joint, and each key part formed a piece of rough armor. His huge head was covered with long hair, and each finger-thick hair was like tough steel wire. 2 hideous horns grew on both sides of his forehead. A vertical eye opened between his eyebrows, flashing with a resentful light, revealing a terrible evil power. Countless monks on the evil ghost reef all looked up at the huge demon body that was more than 100 feet tall. They were already stunned by the shock. When his roar came, a sound wave visible to the naked eye swept across the evil ghost reef. The monks on the island reef only felt that their eyes went black, and they felt that the blood in their bodies seemed to solidify, as if they fell into an ice cave in the dead of winter. A chill surged from the soles of his feet, freezing him to the bone, and he couldn't move at all. Some cultivators with lower realms and weaker spiritual awareness had already fainted on the ground when Su Fan let out that roar. The cultivators on the islands and reefs were all abandoned cultivators and evil cultivators, and they were all knowledgeable and had seen the blood-melting secret technique of the demon sect and the demon sect, but they had never even heard of a powerful demon body like Su Fan. Su Fan stared at the evil cultivator in the spirit transformation realm opposite him. The other party was frightened by the violent aura that permeated and took a few steps back before he could stand firm. Although he was also a cultivator in the spirit transformation realm, he was suppressed by the momentum of Su Fan's demon body and even had difficulty breathing. Although the evil cultivator's strength was very weak, his eyesight was definitely far superior to that of ordinary people. If it weren't for this eyesight, the island owner of the evil ghost reef might not have come this far. He knew very well that although he was also in the spiritualization realm, he was completely different from the opponent. Anyway, if they fought, he might not be able to last even a few rounds. So the opponent was scared, and he first bowed to Su Fan. This old bastard was also fighting hard. In front of all the cultivators of the evil ghost reef, he didn't care about his face. Deo. What are you doing here at my evil ghost reef? Seeing that Su Fan ignored him, this old bastard was immediately furious. Deo, the evil ghost reef and my entire fortune are all mine, but before he could finish, Su Fan suddenly had a huge hammer in his hand and smashed it down. The island owner of the evil ghost reef never thought that Su Fan would be so cruel. He had clearly admitted that he was scared, and was ready to offer up the evil ghost reef and his entire fortune, but the other party still wanted to kill him. Su Fan's move also aroused the other party's anger. Although you are stronger, I am still a cultivator in the god transformation realm. Even if I can't beat you, I can always escape. His eyes condensed, and thick demonic smoke suddenly filled his body. He instantly turned into a hideous phantom of a foreign demon that was dozens of feet tall, blocking himself. Then he pinched his fingers and sacrificed a top-grade fairy treasure, and rushed towards the whistling giant hammer. But he didn't expect that Su Fan's demon-subduing sky-splitting mountain hammer was actually an 8th-level fairy weapon. When the giant hammer fell from the sky, the space around the evil ghost reef was almost torn apart like a piece of paper. The entire sky seemed to be upside down and twisted, and invisible ripples vibrated towards the surroundings, like a storm sweeping across the entire evil ghost reef. The island owner of the evil ghost reef was stunned. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The power exuded by this giant hammer is definitely not something that a cultivator in the god transformation realm can display. Originally, he thought that he could fight the opponent for a few rounds, and if it really didn't work, he would use his life-saving trump card to escape. Unfortunately, how could Su Fan give him a chance to escape? He used his ultimate move at full strength right from the start. By the time the owner of the evil ghost reef island realized the crisis, it was too late. Boom! With a loud earth-shaking sound, the phantom of the foreign demon that was dozens of feet tall was instantly blown up. Then, the opponent's top-grade fairy treasure was also smashed to pieces. The demon-subduing sky-splitting mountain hammer was not hindered at all and fell from the sky with a bang. The owner of the evil ghost reef island quickly activated a 7th-level body-protecting fairy talisman, which turned into an aura shield to cover himself. But facing the attack of the 8th-level fairy weapon demon-subduing sky-splitting mountain hammer, the aura shield supported by the 7th-level body-protecting fairy talisman was instantly shattered like paper. Boom boom, with a devastating roar, the invisible and intangible destructive force spread and swept across the entire evil ghost reef in an instant. Even the entire storm reef group shook violently, and the space storm that had been going on for a long time became even more crazy, emitting waves of beast-like roars. The giant hammer left a deep pit of dozens of feet on the evil ghost reef, and Su Fan was still holding back. If he had used all his strength to smash it down, the evil ghost reef would probably no longer exist. The island owner of the evil ghost reef was even more miserable, and was directly smashed into a pool of meat paste by the demon-subduing sky-splitting mountain hammer. Even his Yin Shen was completely destroyed in one day, turning into dust and ashes. Su Fan picked up the demon-subduing sky-splitting mountain hammer and weighed it in his hand. The trace of blood of the foreign fusion realm great demon in his body was used by him to complete the second round of blood tempering using the dragon elephant swallowing yuan, training blood mysterious art. Now Su Fan's physical strength has increased a lot. He only used 30% of his strength to smash a demon cultivator to death. Although the demon cultivator's strength was weak, and the opponent took his hammer without any preparation. But compared with the first round of bloodline tempering, his strength has increased by at least nearly double. Su Fan lowered his head again and looked down at the other cultivators on the evil ghost reef. At this time, the cultivators on the entire island were dizzy and dazed by the aftermath of the hammer just now. The vertical eye between Su Fan's eyebrows suddenly condensed. As he moved his mind, an invisible and intangible divine pressure began to cover the entire evil ghost reef. This incomparable divine pressure also made the air of the entire evil ghost reef almost solidify at this moment. More than 10,000 cultivators on the evil ghost reef felt an indescribable great terror and a great ominous aura pouring down like an overwhelming blanket. Every cultivator on the island was filled with monstrous fear in their hearts. Suddenly, the world became quiet. The time between heaven and earth seemed to freeze at this moment. Boom! The vertical eye between Su Fan's eyebrows suddenly condensed, and an extremely powerful divine thought turned into a tsunami, roaring in all directions, and the consciousness of all the cultivators on the islands and reefs was instantly completely submerged. Bang! Bang! The heads of the cultivators on the evil ghost reef suddenly began to explode one by one. Before the red and white things in their brains splashed and fell to the ground, an invisible force suddenly shook in the void, and it turned into nothingness in an instant. In the blink of an eye, more than 10,000 cultivators on the evil ghost reef died without a single one left in his thought. Su Fan moved a vertical eye on his forehead. This magical power was too powerful. Although he inherited this magical power from the blood of the foreign fusion realm great demon after completing the first round of bloodline tempering. But when he used this magical power at that time, it was still quite reluctant. At this time, Su Fan used the dragon elephant swallowing yuan refining blood mysterious art to complete the second round of tempering of the blood in his body. When he used this magical power again, it was already somewhat decent. After all, it was a demonic magical power inherited from the foreign fusion realm demon, and its power was indeed unparalleled. Of course, Su Fan could only use such a powerful and large-scale soul magical power once in a short period of time. If he used it several times in a row, his consciousness would definitely be exhausted, or even backfired. This was already very awesome, and Su Fan was very satisfied anyway. He was a cultivator in the late Yuanying realm, and he could inherit the magical power of the foreign fusion realm demon, and he could also use it during the battle. What else do you want? Swoosh, swoosh. At this time, the two ghost slaves, Sister Zhen and Yesha, rushed out from the two secret realms respectively. Master, let's go clean up the battlefield. Every time at this time, Sister Zhen was the most excited as if she had been injected with chicken blood. Before Su Fan could say anything, the two ghost slaves turned into two black smoke and whistled away. At the same time, countless ghost soldiers and generals were also summoned by the two of them, and in an instant, the evil ghost reef was covered with dense ghosts and ghosts. These were the corpses of more than 10,000 Yuanying realm and giant and realm band and cultivators and evil cultivators, as well as their ghosts. Not to mention the countless spoils of war. Sister Zhen was so happy that she was silly. It has been a long time since I scraped the ground like today, and these spoils of war have long been out of Su Fan's eyes. But Sister Zhen doesn't care, she just likes the process of sorting out the spoils of war. And doesn't care whether these things are valuable or not. Looking at the corpses scattered on the islands and reefs under his feet, although he killed so many people, he didn't feel the slightest burden. The cultivators who can come to the storm reefs for refuge are all bandit cultivators and evil cultivators who have committed bloody crimes. It can be said that none of them are innocent. Take any one of them at random, and they are all blood debts. In the next few days, Su Fan began to bloodbath the entire storm reefs. The more than 100,000 bandit cultivators and evil cultivators who came here for refuge were unlucky and were almost killed by Su Fan. Although dozens or hundreds of small fish and shrimps may have escaped, he slaughtered more than 10 transformation realm cultivators who occupied the mountain as kings, as well as more than 100,000 evil cultivators and bandit cultivators in the infant realm and golden core realm. Senior, So many corpses should be enough to set up the woman blood formation you mentioned. Su Fan's eyes condensed, and he sent a thought to the big man in the woman upper realm. How can this be enough? If you add the corpse of the refining void realm in your hand, it will be almost enough. You old man, what are you thinking about? He was going to use the corpse of the blood spirit demon at a critical moment. What if I add another 100 corpses of transformation realm cultivators? It's barely enough, but if you want to maintain the long-term operation of this woman blood formation and catch all those who are chasing you, then forget it. Even if you add all the corpses in your hand, it can only operate for 1 or 2 hours at most. After receiving the thought of the big man in the woman upper realm, Su Fan frowned immediately. If the woman blood formation can only operate for 1 or 2 hours, it will definitely not work. None of the cultivators from the Wangchuan Palace and the Celestial race are simple, and it is hard to say whether they can take the bait. In addition, the elite cultivators from various races who came for the bounty bonus are the most powerful cultivators in this world of cultivation. Even if Su Fan is strong, he dare not say that he can face the siege of so many people. At this time, he received a thought in his mind. Actually, it's not that there is no way. I know a place where there is no shortage of blood sacrifice materials. Su Fan was stunned after hearing this, but he immediately guessed the place the other party was talking about. This old guy wants to trick him. The place he said must be the Sea Clan. Is that something he can easily provoke? Compared with other races in this world of cultivation, the individual strength of the Sea Clan cultivators is relatively weak, even inferior to that of the human race. Moreover, the IQ of the Sea Clan cultivators has been low since they were born. Anyway, they are quite stupid. But the Sea Clan has a huge racial advantage, that is, there are many people. In the sea area not far from the Storm Island Reef, if you find a population of sea tribes on the seabed, there are tens of thousands, or even tens of millions. In the past, every war between the Chao-Haitian human race and the sea tribe would dye the sea area of tens of thousands of miles into blood, most of which was the blood of the sea tribe monks. Moreover, the Chao-Haitian monks have extremely rich experience in hunting the sea tribe, and various traps, formations, domains and other means are also emerging in an endless stream. Coupled with Su Fan's various sinister and treacherous means, it is not too easy for him to slaughter the sea tribe. He only needs to find an island on the edge of the sea tribe's territory and gather 1,000,000 6th-level sea tribe monks, which will not take long. However, the Chao-Haitian human race and the sea tribe have signed a peace agreement long ago. Once he slaughters the sea tribe, it will definitely arouse the anger of the sea tribe. If he really provokes a war between the human race and the sea tribe, then his sin will be great. This is not the most dangerous thing. If he is targeted by those high-level sea beasts of the sea tribe, then he will be handed over to Chao-Haitian. Senior, this won't work. Are you stupid? Who told you to kill? You can just buy, what the hell? Are there human traffickers in the sea tribe? Senior, are there any people in the sea tribe that traffic in people? Of course there are. There are countless species in the sea tribe, and there will be conflicts between the species. As long as you can bring out what the sea tribe needs, you can trade with them. How much will it cost? Go ask. As far as I know, once the number of sea tribe species grows to a certain size, there will be wars between the species to consume the number of species. I didn't expect that this big man from the upper world of women actually knew so much about the sea tribe. But what he said really made sense. It wouldn't hurt to go to the territory of the sea tribe to ask. His intuition told him that this should work. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 816 He is really not a murderous person. Storm Island Reef is the territory of the Sea Clan, belonging to the Tiger Demon Shark territory. At midnight, under the quiet night, the hazy moonlight also covered the sea with a layer of mysterious silver light. Su Fan was standing on an unnamed island reef, quietly looking at the vast sea. A few days ago, he came to this territory of the Sea Clan and had a cordial and friendly exchange with the Tiger Demon Shark here. Hearing that Su Fan wanted to trade with him, and then seeing the various goods he took out, several Tiger Demon Shark monks immediately had evil thoughts. Of course, he would not indulge their bad habits, and directly beat several Tiger Demon Sharks so that they could not take care of themselves. The battle between the two sides was not small, and even the patriarch of the tiger demon shark was alarmed. Su Fan directly activated the demon eye body and showed his strength. Seeing that he was not easy to mess with, the patriarch of the tiger demon shark agreed to his transaction request. Today was the day the two sides agreed to trade. He arrived here early and waited patiently for the arrival of the Sea Clan. At this time, there seemed to be some movement on the sea in the distance. Through the dark night, Su Fan could vaguely see that the sea began to ripple slightly. Then, the originally calm sea began to surge, and the entire sea area seemed to be split apart. A strong demonic aura spread out, and more than 100 Sea Clan monks, tens of feet tall, rushed out of the sea and appeared in front of Su Fan. Boom! With a violent roar, the sea around the island reef was like a boiling pot, and it also boiled. With the island reef as the center, countless tiger-striped demon shark monks appeared on the sea within a radius of dozens of miles, densely surrounding the island reef. The other party might want to give him a show of strength, so they deliberately made a big scene. Unfortunately, Su Fan didn't even frown. He hoped that this group of tiger-striped demon sharks would rob him, so he would have a reason to take action. The hundreds of level 6 tiger-striped demon sharks that appeared on the opposite side were nothing in Su Fan's eyes. The countless tiger-striped demon sharks that were densely packed around him were just food for him. He had heard before that the strength of the Sea Clan monks was average, and this time he saw it. The strength of these big fools was really scum. Although they looked stupid, big, black and rough, they were very clumsy when fighting, and they didn't say a word. The Sea Clan relied on numbers to fight, and their brains were not very smart, and they were fearless. The endless Sea Clan monks were like a tsunami, rushing over to die for you to see. So whenever the human race and the Sea Clan had a war, there would be a feeling of pain. That is, they can't be killed at all. At this time, the largest level 7 tiger-striped demon shark jumped up from the sea and stood in front of Su Fan. After the Sea Clan monks broke through the 3rd level, they would gradually turn into human form. The 7th level tiger demon shark opposite, except for an ugly and huge shark head, the rest of the body is almost the same as that of a human. I brought what you want, the other party sent a thought to Su Fan's mind, and then threw a conch about an inch in size. Su Fan took the conch thrown by the other party, his eyes focused, and his consciousness swept it. Although this conch is inconspicuous, what he didn't expect was that it actually had a volume of nearly 10,000 cubic meters, filled with various 5th and 6th level sea monsters. Su Fan put the conch away, then took out a storage ring and threw it over. The 7th level tiger demon shark opposite took the storage ring and took a look at it, and a hint of surprise appeared on his ugly face. Before Su Fan came here, he thought he would have a big loss, which would definitely consume a lot of rare cultivation resources. But he never thought that this group of sea cultivators turned out to be a group of uneducated guys. Especially the group of tiger demon sharks on the opposite side. Their favorite commodity is actually a low-level spiritual or sun essence stone that is abundant in the Cheoguang Star region. Sun essence stone is a low-level spiritual ore because of its huge output. The price is even more pitifully low. However, this spiritual ore has an excellent appearance. Its shape is particularly like a diamond in the previous life, and its surface is bright and shining, and it can also emit a dazzling light. Su Fan took out a lot of rare cultivation resources. Who would have thought that the tiger demon shark monk would actually take a fancy to this thing at first sight? In fact, it is understandable. The resources under the Sea of Cultivation are very rich, and it is rich in various rare spiritual ores. So for the Sea Clan monks, they prefer the sun essence stone that looks good, looks shining, and has a shiny surface. After all, Cultivation doesn't have this thing, so it immediately attracted the attention of this group of tiger demon shark monks. The 7th level tiger demon shark on the opposite side was very satisfied with a shiny sun essence stone in the ring. It put the ring away, then looked at Su Fan, took out a colorful shell and threw it over. My name is Shark Yanchuo. If you want to trade again in the future, you can contact me. Su Fan almost laughed when he received the other party's thoughts in his mind. He had a mountain of sun essence stones in his hands, all of which were spoils of war seized from the monks of Cheoguang Star Domain in the past. Because the quantity was too large to sell, but they were reluctant to throw it away, so the money-loving Sister Zhen kept it until now. Unexpectedly, this thing became a hot commodity after it was brought to Cultivation. I only have so many sun essence stones, wait a few days and get some more, don't worry, I'll take as many as you have, and the price will satisfy you. It must be said that although the Sea Clan monks are also predatory, As long as they feel they can't afford to offend you, they will do business with you seriously. Moreover, these guys are quite stupid, and they are not the material for business at all. Trading with them is very profitable. Su Fan had already thought about it. After solving the bounty of the Forgetful River Palace, he would definitely come to the territory of the Tiger Demon Shark. The deep sea of Zhaohaitian is rich in various unique and rare cultivation materials. In particular, the cultivation resources in the Sea Clan territory are extremely rich, but these rare cultivation resources are a waste in the hands of the Sea Clan cultivators. Anyway, Su Fan has a lot of sun essence stones in his hands. If he trades them all, he will definitely make a lot of money. Su Fan left the territory of the Tiger Demon Shark and returned to the Storm Reefs. At this moment, the entire Storm Reefs has become a ghost den, and all the evil cultivators and bandit cultivators who took refuge here have been slaughtered by him. Su Fan also began to get busy on several of the largest islands and reefs in the Storm Reefs under the guidance of the big boss of the Woman Upper Realm. Every few days, he would go to the territory of the Tiger Demon Shark and use the Sun Essence stones in his hand to trade a large number of corpses of Sea Clan cultivators. He used dozens of islands and reefs in the Storm Islands and Reefs and arranged a 9-yin reversed soul bloodlight array of Wu Dao under the guidance of the big boss of the Woman Upper Realm. This is a 9th level Woman array, and he can complete it alone. Fortunately, with the help and guidance of the big boss of the Woman Upper Realm, Su Fan only needs to do it according to the other party's requirements. At that time, as long as Su Fan launches a blood sacrifice, he can start this 9th level Woman array with the help of the big boss of the Woman Upper Realm. However, the biggest problem in arranging this 9-yin reversed soul bloodlight array is that a large number of blood sacrifice materials are needed. And the corpses of the monks required for the blood sacrifice must be above the Giant Din realm. Although Su Fan has many corpses of high-level monks, and even a corpse of the monk in the Liangsu realm, that is, the blood spirit old demon he killed. But he wants to use the corpse of the blood spirit old demon for blood sacrifice to improve his realm. Even if all the corpses of other monks were used to set up this 9-yin reversal bloodlight array, the number would still be far from enough. Fortunately, he had obtained a large number of corpses of Sea Clan monks through a deal with the Tiger Stripe Demon Shark. Otherwise, it would not be so easy to set up this 9th level Witch Gate array. Just as Su Fan was racing against time to set up the 9-yin reversal bloodlight array on the Storm Island Reef, Zhu Hun and others from the Wangchuan Palace and several members of the Xianren clan who were in the God Transformation realm had found Su Fan's traces through the divination monks. Now they have driven towards the Storm Island Reef at a very fast speed, and behind them, there are more than 1,000 elite monks from various races who are rushing for the bounty. These monks who were chasing Su Fan had just set off not long ago, and some bandit cultivators and evil cultivators who had escaped from the Storm Island Reef by chance also brought back news of Su Fan. When Zhaohaitian's monks heard the news, they were all shocked and stunned. This guy is really a killer. He slaughtered more than 100,000 monks in the Storm Island Reef alone. He killed people without blinking an eye. In the past, they only heard that Su Fan was fierce and violent, and sacrificed tens of millions of monks with blood. Some people didn't believe this. Now this kind of thing has really happened in Zhaohaitian, which makes everyone feel cold. Even those fierce demon cultivators and the most combative sword cultivators in Zhaohaitian were silent after learning about Su Fan's achievements. Even the most evil cultivators who had committed bloody cases sighed secretly. Compared with this big devil, they are just good children. Especially the several families in Bihai City, they are secretly glad, but they are also afraid. Because at the beginning, some people in these families overestimated their own abilities and tried to sell Su Fan's information to the Forget River Palace. Fortunately, only a few people made this suggestion, so that the big devil was not embarrassed. In the end, he was sent out of the country with courtesy and kept this secret strictly. Thinking back now, it was a wise move. If this killer god had been provoked, it might be hard to say whether Nanshan Island could still exist in the future. Anyway, the whole Zhaohaitian is paying attention to this matter now. Storm Island Reef has also become the hottest place. The topic that everyone is talking about is a big battle there soon. Several assassin organizations with a long history, such as the Wangchuan Palace, and elite monks from various races such as the Xianren clan, who came for the bounty bonus. Now they are all heading in the direction of Storm Island Reef. It is estimated that it will not be long before they will encounter the big devil. The Chusha Islands have been extremely lively in the past few days. Countless monks from all over Cultivation have also rushed to the direction of Storm Island Reef. Although they dare not get involved in this matter, they can hide on the periphery to watch the excitement. In the next battle, almost no one is optimistic about Su Fan. No matter how good Su Fan is, he is just one person. And he is only in the late stage of the nascent soul. Facing more than 1,000 elite monks from all over the world of cultivation, once they fall into their siege, they will definitely die. None of these people are simple. They are not comparable to ordinary cultivators. Needless to say, the Frigate River Hall is also a notorious killer organization in the entire world of cultivation. Not only that, it is said that several killer organizations in the world of cultivation that are as famous as the Frigate River Hall have also participated. The Shinran clan is the publisher of this bounty bonus. They sent several of the most talented members of the clan to avenge the arrow of falling star Shiangsu. In addition, there are more than 1,000 elite cultivators from various races, any of whom has a great reputation in the world of cultivation. But this time, they all chose to hide their names. There is no way. Su Fan, the Big Devil, is too cruel. These elite cultivators from various races, before killing this Big Devil, no one dared to reveal their identity, for fear of causing trouble for the sect, family and clan. Because this Big Devil is not only cruel and cunning, but also very vindictive. If he escaped the siege and knew their identities, it would cause a big trouble for their sect, family and tribe. Their identities are different from those underground organizations of the Forgetful River Palace. The Feng family's painful lessons are still vivid. If they are really remembered by this lonely ghost, their sect, family and tribe may not even sleep well. Even Su Fan did not expect that his fierceness has reached such a level. Heaven and earth are conscientious, he is really not a person who likes to kill. Of course, the premise is that you don't provoke him. And the people Su Fan killed are almost all people who deserve to die, and he will not easily kill innocent people. But he has been labeled as a big devil, and now even if he wants to wash it off, he can't wash it off. But Su Fan doesn't care about these things. Hasn't he been labeled enough? At this moment, many cultivators have gathered on the periphery of the Storm Island Reef. After all, it was once an ancient battlefield between the human race and the sea race. Except for the bandit cultivators and evil cultivators who have been hanging around there for many years, it is very dangerous for ordinary people to enter the Storm Island Reef for the first time. Even the slightest mistake could lead to being caught in the space storm. The Forgotten River Palace has its own intelligence system in Cultivation. Before Zhuhan and others came, they had already obtained the map of the Storm Islands and Reefs. Not only that, they had even found a guide. Chapter 817. It will definitely not be that smooth. Zhuhan was suspended in the air, looking at the Storm Island Reef in the distance with a serious face. Himang next to him came over and said, "Let's go in right away, don't let this kid run away." Zhuhan shook his head and said, "Don't worry, let others go in first and help us explore the way." He was not on vain to become one of the top 10 gold medal bounty killers of Wangchuan Palace. Over the years, Zhuhan didn't know how many difficult monks he had killed. His intuition told him that it would not be so smooth to come here to hunt down this big devil this time. The other party did not choose to continue to flee, but hide in the Storm Island Reef. No matter how you look at it, it's wrong. The other party must have set a trap in the Storm Island Reef and waited for them to jump in. Although the bounty hunter team under his command is very strong in both experience and strength, he still dare not be careless. If it were in the past, Zhuhan would have led people in to kill, but this time he really couldn't be so reckless. From the amazing achievements Su Fan had made in the past, it can be judged that this guy never fights an unprepared battle. If that guy was surrounded so easily, he would have died countless times. Hundreds of Feng family cultivators in the spiritualization realm were wiped out by that guy in one day. If he said that he did not cheat, Zhuhan would definitely not believe it. No matter how strong he is just a cultivator in the late nascent soul realm. How could he do this without using some extraordinary means? So Zhuhan decided not to rush to take action, but to wait outside first. Only when that guy really shows up, he will lead the team to kill in and launch a fatal attack on him. Thinking of this, Zhuhan turned his head and glanced at the guide behind him. The guide found by the Frigate River Palace was also an evil cultivator who had taken refuge in the Storm Island Reef. The other party came over quickly and said with a smile, "Senior, you are looking for me. How many exits are there around this Storm Island Reef?" "As far as I know, there are only 3 exits. As for whether there are other secret exits, I don't know," After listening to the guide's words, Zhuhan thought for a while. Is there any secret island nearby? I actually know one. It is hundreds of miles south of the Storm Island Reef. Zhuhan nodded after listening, and then waved to Himang next to him. Himang, take a few people to guard outside the 3 entrances of the Storm Island Reef. Be careful to hide your whereabouts. Don't move without my order. At this point, Zhuhan glanced at the other members of the team. The rest of you, let's go to the island on the periphery. After Zhuhan finished speaking, he took out the communication array disk from the ring and sent a thought. Follow those people and go in first, but don't rush forward. I suspect that guy has set a trap here. When he shows up, contact me immediately. This time, the Wangchuan Palace sent more than 1 bounty hunter team. Zhuhan and his team were only the ones in the open. There were 2 other teams that came secretly. Zhuhan already felt that something was wrong, so for the sake of caution, he planned to keep a reserve team. 3 bounty hunter teams went in together, so as not to be caught in one gulp. Anyway, the hidden island is only a few hundred miles away from the Storm Island Reef. They can arrive at any time. Not long after the people from the Wangchuan Palace left, several Shinran monks had already arrived at the outer sea area of the Storm Island Reef. The leader was a monk in the God Transformation realm. He was suspended in the air with his hands behind his back, looking at the sea area covered by thick fog in the distance with a cold look. Although they were still dozens of miles away from the Storm Island Reef, they could still hear the whimpering wind, like countless wild beasts roaring loudly. He was the leader of the team chasing Su Fan this time, named Sun Yi, and he was also an earl in the clan. Mr. Soon, I just contacted that master, and the results of his divinations were the same several times. The boy's aura is in the Storm Island Reef. After hearing what the other party said, Sun Yi was relieved. This kid is too cunning. He almost tortured them to death during this period. They have been running around all the time. Finally found this kid, this time no matter what, he can't be let go. Sun Yi turned his head and glanced at the guide who was temporarily recruited from Nanshan Island. You lead us in. The guide was named Li Tong, a former bandit cultivator. He had stayed in the Storm Island Reef for several years. However, he was forcibly recruited by several Shinran cultivators. Although he was unwilling to be the guide, he had just received news that all the bandits and evil cultivators in the Storm Island Reef had been slaughtered by that demon. If he let these people in now, he would not know how he died if he fell into the hands of that demon. But he was only a Yuanying realm cultivator. How could he dare to disobey the wishes of these old monsters in the Huashan realm of the celestial race? After hearing what Sun Yi said, Li Tong nodded and bowed to the other party and forced a smile, and then took the lead in driving the magic weapon to fly to the Storm Island Reef. Next, more and more cultivators came to the outer waters of the Storm Island Reef. These cultivators of various races who came for the reward bonus were generally in groups of 3 or 5, and there were also many who came alone. In the past few days, the evil cultivators and bandits who had been to the Storm Island Reef in the waters of the Chisha Islands were almost wiped out, and all were hired by themselves. But these people were much more cautious than those cultivators of the celestial race. They temporarily formed small teams and then entered the Storm Island Reef in groups. Li Tong led Sun Yi and several other celestial clan monks into the sea area of the Storm Island Reef. He had also spent several years in the Storm Island Reef. He was familiar with the environment here. The entire Storm Island Reef was only more than 10,000 miles in radius. It didn't take them long to arrive near the evil Ghost Reef. Senior, in front of us is the evil Ghost Reef, one of the 5 largest islands and reefs here. After hearing what Li Tong said, Sun Yi nodded solemnly. He had just witnessed the power of the space storm here. If it weren't for this human guide, they might not have been so smooth. The space storm was too fierce, and they would be swallowed up if they were not careful. Sun Yi looked at the small island reef in front of him and found that an 8th-level formation was actually arranged on the island. He took out a J talisman from his ring and saw that the J talisman was flickering slightly. That guy is on this island reef. Break this formation for me. Although the 8th-level defense immortal formation is equivalent to the defense of a cultivator in the void refining realm, a formation is a formation, and it does not mean that a cultivator in the spiritual transformation realm cannot break it. However, if you want to break the formation, you can only grind it bit by bit. I came back late today, so I will post a short chapter first, and there will be another chapter later. Chapter 818. Let's go in and kill that guy. Hearing Sun Yi's shout, several celestial clan cultivators began to attack. Bang! Bang! All of a sudden, all kinds of powerful golden beams of light hit the 8th level immortal formation set up on the evil ghost reef. The Taoist magic of the Celestial Clan is mostly based on golden beams of light, and even their immortal treasures emit golden light. Although it looks rather monotonous, the power of the Celestial Clan's Taoist magic and magic treasures is not weak at all. Even many of the top-grade defensive immortal treasures of the human race can't stand it for a while. If the secret technique is used to communicate with the upper realm and attract the big guys of the same race from the upper realm to come, the Celestial Clan cultivators can cheat seriously when fighting with cultivators of other races. If it weren't for the Celestial Clan's weak reproductive ability, there would be no other races in the world of cultivation, and it would all be their world. At this time, golden beams of light kept hitting the spiritual shield of the 8th level immortal formation, and the dazzling golden light dyed the surrounding sea into golden glow. The aura shield of the 8th level immortal formation was also trembling violently, but it looked like it would not be shaken in a short time. Zhuhan did not participate in the attack, but stared at the Jade Talisman in his hand. Looking at the faint flickering light on the Jade Talisman, he sneered. Sun Yi's eyes condensed, and his powerful divine consciousness was centered on him, and he could see everything within 100 miles around the evil ghost reef. On the island reef opposite, he clearly sensed a trace of the breath of a human cultivator, and it must be that kid. As long as that kid is still on this island reef, he will never escape. If he can kill that kid here this time, he will not only get the reward bonus, but also avenge those tribesmen who died at the hands of the other party. When he returns to the tribe with this honor, he will definitely be promoted to Duke. Thinking of this, Sun Yi couldn't help but get excited. His eyes condensed, and he pinched a finger gesture with his right hand, muttering to himself. Buzz! With a violent buzzing sound, a golden sword of light hundreds of feet high shot up into the sky, then suddenly fell from the sky and fiercely slashed at the spiritual shield. Boom! There was a loud sound that shook the earth, and the spiritual shield supported by the 8th level immortal formation began to shake violently. Even the 8th level defensive immortal formation was violently trembled by the golden giant sword. Next, Sun Yi controlled another golden giant sword and attacked several times in succession. The spiritual shield supported by the 8th level immortal formation was visibly dimmed. After launching several big moves in one breath, Sun Yi also consumed 30% of his mana and spiritual consciousness. However, he was not worried about anything. After all, the several fellows next to him were all the most elite disciples of the incarnation realm in the clan. In his opinion, taking down a late-stage nascent soul realm cultivator was not a big deal. Now the most urgent task is to break this 8th level defensive immortal formation as soon as possible. If the bounty hunters from the Frigate River Palace come in, they will not be able to enjoy the bounty alone. Sun Yi is already a count of the celestial race, with an extremely rich fortune. He is not jealous of the bounty, but he values this honor more. He took a deep breath, pinched his fingers and chanted again, controlling the golden giant sword, and continuously slashed at the 8th level immortal formation. Sun Yi began to exert his strength, and the aura shield covering the evil ghost reef began to become increasingly dim. Several other celestial race monks also increased the intensity of their attacks. After a while, the aura shield covering the evil ghost reef began to be in danger. But after all, it was an 8th level defense formation. Even if the aura shield was almost dim, it still held on tenaciously. Seeing that the 8th level defense immortal formation opposite still did not collapse, Sun Yi suddenly became a little impatient. He glanced at the Jade Talisman in his hand, which was still flickering with light. Sun Yi put away the Jade Talisman, then suddenly opened his arms, and his hands kept forming various complicated seals. He suddenly raised his head and roared, and a golden beam of light instantly fell from the sky, covering his figure. Sun Yi's eyes condensed, and his hands slammed down fiercely. Boom! Above the sky, a golden giant sword that seemed to reach the sky and penetrate the earth suddenly condensed. A force that seemed to be full of mysterious Taoist power overturned the entire world like a tide. The strong aura almost suppressed the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The incomprehensible power almost crushed the space of the entire evil ghost reef. At the same time, a vast and boundless aura descended from the sky. The golden giant sword that reached the sky and penetrated the earth had already roared and fell from the sky. Boom boom, the golden giant sword and the aura shield finally collided with each other, and an unimaginable terrifying annihilation broke out in an instant. The aura shield supported by the 8th level defense formation covering the evil ghost reef suddenly collapsed. The formation is broken, "Let's go in and kill the kid." Hearing Sun Yi's shout, several Celestial Clan monks suddenly became excited, and took out various fairy treasures and jade talismans from their rings and rushed into the evil ghost reef. Swish! Almost at the same time, a silent sword light descended from the sky. Layers of space were reflected like ripples on the mirror, and dense cracks spread like spider webs on the sky. It was just an ordinary sword light, but it contained an indescribable law of power. It was as if some mysterious and unfathomable Deo essence descended from the 9 heavens to the human world. The thunder-like sound of the continuous collision and explosion, and the storm airflow rolled out by the shock wave, seemed to be suppressed by an inexplicable force at this moment. That silent sword light, but the next moment there was a terrifying annihilation energy, quietly covering the entire world. The breath of destruction permeated and shattered the void. The whole world seemed to be frozen at this moment, and time seemed to stand still. Boom boom, suddenly, with a devastating roar, the sword light came whistling. The indescribable impact caused a violent gust of wind, and thousands of tons of seawater around the islands and reefs were lifted up. It was like it was flying without gravity, and it was shattered by the space storm as soon as it flew into the air. Large pieces of soil on the evil ghost reef also cracked. And under the powerful impact, large pieces of land rose to the sky. This sword was cut from behind Sun Yi and others, and all their thoughts were on the evil ghost reef opposite. They didn't expect Su Fan to attack at this time, and he drew his sword at the moment when the 8th level defense formation collapsed. Not good. Everyone be careful. When Sun Yi felt the crisis coming, Su Fan's sword had already taken shape. Although he reminded loudly, at this time, let alone the other Shinran cultivators, even he couldn't react. Chapter 819 It's really miserable. Sun Yi and several Celestial Clan cultivators put all their energy on the evil ghost reef opposite. But they didn't know that the man on the evil ghost reef was just a clone, and Su Fan was hiding behind them. So when the 8th level defense formation collapsed, Su Fan suddenly attacked and caught them off guard. When Su Fan's sword came over, Sun Yi and others couldn't react in a hurry. Sun Yi stood at the back and was the first to bear the brunt of the sword light. Although he smashed a jade talisman on his waist, and the passive protective magic weapon on his body was instantly activated, propping up a golden shield in front of him. Unfortunately, Su Fan's sword, which contained the power of the law, was too powerful, and they didn't even have the chance to react. Puff, the sharp sword light whistled past, instantly shattering Sun Yi's 2 defenses and cutting him in half. The other Celestial Clan cultivators were even more unbearable, seeing the sword light passing through their bodies. Just before they entered the Storm Island Reef, Su Fan raised his strength to the transformation realm through blood sacrifice. Now he has used the Dragon Elephant Swallowing Yuan Training Blood Mysterious Art to complete the second round of tempering the blood of the foreign fusion realm demon in his body. Compared with Su Fan's previous strength, it has now greatly increased. So in the case of unintentional calculations, several Shinran cultivators never expected that they could not even withstand a sword. Swoosh, swoosh. At this time, several dark figures rushed out of Sun Yi and others. But what awaited them was another sharp sword light, which instantly chopped several Yin Shins to death. Su Fan's figure appeared from the air, he put the corpses of Sun Yi and others into the secret realm, and then disappeared from the original place again. His figure appeared on the evil ghost reef, repaired the collapsed 8th level defense fairy formation, and a huge spiritual shield once again enveloped the evil ghost reef. Suddenly, Su Fan turned his HUD sharply and saw several figures appear on the sea in the distance. His whole body flashed with lightning, and his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. At this moment, a large number of cultivators from various races who came for the bounty bonus have begun to enter the Storm Island Reef, one after another. Su Fan, who was hiding near the evil ghost reef, sent a thought to the witch upper world boss. Senior, have those people come in? Almost. Wait a little longer. After receiving the other party's thought, Su Fan took a deep breath. Once all those who are chasing him have entered the Storm Island Reef, he will launch a blood sacrifice and open the 9 Yin Reversal Bloodlight Array. This 9th level Bloodlight Array of the witch can cover the entire Storm Island Reef. At that time, those who are chasing him will fall into extreme madness and even attack their companions. At this moment, more and more cultivators have entered the Storm Island Reef. The first few waves of people who entered are already attacking the 8th level defense fairy array on the evil ghost reef. Su Fan wore the 9 patterns hidden mist immortal robe and the invisible shadowless infinite cloak on the outside, and also received help from the big boss of the Woman Upper Realm. Although he was very close to the monks who attacked the evil ghost reef, no one found his trace. About an hour later, Su Fan received another thought in his mind. This time it's almost done, everyone who should come in has come in, start the formation. After receiving the thought from the big boss of the woman, Su Fan crushed a blood-colored jade talisman in his hand without thinking. Boom! With a deafening roar, the piles of corpses on the islands and reefs of the Storm Island Reef were instantly filled with a trace of blood. Lines of blood emerged from the corpses of the monks like spirit snakes. The boundless blood became more and more dense, and finally turned into a violent hurricane that rolled up. Then, an extremely huge blood-colored light column suddenly shot up into the sky. A bright red blood-colored formation instantly enveloped the entire Storm Island Reef. All the monks of various races who entered the Storm Island Reef were immediately panicked. These monks who came for the bounty bonus, no matter which one, were from a large sect in a cultivation family, or elite monks from a powerful clan. Of course, their knowledge was extraordinary. From the scale of this blood-colored light column, they could guess the purpose of this Witchgate blood-colored formation. At this time, even the most stupid people knew that they were calculated by Su Fan. This was clearly a trap. 9th level formation. This is a 9th level formation. This guy is too cruel. This is a blood sacrifice. He launched a Witchgate blood sacrifice. How many people did he kill to support this 9th level formation? Let's leave here quickly. This formation is not simple. They fled frantically, but it was too late. Now the entire Storm Island Reef has been enveloped by the 9 yin inverted soul bloodlight formation. Let alone these cultivators in the spiritualization realm. Even if the old monsters in the refining void realm faced the 9th level formation, they would be helpless in a short time. At this time, the bloody smell in the Storm Island Reef covered by the 9th level bloodlight formation of the witchcraft became more and more intense. The cultivators of various races trapped in the formation had gradually lost their minds. Although the cultivators of various races who dared to come and kill Su Fan were all of extraordinary origins, they had all kinds of life-saving methods. Unfortunately, they were trapped in the 9th level witchcraft bloodlight formation, and their magic weapons and secret techniques for calming their souls and minds all lost their effects at once. Gradually, they became more and more confused, and their reason was about to disappear. Only endless resentment and various negative emotions were left in their minds. It was like playing a movie in their minds, and frames of death, pain, despair, wailing, shrillness and other negative emotions flashed by. Some people who could no longer control their emotions began to scream loudly, and some even began to attack the people around them. The power of this 9th level 9 yin reversal soul bewitching bloodlight array is too strong. How can these cultivators in the god transformation realm resist it? After only a short while, more than 1,000 cultivators of various races in the Storm Island Reef began to kill each other. At this moment, the entire Storm Island Reef was like a boiling pot. The battlefield has spread to various islands and reefs, countless magic weapons are flying, and various powerful Taoist magic and talismans are overwhelmingly smashed at the people around. These cultivators of various races who came for the bounty bonus are all the most elite cultivators in this world of cultivation. Now they have lost their minds and have let go of all their hands to fight. The terrifying power is absolutely unimaginable. Even Su Fan, who was hiding nearby and watching the excitement, was almost affected. Fortunately, he dodged in time and was not involved. People are constantly drowned in the terrifying Taoist magic. Some cultivators who are bloodthirsty have long forgotten the nearby space storm and were torn into pieces by the sharp space cracks. In order to support this 9th level 9 yin reversed soul confusing bloodlight array, Su Fan has already spent everything he has. Now, except for the corpse of the blood spirit old demon, he has used the rest to launch the blood sacrifice. At this time, Zihuan and others who were hiding on the nearby island were all stunned by the blood-colored light column rising into the sky. They were all bounty hunters who had seen the world, and of course they knew what this light column meant. Especially the 9th level 9 yin reversed soul confusing bloodlight array that enveloped the entire Storm Island Reef shocked them. This is a 9th level witch formation. Could this kid be a disciple of a witch sect? Chi Mu, who was standing next to him, looked at the Storm Island Reef in the distance and said solemnly. Zihuan sighed and said, I'm afraid that the 2 hunter teams are in danger. He secretly thanked himself for keeping a trick. If they also followed into the Storm Island Reef, the people of their Forget River Palace would be wiped out. What should we do now? Should we just watch? Bloodhand asked anxiously. After hearing this, Soul Chaser shook his head helplessly. This is a 9th level Bloodlight Witch formation. No one inside can survive. Unless several masters of the fusion realm attack at the same time to break the formation. Even so, when the formation is broken, the people inside will be finished. After hearing his words, the other members of the bounty hunter team were all silent. This kid is too cruel. There are more than 1,000 elite monks, and they are gone just like that. After hearing Bloodhand's words, Akaji couldn't help but sneer. We are killers. Who doesn't have 1,000 or 800 lives on our hands? If it were me who was being chased by so many people, I would have to fight to the death. Do you know how many people he has to sacrifice to activate this 9th level witch formation? No matter how many people he kills, it's none of our business. Suddenly, Soul Chaser turned his head and looked at the sky in the distance. The people of the Sea Clan are coming. After hearing his words, the others also turned their heads and looked into the distance. Bloodhand said excitedly, this is the territory of the Sea Clan. They won't sit idly by, right? Soul Chaser smiled bitterly and said, the people of the Sea Clan didn't participate in this matter. They won't care. He sighed and said, the 9th level formation consumes a lot of energy. It won't last long. Once the formation disappears, we will go and kill this kid. Such a shocking blood sacrifice of this scale is rare even in the entire world of cultivation. The huge blood-colored light column immediately caused a sensation in Zhao, and even people hundreds of thousands of miles away could sense it. The first to rush here were several high-level bosses of the Sea Clan. They all felt like they were facing a great enemy, thinking that the human race had launched an attack. Then, one by one, the old monsters of the human race in the refining realm and the combination realm also appeared near the Storm Island Reef. The human race bosses in Zhao also misunderstood. They thought the Sea Clan was doing something with a plane. Countless high-level bosses gathered here, and the momentum was extremely terrifying for a while. The human race and the sea race even had a confrontation, and it was not until the two sides had a conversation that the leaders of the two races breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the other party was not causing trouble, the leaders of the two races would not care about the Storm Island Reef at all. They had known about the Frigate River Palace issuing a bounty bonus for a long time. However, because Su Fen was carrying a demon seed, these high-level leaders were unwilling to get involved. Therefore, the leaders of the human race and the sea race chatted for a few words and disappeared in the sea area. It was not until the leaders of the two races disappeared that Zhu Han and others breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, nearly 100 leaders of the human race and the sea race gathered here, and the terrifying momentum scared them so much that they dared not breathe. Zhu Han looked at the distance with a face full of fear. Just now, he clearly felt a divine consciousness falling on the island. However, these high-level leaders did not take them seriously at all. Let's go over there. Once the formation dissipates, we'll go in and kill that guy. After Zhu Han finished speaking, his figure disappeared from the spot, and then the others also left the island one after another. Himeng and others who had been guarding outside the Storm Island Reef saw Zhu Han and others arrive, and hurried over to join them. At this time, Himeng was also horrified. When the 9th level Bloodlight formation was activated just now, he was almost scared to death. This 9th level formation can confuse souls. I was almost affected by the formation just now. I guess those people in the formation are in danger. Without that kid's action, they will kill each other. After hearing what Himeng said, Zhu Han and others couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines. This kid is too cruel. At this time, even these bounty hunters who kill people like crazy will feel horrified when they think of the scene in the formation. There are more than 1,000 most elite cultivators in the incarnation realm from various races. Just gone. If it weren't for the bounty bonus issued by the Forgetful River Hall, it would be impossible to gather these people together. But no one expected that more than 1,000 elite monks would be killed in just one day. It was too tragic. These monks were too precious. This was definitely a tragic loss for the sects, families and tribes behind them. Not to mention others, the two elite bounty hunter teams of the Wangchuan Palace were also composed of the most experienced hunters. It was easy for the Wangchuan Palace to train a killer, but it was not so easy to be a bounty hunter. The entire Wangchuan Palace could only gather hundreds of silver bounty hunters. This time, more than 20 silver bounty hunters were lost at once. The senior officials of the Wangchuan Palace must be heartbroken. Thinking of this, Zhu Han sighed. After losing so many silver bounty hunters, Even he would be reprimanded by the senior officials, and he would probably be deprived of his gold bounty hunter. But now it was meaningless to think about these things. Only by killing this kid would the sacrifices of those people be meaningful. If he let that kid run away again, he dared not think about the consequences. Alright, everyone cheer up. When the formation disappears, we will go in and kill that guy to avenge our fellow disciples. Chapter 820. How many people did this kid kill? At this moment, the Storm Island reef shrouded by the 9th level witch bloodlight formation was filled with a rich blood color. Although Su Fan was standing in the eye of the evil ghost reef, it was after all the 9th level 9 yin reversed soul blurring bloodlight formation of the witch sect, so even he was greatly affected. Fortunately, his spiritual consciousness was strong, and the witch sect's upper world boss infused him with power, which prevented his soul from getting lost in it. But despite this, Su Fan's mind was still filled with all kinds of negative emotions, and his chest was also filled with inexplicable irritability. He was still like this, let alone those monks who were trapped in the 9 yin reversed soul blurring bloodlight formation. At this time, they were almost crazy, fighting each other like crazy, making the Storm Island reef filled with blood even more bloody and tragic. Su Fan didn't dare to go out of the eye of the formation at all. He knew in his heart that if he took another step out of here, he would fall into that crazy state like those people. People will become completely irrational, suppressing endless resentment and irritability in their hearts, and will release the evil thoughts in their hearts to the greatest extent. The human monks have been possessed by demons, the demon monks will also enter the state of atavism, and the demon monks will turn into the body of the demon beast. They are like a walking corpse who only knows how to kill, acting entirely on instinct, with only one thought left in their hearts, that is, to destroy everything in front of them. These people are all monks in the realm of transformation from various underground organizations, major clans, families and ethnic groups. They are also elite seeds that are highly expected by their families, teachers and ethnic groups. Who would have thought that they would end up in this situation, fighting endlessly in the Storm Island reef? After only more than an hour, there were not many of the more than 1,000 elite monks of various races who could still stand. But even so, they were still fighting crazily regardless of anything, and many people were even caught in the space storm, but there was no fear or panic. Finally, the few remaining monks had exhausted all their vitality at this time and collapsed on the ground one by one. In the crazy battle just now, they had overdrawn their potential countless times. Even if they survived, their cultivation foundation would be destroyed and they would not be able to improve their cultivation. Although these people were all here to hunt him down, Su Fan couldn't help but sigh. Boy, there is still a group of people who haven't entered the formation. They are waiting outside. They will probably rush in as soon as the formation dissipates. At this time, Su Fan received a thought in his mind, and he frowned immediately. He never thought that at this time, there were still people who hadn't entered the formation. Oh no, there are a few more Void Refining Realm cultivators coming, what the hell? There are still a few Void Refining Realm cultivators outside, why are these old guys joining in the fun? He had heard before that cultivators who have reached the Void Refining Realm will not easily get involved in some cause and effect. Especially for people like Su Fan who have demon seeds, the higher the realm of the cultivators, the more they will stay away from them. Otherwise, those Void Refining Realm old monsters of the Feng family would have taken action and torn him to pieces. But there are always exceptions. Some evil cultivators may not care about these things and take risks for the coveted bounties. After all, every evil cultivator who breaks through to the spiritual transformation realm has no tomorrow. At this stage, the evil cultivators may be robbed of their bodies by the foreign demons in the upper realm one day, so they don't care about these things. If these old guys really come for the bounties, it will be a disaster. I smell the smell of evil cultivators from these cultivators in the Void Refinement Realm. Their strength is far from that of the real Void Refinement Realm. After receiving the thoughts of the big boss of the Woman Upper Realm, Su Fan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Even if their strength is weak, they are cultivators in the Void Refinement Realm, which is something he, a Yuaning realm, can't deal with. Fortunately, as long as they hide in the Storm Island Reef, they don't have to be afraid of these old guys in the Void Refinement Realm, because they can't get in anyway. But you can't be trapped here forever. If he was really targeted by these old monsters in the Refining Void Realm, even if he escaped from here, he would still have to face their endless pursuit in the future. So if he wanted to get rid of their pursuit, he could only get rid of them once and for all. Su Fan thought about it, and then sent a thought to the big boss of the woman upper realm. If I use the corpse of the blood demon ancestor as a blood sacrifice, can I raise my realm to the refining void realm? You really dare to think about it. What do you think of the refining void realm cultivators? Not to mention a corpse of a refining void realm cultivator, even 100 corpses can't do it. After receiving the other party's thoughts, Su Fan was immediately disheartened. If he was chased by a group of God transformation realm cultivators, although he was very nervous, he at least had the strength to fight. If he faced a few old monsters in the refining void realm, he was afraid that he would not even have a chance to fight back. However, I can take a little loss and raise your realm to half-step refining virtual. Half-step refining virtual. That won't work either. Half-step refining virtual sounds good, but it can only make his strength invincible in the spirit transformation realm. But compared with the refining virtual realm, it is completely different. Senior, half-step refining virtual is useless against a real refining virtual realm cultivator. Normally, it's like this, but it depends on who you are. You are a monster. Raising you to half-step refining virtual will not be the same as others. It should be no problem to deal with you, a fake refining virtual realm cultivator. You can pull some tricks. Even the fake refining virtual realm cultivator is still a realm away. Senior, I think you are harming me. Don't worry, it's right to listen to me. I haven't tried it yet. How do you know you can't do it? I believe you can. Su Fan never thought that this old man would actually make poisonous chicken soup for him. He drank this kind of poisonous chicken soup a lot in his previous life. But at that time, it was just to deceive himself. How can it be the same now? This is related to his life and death. Su Fan shook his head like a rattle. No. Absolutely not. Just as he was struggling, the 9th level 9 yin reversal bloodlight array covering the Storm Island Reef had become increasingly dim. The blood color in the entire Storm Island Reef had become thinner. The bloodlight array will soon dissipate, and you don't have much time. After receiving a thought from the boss of the upper realm of the woman, Su Fan took a deep breath. Senior, please help me conceal my breath. Let me escape from the Storm Island Reef first. Where are you going to go after you escape from here? I want to go to the territory of the Sea Clan and find a place to hide. The Sea Clan is not bad. At least those who are chasing you don't dare to go to the Sea Clan territory to chase you for the time being. But you just made such a big commotion here. I guess your every move can't escape the eyes of the high-level cultivators of the Sea Clan. It was indeed as the other party said. He launched the 9th level Witchgate blood formation through blood sacrifice in the Storm Island Reef. Not to mention the big guys of the Sea Clan, even the high-level cultivators of the human race of Zhaohaitian had to keep a close eye on him. After all, he sacrificed so many cultivators in order to launch the 9 yin inverted soul bloodlight formation. Although this is a method of the Witchgate, in the eyes of many people, his behavior is no different from that of an evil cultivator. Anyway, he definitely can't stay here with Zhaohaitian. Moreover, he killed so many elite cultivators from various races this time, and offended so many people. Perhaps not only Zhaohaitian, but all the big men in the human plane of the world of cultivation will have to put him on the blacklist. Although from the beginning to the end, he was just trying to protect himself. But this is the world of cultivation. Facing those super sects, high-level cultivation families and powerful demon tribes, there is no reason to talk. Not to mention the Frigate River Palace, they have already issued this bounty bonus, and they will definitely not withdraw it easily. Although he can change his identity and find a place to hide his name. But this is the world of cultivation. Even if he escapes to the horizon, it will be useless. Sooner or later, he will be discovered and fall into another siege. Then he will be in such a predicament again and again for the rest of his life, until he dies in the hands of those people. Thinking of this, Su Fan couldn't help feeling sad. The world is so big, but there is no place for him to stay. My buddy is really miserable. If I were you, I would fight hard and kill all those evil cultivators in the refining void realm outside. Whoever wants to deal with you in the future will have to think about the consequences. Su Fan received the other party's thoughts and couldn't help but sigh. He understood what the old man meant. After all, he was already notorious after this incident. Then let his reputation become more fierce, so that people would feel a chill on their backs when they heard his name, and would not dare to provoke him easily. Even if Su Fan killed more cultivators in the transformation realm, it would not be a big deal in the eyes of many people. But if he killed all those cultivators in the refining void realm outside, it would definitely create an extremely terrifying effect. Even the Frigate River Hall would have to reevaluate him. After all, No one wanted to offend such a cruel and ruthless person. Although fighting and killing are the mainstream of the rules of the rivers and lakes in this world of cultivation, it depends on who it is against. Don't look at the frigate river whale with a long heritage, which has a fierce reputation in this world of cultivation. But if you ask them to kill a genius disciple of a super sect, or to kill the elite children of a powerful demon clan, see if they will accept your order. Look at the identities of those gold medal killers and bounty hunters in the Frigate River Palace, none of them are simple. So the rules of the rivers and lakes here are not only about fighting and killing, but also about human relationships. Thinking of this, Su Fan took a deep breath. Okay, I'll fight, don't worry, I will help you. Several evil cultivators who broke through by crooked ways are not as good as a cultivator in the refining void realm. This is fucking. Su Fan felt that this old guy was alluding to himself. He relied on various crooked ways to get to where he is today. The secret of the heavenly demon body, blood mist, blood melting secret method, stealing the sky and changing the day to wash away sins and relieve evils. These few skills he practiced. Is there any serious thing? Senior, I'm risking my life this time. You must help me. You are a physical cultivator, and you have that top-grade immortal hammer. What are you afraid of? Besides, don't you still have me? After receiving the other party's thoughts, Su Fan felt more at ease. At this time, the 9th level 9 Yin Reversal Soul Bewitching Bloodlight Array covering the Storm Island Reef has become increasingly dim, and may dissipate at any time. The bloody smell in the Storm Island Reef has also become very thin. Su Fan hurriedly slapped a protective immortal talisman on his body, and then left the array center on the evil ghost reef. He had to clean up the battlefield here before those people outside came in. There were nearly 1,000 corpses of the Transformation Realm cultivators. How could they fall into the hands of others? At this moment, Zhuhan and others were anxiously waiting outside the Storm Island Reef, staring at the increasingly dim blood-colored light curtain. The formation will soon dissipate. Let's go in. If we go in now, we should be able to restrain the bewitching effect of the formation. Yes, when the formation completely collapses, the kid may run away. Hearing the words of several people around him, Zhuhan shook his head solemnly. Wait a little longer, the kid can't run away. Ever since he saw Su Fan's brutal methods, Zhuhan didn't dare to be careless at all, for fear of being tricked by him again. This kid is not only cunning, but also extremely brutal. He knew very well that in order to activate this 9th level woman bloodlight formation, the materials needed for blood sacrifice were definitely not a small number. Anyway, without the corpses of tens of millions of Yuanying realm monks, it would definitely not be possible to activate this 9th level woman blood formation. How many people did this kid kill in the past? As long as he thought of this, even Zhuhan, who killed many people, couldn't help but feel cold on his back. In fact, how could he know that so many blood sacrifice materials were traded by Su Fan from the Sea Clan? But of course others would not think so. No matter what, Su Fan's reputation of brutality and cruelty is definitely established. And from today on, the human race in the entire world of cultivation will no longer accept him. Although the Taoists and the woman can't be said to have a life and death feud, they are not on the same path after all, and there are many contradictions between them. After all, if there is no help from the big eyes in the upper world of the woman, the 9th level 9 Yin Reversal Soul Bloodlight Array cannot be launched by himself. Not only did Su Fan collude with the big eyes in the upper world of the woman, but there were also many Taoist disciples in the blood sacrifice materials. No one could accept this. So in the eyes of many Taoist disciples, he is already a traitor. At this time, who had sympathized with Su Fan's situation? From beating the Feng family to hunt him down, to the Wangchuan Palace issuing a bounty bonus, Su Fan was forced into a desperate situation step by them. Facing countless people chasing him, what else can Su Fan do? Can he reason with them? Boom! With a deafening roar, the 9th level Witchgate Bloodlight formation that enveloped the entire Storm Island Reef finally collapsed. Let's go in and kill the kid. Hearing Zhuhan's cry, more than a dozen bounty hunters from the Forgotten River Palace followed him and rushed into the Storm Island Reef. Chapter 821 The Big Monkey is so cooperative. Under the guidance of the guide, Zhuhan and his companions plunged into the Storm Island Reef. Although the 9th level 9 Yin Reversal Soul Believing Bloodlight Array had dissipated, everyone still felt dizzy when they first entered. Zhuhan's eyes condensed, and then he took out a soul-soothing fairy talisman from his ring and slapped it on his body. He felt a cool breath rushing into his sea of consciousness, and his soul instantly became clear. He was suspended in the air, and saw a thin layer of blood mist around him. The pungent bloody smell rushed into his nose, making him frown. The 9th level witch gate bloodlight array had dissipated, but the blood energy lingering in the air was still so strong. How many monks' flesh and blood would be consumed for this blood sacrifice? Under the guidance of the guide, they came all the way to the outside of the evil ghost reef. Senior, the evil ghost reef is ahead. Zhuhan and his companions stopped and floated in the air. Through the thin blood energy, they could vaguely see the shadow of an island reef in the distance. He took out a jade talisman from his ring and saw that there was no change on it. Although the blood jade talisman showed that the boy should not be in the evil ghost reef, he would not be easily deceived like the Shinran cultivators. This boy is not only cruel and cunning, but also has various means. Zhuhan, the gold medal bounty hunter of the Wangchuan Palace, has fought his way up from the bottom little by little. He has seen all kinds of difficult prey. But there are really few people as difficult to deal with as this boy. At this time, it is not too cautious for him to be more cautious. Bloodhand, go over and take a look first. Hearing Zhuhan's words, Bloodhand nodded, then urged the flying sword under his feet, and disappeared in a whoosh. When he appeared again, he had already entered the evil ghost reef. Bloodhand circled over the evil ghost reef for several times, released all his spiritual senses to explore every corner of the island and reef, but did not find any trace of Su Fan. I just checked, there's no one on the island. After receiving Bloodhand's thoughts, Zhuhan frowned, and then picked up the blood jade talisman in his hand again. He looked around, and released his spiritual sense to scan the entire evil ghost reef. His intuition told him that this kid should be hiding somewhere nearby. Let's go. Zhuhan and others came to the sky above the evil ghost reef, and only saw pieces of blood on the island and reef, as well as traces of the war. It's no wonder that there must have been a tragic bloody battle here. Thinking of more than 1,000 elite monks from various races killing each other on the evil ghost reef, Zhuhan and others couldn't help but sigh. Damn, let this kid run away again. I guess he ran away before we came in. He should have known that we were outside a long time ago. If it were you, wouldn't you run away? Are you waiting here to die? This kid's strength is just so-so, all crooked and evil. Listening to the words of several people around him, Zhuhan smiled bitterly. If this guy really ran away, it would not be so easy to catch him again. As for Zhuhan, he must bear the main responsibility for the failure of this siege. It is estimated that he will not be able to keep his title of gold medal bounty hunter after returning. Suddenly, he felt his scalp explode. And a sense of crisis arose in his heart. Not good. Everyone be careful. But when he realized the danger and hurriedly warned everyone, it was too late. Boom, with a violent buzzing sound, the center of the evil ghost reef instantly turned into blood-colored witch formation with a radius of more than 10 miles, completely covering Zhuhan and others. Then, outside the blood-colored witch formation, a blood-colored light column fell from the sky. This also made Zhuhan and others' faces suddenly become solemn. Everyone knew very well in their hearts that they had fallen into the trap set by the other party. Fortunately, judging from the scale of this blood-colored witch formation, the formation is at most the 8th level, which is not a big threat to them. What they are most worried about is not this 8th level blood-colored witch formation, but Su Fan who appeared outside the formation. This kid just launched a blood sacrifice outside the formation and communicated with the upper realm of the woman, which made them nervous. There was no way. This kid had too many tricks. From Su Fan's amazing achievements, it can be seen that every time he used various tricks to create miracles again and again. In fact, when it comes to fair and square fighting, they are all confident that they will not be worse than that kid. Everyone pay attention, form a formation immediately. Hearing the shout of Zhuhan, the others quickly formed a battle formation. The main output of magic is in the inner circle, the fierce sword cultivators and magic cultivators are in the middle circle, and the strong demons and monsters are at the outermost circle. No, my magic power is imprisoned. Me too. I can't cast spells now, and I can't activate talismans. Everyone be careful. This is the woman's forbidden magic formation. Several human cultivators were already a little panicked. After all, they all relied on their own magic power to fight. Especially Zhuhan and Zhu Xiao. In this forbidden magic and soul-locking environment, their combat effectiveness could not be exerted at all. Haha. Let him come. I'll wait for him here. That's it. I thought it was some kind of trick. It's said that this guy has a strong body. I want to see it today. Although the forbidden and soul-locking environment is extremely unfriendly to human cultivators, But for the cultivators of the demon and monster races in the team, it doesn't have much impact. Especially Haemang of the Kui demon race, he has always been known for his strong body. Their fighting method is mainly close combat, supplemented by magical powers. The same is true for Chimu of the monster race. Their strongest state is their body. Often when they are engaged in some big and fierce battles, they rely on their body to fight. Although Haemang, Chimu and others are full of confidence, Zhuhun doesn't think so. The bounty hunter team of Wangchuan Palace, led by him, are all cultivators carefully selected by him for future team battles. But who would have thought that this kid actually used the help of the high-level old monster in the upper realm of the Witch Gate to range such a forbidden magic witch formation? Not only did the team's combat power drop by half in an instant, but now they were fighting on Su Fan's home turf. In this upcoming battle, Su Fan had the initiative from beginning to end. And they could only fight passively in the place, environment and method chosen by the other party. This means that before this battle even happened, Zhuhan and others had already lost half of the battle. And what kind of situation they will face next is still unknown, and they can only passively wait for the other party to make a move. This is too uncomfortable and very aggrieved. At this moment, Su Fan, who is outside the formation, used the corpses of more than 100 monks in the God Transformation realm to complete the blood sacrifice. His strength has been forcibly raised to the late stage of the God Transformation realm, and he has activated the demon eye body, which is definitely his strongest state. Su Fan glanced at the Witch Gate formation opposite, and a trace of violent breath flashed in his eyes. This big man from the upper realm of the Witch Gate is indeed honest and fair. As long as the materials for the blood sacrifice are sufficient, he will meet any of your requirements. This 8th level 10 directions wash unlocking spirit, forbidden magic witch formation, is said to have been lost in this world for many years. Now that this formation has reappeared in Cheohaitian, it has put the bounty hunter team of the Wangchuan Palace into passive position. Su Fan took a deep breath, his eyes focused, and a dark sword over 10 feet long appeared in his hand. This demon-slaying sword is more effective against the demon monks with strong bodies. This magic sword that was accidentally obtained is simply a bug against those demon monks. Thinking of this, Su Fan suddenly jumped up, and his figure of over 100 feet had entered the 10 directions Wushan, locking spirit, forbidden magic witch formation. Boom! With a loud sound that shook the earth, Su Fan's demon body of over 100 feet had already fallen into the evil ghost reef, and the entire island reef was shaken a few times. Zhuhan and others shuddered subconsciously, and they looked up at the ferocious demon body of over 100 feet opposite them, and were shocked and stunned. Although they had heard that this kid had practiced a blood-melting secret method of the demon sect and could activate the demon body. But when they saw it with their own eyes, they all felt an unprecedented impact. Even Haemang of the Kui demon clan felt his scalp tingling when he saw Su Fan's demonized appearance. For people like them, the terrifying aura of the demon cultivators from Su Fan's demon body was felt most clearly and realistically. But at this time, no one could show their fear. Ouch! Haemang raised his head and roared loudly. A dark demon smoke suddenly filled his body, and the demon body dozens of feet tall obviously swelled a circle. From the moment it saw Su Fan's demon body, it was ready to fight desperately. Like Haemang, several other demon cultivators in the bounty hunter team also activated the Berserk secret method. Now both sides have no other means, and can only rely on their own physical strength to fight a fierce battle on this island reef with a radius of dozens of miles. Awoo! Before Haemang and other demon monks could attack, the demon monk Chimu couldn't help it. He roared loudly towards the sky, and his body suddenly turned into a giant ape several dozen feet tall, with a thick and heavy body like a small mountain. Bang! Bang! Chimu swung his fists and hit his chest several times, then rushed up with a roar. The distance between the two sides was only a few miles away. And Chimu's huge body with a terrifying momentum like a tidal wave arrived in an instant. Su Fan raised the demon-slaying sword without thinking, facing the huge body like a towering mountain, and slashed it with a sword. Boom! The dark sword over 10 feet long fiercely slashed on Chimu's arm, leaving a deep wound. Chimu's huge body was also chopped upside down, and it flew several miles away before falling heavily to the ground. Su Fan was also knocked back by a huge force and flew several miles away before he managed to stabilize his body. In this environment, both sides competed with each other's physical strength. Whoever has a harder physical body and greater strength will be invincible. Akaji got up from the ground with a grin, shook his ape arm, looked at the huge wound on his arm, and his face became extremely solemn. Among the various groups of demons in the world of cultivation, the physical strength of the ape cultivators can definitely be ranked in the top 3. Akaji has always relied on the strength of his physical body to defeat his opponents in fierce battles again and again. But through the tentative confrontation between the two sides just now, it deeply felt that Su Fan's strength was much stronger than its own. This test by Akaji also made Haimang full of confidence. Because in terms of physical strength alone, it is much stronger than Akaji. The Kui Demon clan is famous for its strong physical body, and that is not a joke. Especially after it entered the frenzy state, its physical strength is even stronger than before. Black Mang's eyes condensed, and the carapaces all over his body began to wriggle, especially the position of his forearms and hands, which were completely wrapped by the carapaces. Now his arms and fists are like 2 huge hammers, emitting a suffocating breath. Black Mang is confident that in terms of the strength of his physical body, he can completely crush the boy on the opposite side and tear him into pieces. Ouch! Black Mang roared loudly and rushed towards Su Fan on the opposite side. His eyes revealed a hint of madness, and his whole body exuded a momentum of destroying everything. Almost at the same time, several other demon monks also roared and rushed towards Su Fan. Looking at several demon monks who were dozens of feet tall, roaring and rushing towards him, Su Fan sneered. These idiots are really good at being tricked. I was waiting for you to rush over like this without caring about anything. He had been thinking about how to set a trap for the demon monks on the opposite side, but who would have thought that the big monkey would cooperate so well? Seeing it rushing up first, Su Fan only used 70% of his strength in that sword, and the opponent was chopped back more than 10 miles away. In fact, Su Fan did not take this big monkey seriously. The few demon monks were his biggest threat. Especially the strongest Kui demon monk. He had seen the physical strength of this race before. The opponent was just a clone of a big boss in the upper realm of the demon clan, but his strength at that time, whether physical or spiritual, was suppressed by the opponent. Of course, the Kui demon monk was in the realm of refining emptiness, but was forcibly suppressed to the half-step transformation of the spirit in the fragment space. Now he has completed 2 rounds of tempering of his bloodline, and this time he is in the late stage of the transformation of the spirit. His strength is no longer what it used to be. This is not counting the bug of the Demon Slayer sword. When facing the demon monks, the power will be increased several times against the sky. Su Fan raised the more than 10 feet long black sword in his hand high, and then faced the black light in front with a fierce sword. Puff! Himang watched his demon arm being cut off by a sword, and was immediately terrified. He couldn't figure out why Akaji's beast arm could withstand the opponent's sword, but why his was cut off by a sword. Before Himang could figure out what was going on, Su Fan, waving the demon-slaying sword in his hand, rushed forward to meet several demon monks behind him. Puff! Puff! The demon monks who followed Himang were no match for him. There was a burst of blood splattering, leaving a pile of broken arms on the ground. Chapter 822 Don't I Have Any Face? Su Fan wielded a sword over 10 feet long and passed by several demon cultivators. In the blink of an eye, Haimang's right arm was cut off, and the other demon cultivators were even worse. 2 of them were cut in half, 3 of them had their thighs cut off, and the remaining one had half of his body split open. Haimang looked at his broken right arm in confusion, and his mind didn't come back to its senses for a long time. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Akaji had clearly resisted the opponent's sword just now. Although he was seriously injured, it would not affect the next battle. Why was his body much stronger than Akaji's, but his right arm was cut off by a sword? Unfortunately, Su Fan would not give him a chance. He turned around and swung the sword back to kill him. The terrifying demon body over 100 feet long rushed towards Haimang and others with a roar. Puff! Puff! In a flash, several demon cultivators had been chopped to pieces by Su Fan, leaving broken limbs and arms all over the ground. Several shadows sprang out of their bodies, but before these yin gods could escape, Su Fan imprisoned them with an oil lamp magic weapon. The yin gods of the transformation realm cultivators had no power to resist this forbidden state. The yin gods of more than 1,000 cultivators of various races trapped in the 9th level 9 yin reversed soul-losing bloodlight array were almost all imprisoned in the oil lamp magic weapon. The origins of these cultivators were not simple, and the quality of their yin gods was very excellent. If they were handed over to Yaksha, it would be a waste. Although the evil Buddha Wangda only had a wisp of residual soul left, He was once a big boss in the fusion realm. These yin gods are handed over to you, help me take good care of them, I will still need them in the future. After hearing Su Fan's words, the evil Buddha Wangda chuckled. Don't worry, I promise to keep them honest. At this moment, He Mang finally recovered from his confusion. His eyes condensed, and one after another ferocious thorns squeezed out of the demon body, looking like a hedgehog. This is the physical power of the Kui demon clan cultivators. Now in this forbidden and soul-locking environment, this is the only magical power it can activate. Wua! He Mang roared loudly, and then rushed towards Su Fan fiercely. At this time, Su Fan had already rushed over and slashed with a sword. The more than 10-foot-long black sword slashed heavily on He Mang's body. Puff! The black sword shattered a piece of ferocious bone spurs, and then chopped deeply into He Mang's demon body. However, this time, the demon-slaying sword did not cut He Mang in half, but got stuck in the bones of his shoulder. Seeing that this sword did not cut the opponent in half, Su Fan couldn't help but frown. It seems that the Kui demon clan should not be underestimated. There are still some skills in the physical power. Of course, that's it. Seeing that the great sword was stuck, Su Fan simply loosened the hilt and rushed towards the opponent. Boom! He Mang's demon body of dozens of feet was suddenly knocked up, flying several miles away, and fell heavily to the ground. Wua! At this time, Akaji had already rushed up with a roar, and a giant ape phantom of more than 100 feet rose behind it. It also activated the totem technique of the demon clan at this time. And the blood of the ancestors in its body also awakened at this moment, and its strength increased several times. Su Fan sneered, and a huge hammer appeared in his hand as he thought. He raised the demon-subduing sky-splitting mountain hammer in his hand, and smashed it down towards the roaring Akaji. Boom! With a loud noise that shook the earth, the demon-subduing sky-splitting mountain hammer smashed Akaji's demon body of dozens of feet high into the air. The ancestral totem behind Akaji was instantly blown up, and its demon body kept rolling on the ground. Although in this forbidden and soul-locking environment, the demon-subduing sky-splitting mountain hammer could not exert its full power. But no matter what, it was an 8th-level immortal weapon. This hammer had already cost Akaji half of his life. He had just struggled to get up when he felt a darkening above his head. The demon-subduing sky-splitting mountain hammer had been thrown high up by Su Fan, falling from the sky like a towering mountain. Boom! The huge hammerhead of the demon-subduing sky-splitting mountain hammer had smashed Akaji's huge head. Swoosh! A black shadow had just emerged from its body when it was caught by a powerful suction force. He Mang, who was paralyzed in the distance, was now pulling the hilt of the demon-slaying sword with his hand, trying his best to pull the sword out of his shoulder. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull it out at all. And he clearly felt that his vitality was being devoured by the magic sword embedded in the demon's body. It was not until he heard the loud noise that He Mang let go of the hilt. He turned his head and saw that Akaji's huge head had been crushed, and the demon body as big as a small mountain was motionless. He Mang felt endless sadness in his heart. He didn't expect that he, as the most talented child of the Kui demon clan, would die here. The endless unwillingness in his heart also gave him infinite strength in an instant. Ouch! He Mang roared, and stood up from the ground with a tongue while enduring the severe pain, roaring and rushing towards Su Fan on the opposite side. Seeing He Mang roaring and rushing towards him, Su Fan thought, and the demon-subduing sky-splitting mountain hammer appeared in his hand again. Noisy, he swung the giant hammer out fiercely, hitting He Mang hard, and knocked him away again. He Mang's huge demon body stumbled and rolled on the ground several times before it stopped. At this time, it was already dying, and the demon-slaying sword was still madly devouring its vitality. Su Fan walked over, took a look at the dying He Mang, and then reached out to grab it. Hiss, hiss, a sharp hissing sound was heard, which was full of endless resentment and was horrifying. Su Fan took advantage of the fact that He Mang was not dead yet and sucked its soul out of the demon body alive. He grasped a ball of black shadow with his hand and then imprisoned it in the magic oil lamp. Boy, this yin shen is of good quality. If you make it well, it will definitely be of great use in the future. After listening to the words of the evil Buddha Wangda, Su Fan thought for a while. Then I'll trouble you. Please help me train my ghost slave. I don't have the time. You mean the big fool? His aptitude is not bad. Anyway, he is better than the little girl. Let him come. Anyway, I have nothing to do, let's make a deal first. Don't teach him those messy things. Find some authentic ghost inheritance of the demon sect and pass it on to him. I will remember this favor, don't worry. In a few years, I will let you have another ghost emperor." Su Fan put away the magic oil lamp, and then pulled the demon-slaying sword out of He Mang's body. He put the big sword into his body, and walked towards Zhu Han and others who were hiding at the edge of the evil ghost reef with a demon-subduing sky-splitting mountain hammer. To his surprise, the human bounty hunters of the Frigate River Palace were very calm at this time. They sat cross-legged there, quietly watching the huge demon body over 100 feet tall coming over, with almost no waves on their faces. Ever since Su Fan cut off He Mang's right arm, they have accepted their fate. Although they don't know where this kid's sword came from, Zhu Han and others can guess that this sword can definitely double the damage to the demons. What a fight! Moreover, the 9th level 9 Yin Reversal Soul Bloodlight array of this witch gate is too overbearing. The array can not only ban magic and lock spirits, but they can't even activate the talisman. Zhu Han and others are not physical cultivators. They can't help at all in this battle. They can only watch He Mang, Akaji and others die one by one at Su Fan's hands. At this time, they thought it over. Under normal circumstances, disciples of the human race's major sects like them, or children of high-level cultivation families, have a much higher chance of survival than ordinary cultivators when they fail in a fight. After all, they are all descendants of famous families, and no one wants to make enemies with the sects or families behind them. If they let these people go, they can get some benefits. In order to save the lives of these elite cultivators, those sects and families will not be stingy with their cultivation resources, and will give great compensation to their opponents. Moreover, in this case, few people will seek revenge, and no one will ruin their reputation for this matter. In the future, if the disciples of the sect or the children of the family encounter such a crisis again, no one will buy their accounts. But despite this, at this moment, Zhu Han and others are as hopeless as death. If they meet other cultivators, they can still discuss, but facing this cruel guy, they dare not hold any hope. There is no way, this kid is too cruel. Those evil cultivators who think they are fierce can be regarded as little white lotuses compared to him. If it were someone else, they might care about the sects and families behind them, for fear of being hunted down by bloody revenge. But this kid would definitely not. Moreover, the sects and families behind them would not even avenge them. Although the sects and families behind Zhu Han and others are very powerful, they are also large and powerful. It would be fine if they could kill him, but if this guy escapes, how would their sect and family live in the future? Who would offend a madman for them? When Su Fan walked in front of them, the demon body that was originally more than 100 feet long had already returned to its human form. He looked at Zhu Han and others who were sitting cross-legged on the ground and laughed. "We are all human beings, so I won't make it difficult for you. Commit suicide." After hearing Su Fan's words, Zhu Han sighed secretly. Although he didn't have much hope, he had to give it a try. Thinking of this, Zhu Han stood up from the ground. "There is no deadly hatred between you and me. We are just following the orders of the organization." What the hell? What a beautiful thing. If I let you guys go this time, no one will dare to provoke me in the future. Anyway, no matter who it is, as long as they dare to provoke him, they must die. My patience is limited. If you don't want to commit suicide, I can send you on your way. Hearing Su Fan say this, Zhu Han's heart suddenly fell to the bottom. It seems that there is no way out for me today. However, Zhu Han was still unwilling to give up, and he had to try again. It's not easy for everyone to practice cultivation. Can you be flexible? I will inform the family. No matter what you ask for, we will try our best to meet your requirements. Stop talking nonsense. Wait a minute. What was he just saying? Su Fan didn't react for a while. Just now, they were still fighting and killing, but now the other party is actually talking about business with him. You should have said it earlier. Can I be flexible? Of course I can be flexible. I'm not a murderer. I just killed fewer people. Since I can avoid killing and get benefits, why not do it? It's just that he said too much just now. Now he asked him to change his words again. Su Fan was a little embarrassed. Don't I want to save face? But compared with those rare cultivation resources, face is nothing. Alice. I also know that it's not easy to practice cultivation, and we are all from the same clan, but it's all forced by you. Do you think I am willing to kill people? Zhu Han, who had already lost hope, didn't react for a while after hearing Su Fan's words. He looked at Su Fan with a face full of shock, and was stunned for a moment. What did this kid just say? Could it be that it can be negotiated? Thinking of this, Zhu took a deep breath. No matter what the conditions are, you can ask for them. We will never bargain. Zhu was afraid that Su Fan would go back on his word, so he even said that he would never bargain. Su Fan couldn't help but tremble in his heart after hearing this. These people are too rich. He suppressed his excitement and snorted coldly. Who knows if you will come to me for revenge after I let you go? After hearing Su Fan's words, Zhu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that this matter should really be negotiable. Not only Zhu, but also several other human cultivators of the Wangchuan Palace were also excited, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They thought they were dead, but they didn't expect that they could find a way to survive from this big devil. Although they still didn't believe it, they didn't care so much in order to earn a way to survive. Even if there is still a slight chance of survival, they have to fight for it with all their might. Don't worry, fellow Taoist. In fact, this is something that all families tacitly agree on. No one dares to break this rule. After all, if our reputation is ruined, who will buy into our account? In fact, Su Fan had already thought of this in his heart, and he just said it deliberately. After all, he was too confident before. Isn't this just trying to make up for it? Su Fan stared at Zhu and said coldly, I hate going back on my word the most. If you don't keep your word, don't blame me. His eyes were very cold, and there was a sense of violence in his eyes. Zhu couldn't help but shudder in his heart. He is really a big devil. Fellow Taoist, you can go and ask around. This matter is not a secret. Anyone can know it. Hearing Zhu say this, Su Fan nodded, and then sent a thought to the big boss of the upper realm of the witch sect. Senior, help me cast a spell and cast a curse on them. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 823 Ruai Pavilion. As soon as Su Fan's thoughts were transmitted, several red bloodlights fell from the sky and landed on the bodies of Zhu and others. Zhu and others were also shocked, and felt a gloomy breath pouring in from their heads. They knew clearly in their hearts that this was a restriction that Su Fan had set on them. This was also normal. If it were Zhu and others, they would do the same. After all, the deal had not been reached, so they had to keep something in reserve. Boy, I cast the blood explosion curse on them. At this time, Su Fan received a thought in his mind, which also included the method of the witch spell blood explosion curse. The witch spells are often extremely cruel. Once they are hit by this curse, they will explode and die at any time. He closed his eyes and studied the blood explosion curse to understand it, then opened his eyes and glanced at Zhu and others. Su Fan raised his hand and absorbed all the rings on their hands. This was his own trophy, which was not the same as the money their sect and family pay to buy their lives. Zhu and the others didn't say anything, because those were all external things. The most important thing now was how to survive in the hands of this great demon who killed people without blinking an eye. Senior, please remove the formation. As he sent out a thought, the 9-yin reversal bloodlight formation that enveloped the evil ghost wreath gradually dissipated. Until then, Zhu and the others finally put their hearts at ease. Devours, if you have any requests, just ask, we will contact the family immediately. After listening to Zhu's words, Su Fan thought for a while. He really didn't know what to ask for at this moment. How about this? Let me think about it first. After Su Fan finished speaking, he walked to the side, found a flat wreath and sat cross-legged, thinking about what to ask for from the few people. As long as the bounty exists for one day, the Frigate River Palace will not stop chasing him. Although the people chasing him were solved this time, it won't be long before the Frigate River Palace will launch rounds of hunting him again and again. Therefore, the most urgent task is to strengthen one's own strength and get more life-saving trump cards. Thinking of this, Su Fan began to think carefully according to his own defects and shortcomings. After a full hour, he finally thought of the conditions, which were quite harsh anyway. Su Fan thought that such harsh conditions would be difficult for Zhu and others to accept, but they agreed without even thinking about it. Watching them walk to the side one by one and contact their own sects and families, Su Fan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Is it poverty that limits his imagination? In fact, Su Fan thought too much, although the conditions he proposed were extremely harsh, and even a bit of asking for an exorbitant price. But in the eyes of Zhu Han and others, it is normal for Su Fan to propose more harsh conditions. If it were someone else, they might think it was a lion's mouth. But Su Fan is different. This guy's a notorious big devil in the entire world of cultivation. It is a blessing in disguise to be able to survive from such a big devil. Even if the price is harsh, it is worth it. Look at those who died at the hands of this big devil. They didn't even have the chance to negotiate. The children of high-ranking families like Zhu Han and Zhu Xiao are all seed cultivators of various major sects and cultivation families. As long as people can survive, there will be unlimited possibilities in the future. It only took a short while for several human bounty hunters from the Wangchuan Palace to contact all the sects or families. And these sects and families all agreed to Su Fan's conditions very happily. Su Fan's reputation has long spread throughout the world of cultivation. Especially when these sects and families learned that more than 1,000 elite disciples of various races had fallen on the Storm Island Reef, and only a few of them survived. The senior leaders of these sects and families were also numbing their scalps. This kid was too cruel. The disciples of their own sects or the children of their families were able to escape from the hands of this big devil. It was simply a life-saving opportunity. Just when Su Fan was thinking about how to fulfill these conditions, Zhu Han came over and handed him a miniature array plate. The Ruai Pavilion has accepted the transaction between us. Now you can remove the curse on us, right? What the hell? What on earth does this Ruai Pavilion sell? Su Fan was stunned for a moment, and then sent a thought to the big boss of the upper world of the woman. Senior, what exactly is the Ruai Pavilion? You can think of it as a pawn shop. Since the Ruai Pavilion has taken over, you can remove the blood curse and let them go. After receiving the other party's thought, Su Fan was even more confused. Senior, how is the reputation of this Ruai Pavilion? There is a Ruai Pavilion in every world. What do you think? Oh my god. Is it so awesome? Since the big boss of the woman said so, he was relieved. Su Fan glanced at the miniature array in his hand, and then input a trace of spiritual power into the array, instantly activating a light curtain. As soon as the light curtain was formed, a line of handwriting appeared on it. You are fellow Taoist Su Fan, right? You have become a loyal customer of our Ruai Pavilion. I am Kinyu. All your future transactions will be handled by me. Seeing the words on the light screen, Su Fan thought for a moment, and then used his mind to input a line of text on the light screen. How do I cash in those things? No matter when and where, as long as you want to cash in the traded items, you can contact me at any time. This is so awesome, it can't be bragging. Any way is okay. Yes, no matter what way, as long as you propose it, I can help you solve it. Do I need to pay anything? The expenses this time will be borne by those sects and families. Well, since the place is recommended by the big boss of the woman upper realm, it should not be bragging. It's not convenient for me now. I'll contact you when I need it, no problem. No matter what service you need in the future, you can contact us at any time. I will do my best to help you. Anything is fine. No matter what trouble you encounter, we at Ruai Pavilion can solve it for you. What's the price? We at Ruai Pavilion are trustworthy and honest. For example, in your current situation, we only need 10,000 Lingayu to help you resolve the crisis. You can pull a few tricks. Where can I get so much money? Lingayu is not an ordinary thing. He only saw a few words in some ancient books. Anyway, it is definitely not seen in this world of cultivation. It should be something that can only be found in the upper world. Legend has it that 1 Lingayu is equivalent to 10,000 Lingjing. The problem is that this is just the literal price. It is not the case in reality. If a Lingayu really appeared in this world of cultivation, not to mention the bloody storm, there will be a bloody fight. It seems that this Ruai Pavilion is also a black shop, and it is the kind that kills without bloodshed. Alright, let's be a little darker. Now his situation in this world of cultivation can be said to be that he has enemies all over the world. Even if the big boss of the fusion realm comes out, he may not be able to help him resolve the grievances. Although this price seems so far-fetched to him, at least he can help him solve the crisis. After all, he is still so poor. What's the matter with my iron-plated customer? In your world, the bronze-plated customers of our Ruai Pavilion are generally super-large companies or high-level families. In addition, there are iron-plated customers, who are all high-level casual cultivators. No. I am also a casual cultivator, and I am only a cultivator in the late Yuanying realm. How can I become an iron-plated customer? Before Su Fan could reply, another line of handwriting appeared on the screen. Your situation is a little different. There should be many transactions like today in the future, so you are a Ruai Pavilion's authorized iron-plated user. Fuck. Su Fan understood. Isn't it because I am a big devil? Alright, a big devil is a big devil. This is really hard to wash. It is estimated that he will have this label for many years to come. Su Fan thought about it. Although he did not have so many spiritual jades, he really wanted to know how Ruai Pavilion could help him solve the current crisis. I want to ask, how can you, Ruai Pavilion, help me solve the current crisis, your current situation? If you stay in this world, there is no solution at all. You can only be sent to another world. Since your realm is too low, it is more troublesome to cross the realm. If you are in the realm of transformation, you only need 5,000 spiritual jades, and if you are in the realm of refining emptiness, you only need 2,000. Fuck. There is actually such a thing. It can only mean that there are many outside the world of cultivation where he is. What if I am in the realm of fusion? If you are in the realm of fusion, you can walk across the realm by yourself, and you don't need us at all. Well, he has learned a lot. Maybe these messages today have brought him too much shock. When he saw this sentence, he was no longer so excited. Can I get intelligence from your Ruai Pavilion in the future? Of course, our Ruai Pavilion has the best reputation and never cheats anyone. Okay, now he has completely understood what Ruai Pavilion does. But having such a platform is not a bad thing. Although it is a black shop, it can really help him solve a lot of problems. Of course, the premise is that you can afford the price. In fact, it is not so easy to become a loyal customer of Ruai Pavilion. Although people like Zuhan are from wealthy families, they are at best idle players on the Ruai Pavilion platform. It is impossible for a loyal customer like Su Fan to have a dedicated person to serve him. The real customers of Ruai Pavilion must at least be super large or high-level cultivation families. Even those high-level casual cultivators must be at least in the realm of the old monster of the refining void realm. Su Fan chatted with Qin Yu for a few more words before putting away the teleportation array. He turned his head and saw Zuhan and others looking at him eagerly. Su Fan smiled, raised his hand and lifted the blood explosion curse on several people. You can leave now. After hearing Su Fan's words, Zuhan and others visibly breathed a sigh of relief, bowed to him one after another, and then disappeared from the evil ghost reef. It was not until the figures of Zuhan and others completely disappeared that he found a place to sit cross-legged. Senior, are those old monsters in the refining void realm still outside the evil ghost reef? Well, there are 4 of them in total, occupying different directions of the evil ghost reef. Receiving the other party's thoughts, Su Fan couldn't help but sigh. These evil old monsters in the refining void realm are the biggest threat. Don't worry, don't you still have me? You can pull a few down. This old guy must not be working in vain, and I don't know what he wants. Senior, are you sure? Don't let them kill me again while we're fighting. I can only say that I will do my best to help you kill them. Everything has risks. How can you know if you don't try? Fuck. This old bitch is too unreliable. After all, I still have to rely on myself in the end. Su Fan thought about it for a while, and finally gritted his teeth. Make an offer. If this thing succeeds, in addition to the corpse of the blood spirit ancestor who helped you improve your realm, the corpses of these 4 void refining realm cultivators must also be given to me. Impossible. What a beautiful thing to think about. Even with the help of this old man, I still have to go out and fight for my life. Why do you take all these 4 void refining realm corpses? 1, 3, just 1, or forget it. After Su Fan sent out this thought, the other party was silent for a while. Okay, I only want 2 corpses of void refining realm cultivators. Before Su Fan could refuse, the other party sent another thought. I promise, I will give you at least 50% chance to kill these 4 evil cultivators in the void refinement realm. After receiving this thought, Su Fan, who originally wanted to refuse sternly, could not help but hesitate. If this old man is really 50% sure, he can give it a try. After all, his realm has been raised to the half-step void refinement realm. Although he cannot be compared with a real old monster in the void refinement realm, he still has a chance to deal with 4 fakes. Moreover, the 4 evil cultivators in the void refinement realm outside the evil ghost reef all have their own evil intentions. Evil cultivators like them are more selfish, and they are also the kind of people who would rather die than let their friends die, so it is impossible for them to work together to deal with themselves. In their opinion, the biggest threat to the 4 evil cultivators in the void refinement realm outside the evil ghost reef is definitely not Su Fan, but the other 3 fellows. If they plan carefully, they'll really have a chance of success. Senior, I have to know how you can help me. First you sacrifice the blood of the blood spirit ancestor, and I will help you to raise your realm to the half-step refining realm. And then instantly teleport you to the vicinity of an evil cultivator in the refining realm, so that you can gain the upper hand. That's it, boy. You are a physical cultivator, and you have an 8th level physical cultivator artifact in your hand. Those outside are evil cultivators in the refining realm. They all broke through by relying on various unorthodox methods. How can their physical bodies compare to a monster like you? Chapter 824. This guy's life is too corrupt. Compared with Taoist monks, woman disciples pay more attention to the cultivation of their own bodies. Therefore, this woman upper realm boss should also be a monk who is good at close combat, so his ideas coincide with Su Fan's. This woman upper realm boss can instantly send him to the front of an evil cultivator in the refining void realm by performing the Wu Dao escape method. With Su Fan's abnormal physical strength, coupled with the 8th level top grade body Taoist immortal weapon demon subduing sky splitting mountain hammer, maybe he can really gain the upper hand. As long as he has the upper hand, with Su Fan's fierce and domineering close combat ability, it is very likely that a sneak attack will succeed. However, in this case, this battle can only rely on himself. Su Fan fought so hard, how could the woman upper realm boss get the corpses of 2 evil cultivators in the refining void realm? Senior, if this is all you can do for me, then you have taken a little too much. After Su Fan sent out this thought, it took a long time for the other party to reply. I have a secret method of Wu Dao, called Blood Explosion and Burning Secret Method, which can instantly increase your strength several times, but once this secret method is used, it will bring you extremely strong backlash after the spell. Hearing this crappy name, you know it is not a serious thing. Senior, how long can this spell last? It can last about dozens of breaths. This is. What can this amount of time do? Even if he can only perform a dozen big moves, he will be backlashed. If he can't kill the opponent after using the Blood Explosion and Burning Secret Method, then he will die. However, this secret method is not without merit. If you encounter a critical moment, you can use it to fight for your life. Besides this, is there anything else? Other secrets will not work for you, but I can help you resist the divine attack of the Liang Sujing cultivator, and I can also help you investigate the foundation of the opponent, but I don't see many evil cultivators. After receiving the thoughts of the big boss of the Wu sect, Su Fan couldn't help but move. Wasn't the evil Buddha Wang Da an evil cultivator? Moreover, he was a great evil cultivator in the fusion realm. You have to ask him about this. Thinking of this, Su Fan took out the oil lamp magic weapon. At this time, Wang Da was lying on a recliner, surrounded by several little ghost slaves, some fanning him, and some patting his back and legs. This guy's life is too corrupt. Boy, why are you looking for me again? After hearing Wang Da's words, Su Fan was almost angry to death. I was fighting outside, but you were living a life of drunkenness and dreams here. I was targeted by several old monsters in the refining realm. This time I will definitely die. What? Say it again. After hearing this, the evil Buddha Wang Da jumped up from the recliner, scaring the little ghost slaves next to him. That's not right. You are a kid with a demon seed. How could those old guys in the refining void realm provoke you? Your little grudges are not as important as their great ways. Su Fan sighed and said, you ask me, how the hell do I know? According to the senior from the Wu sect, these old monsters in the refining void realm should all be evil cultivators. The evil Buddha Wang Da slapped his thigh and suddenly realized, if they are evil cultivators, then they are right. These guys have no tomorrow, so why would they care about those? Su Fan couldn't help but laugh in his heart, as if you were not an evil cultivator. I came here to tell you that I guess I can't go to the Buddhist world. We will definitely not live to that time. The evil Buddha Wang Da has a lot of evil arts and secrets in his hands. If Su Fan doesn't provoke him, this guy will never pass them on to himself. As Su Fan expected, the evil Buddha Wang Da got anxious when he heard it. No, a few evil cultivators in the refining void realm, their strength is very weak. How can they be compared with the real refining void realm cultivators? He said here, bowed his head and thought hard for a while. Can that witch world boss help you raise your realm to half-step refining void? Su Fan nodded and said, he can barely do it, but even if he forcibly raises my realm to half-step refining void, it's useless. There are 4 evil cultivators in the refining void realm outside the evil ghost reef. After hearing this, The evil Buddha Wangda immediately became excited. Boy, we still have a chance. I will teach you a secret method called Rakshasa Dushan crying soul demon sound. What a crap thing. Listening to the name of this secret method, it should be a soul technique. Although Su Fan's soul is very powerful, he is only a cultivator in the late nascent soul realm after all. Let alone the old monster in the refining void realm. Even if he encounters a cultivator in the god transformation realm, he dare not easily use the soul secret technique. Once the opponent's soul is stronger than him, he will be attacked immediately. The damage to his consciousness is the least, and if he is not careful, his soul will be scattered. This is a soul secret method, right? Do you want me to use this secret method on the old monster in the refining void realm? Do you want me to die? The evil cultivator Wangda laughed after hearing this. This secret method is not simple. Although it also belongs to the category of soul secret methods, it is not used to attack the opponent's soul, but to stimulate the demon god in the evil cultivator's body. Su Fan was confused after hearing this, and did not understand what the other party meant for a while. If you suddenly use the secret method of Rakshasa Dushan crying soul demon sound when fighting with the evil cultivator to stimulate the demon god in the opponent's body, will this evil cultivator fall into a short state of unconsciousness? After hearing the words of the evil Buddha Wangda, Su Fan's eyes lit up. This soul secret method is too vicious, but he likes this kind of secret method that harms people the most. Where did you get such a sinister secret method? Don't mention it. When I was still an evil cultivator, I fought with a demon monk and I almost fell into his trap. Fortunately, I killed him and seized this secret method from him. Su Fan almost laughed out loud. This old man was not very quiet back then. Then, the evil Buddha Wangda taught this secret method to Su Fan. If Su Fan hadn't deliberately scared him, he would never have taken out this secret method if he had beaten this old man to death. For a cultivator in the late nascent soul stage like Su Fan, this secret method is not difficult to learn at all. He can use it freely in a short time. He studied the blood explosion and burning secret method for a while. This witch secret method is even simpler. This secret method actually detonates the blood and mana in the body, allowing his strength to increase several times within dozens of breaths. Of course, the cost after casting the spell is also very high. Once the secret method ends, he will instantly suffer a strong backlash from the secret method. Although the woman upper realm boss did not mention the effect of the backlash of the secret method, Su Fan knew very well that once he was backlashed by this kind of blood exploding secret method, it would be good if his combat power could be reduced to 10% or 20%, otherwise it would damage his cultivation foundation. When Su Fan mastered both of these secrets, it was already midnight. Senior, have those evil cultivators in the refining void realm outside moved? No, they have been guarding there all the time. These old bastards, they don't feel tired. How long have they been guarding? Senior, let's take action tomorrow morning and catch them off guard. You think too much? The blood sacrifice can't be hidden from those people. It's not good. He must initiate the blood sacrifice before he fights out and raise his realm to half-step refining void. If he doesn't raise his realm, then there's no point in fighting. Su Fan sat cross-legged on the ground, constantly thinking about how to fight tomorrow. Oh no, the two evil cultivators outside are meeting each other. At this time, Su Fan suddenly received a thought from the big boss of the woman upper realm in his mind. He was immediately scared. If the evil cultivators in the refining void realm outside were allowed to gather together, he would have no chance at all. Su Fan only considered for a few breaths and made a decision. That is, before the evil cultivators in the refining void realm outside gather together, he will kill them immediately. Senior, start the blood sacrifice immediately, and I will kill them. After Su Fan finished speaking, he threw the corpse of the blood spirit demon in front of him, and then took out the Wudao wooden sculpture from the ring and placed it in front of him. His eyes condensed, and dense blood-colored witch patterns suddenly appeared all over his body. At this moment, the entire evil ghost wreath was filled with a thick layer of blood, and the divine patterns on the Wudao wooden sculpture began to flicker. Boom, with a dull humming sound, a blood-colored witch formation with a radius of dozens of miles was formed instantly with Su Fan as the center. Then, bloodlines began to emerge from the body of the old demon, winding out like spirit snakes. The entire evil ghost wreath was suddenly stirred up by a violent blood-colored hurricane, and all the sand, dust and stone particles on the island were swept up. Boom, there was a loud sound that shook the earth, and a huge blood-colored light column fell from the sky like a sharp sword. The blood-colored light column pierced the dark sky and instantly enveloped the entire evil ghost reef. At this moment, dozens of miles outside the evil ghost reef, an evil cultivator in the refining void realm was suspended in the air, looking at the blood-colored light column that fell from the sky with a solemn expression. This evil cultivator was named Huzet. He knew that the blood-colored light column in the distance was a means of the witch sect, and he also knew that someone on the island was launching a blood sacrifice. He sneered, then turned his head and looked in the other direction of the island. Su Fan, who was in the late nascent soul realm, was never a threat in the eyes of these evil cultivators in the refining void realm. Even though the blood sacrifice he launched was very magnificent. But after all, they were two realms apart, and could be killed at will. What they were most worried about were actually the fellow cultivators around them, and they knew very well that no one wanted to share the bounty. Although two evil cultivators had just met, they separated after a simple contact because of the other party's strong vigilance. At this time, if one of the evil cultivators proposed the idea of cooperation, I'm afraid even he himself would not believe it. There was no way. The evil cultivators in this world of cultivation were like rats crossing the street, and everyone shouted and beat them. Every evil cultivator who could survive to this point had experienced countless life and death tests. Of course, they would not easily believe in other people's promises, especially for the evil cultivators of the same path. They had an extra layer of vigilance. The ideas of these evil cultivators in the void refining realm were actually similar. That is, as soon as Su Fan appeared, they had tracked before the others. Anyway, no matter who took the lead, they would be besieged by the others. Finally, the blood-colored beam that descended from the sky slowly dissipated. Huzet's face also became solemn. For some reason, he suddenly had an inexplicable sense of crisis in his heart. And his intuition told him that the boy was about to come out. Until this time, Huzet did not regard Su Fan as a threat. He believed that the inexplicable sense of crisis in his heart must come from the other evil cultivators. He looked around and immediately sensed the eyes cast towards him from several other directions. Huzet sneered. It seemed that the other three also knew that the boy was about to show up. Next, it depends on who moves faster. Huzet had released all his spiritual senses at this time, and every move of the evil cultivators in other directions was in his sight. Just when he put all his energy on the other evil cultivators, his scalp suddenly exploded. Not good. Having experienced countless life and death terrors, Huzet had long been more sensitive to crises than ordinary people. Although he realized the danger at the first time, he still focused his energy on the other fellows at this time. It was not until a figure appeared in front of him that he finally knew where the danger came from. Huzet never thought that this young cultivator in the nascent soul realm would not run away, but would actively attack him. This kid doesn't take himself seriously. Who gave him the courage? But everything that happened next put Huzet in an extremely dangerous situation. As soon as Su Fan's figure appeared, he pinched his fingers and chanted a spell, launching the Rakshasa Dushan crying soul demon sound. This magic secret method does not make a sound, but awakens the sleeping demon god in Huzet's body through an invisible and intangible strange sound wave. Almost at the same time, Su Fan had picked up a heavy hammer and smashed it at Huzet, who was close at hand. Facing the whistling demon subduing sky-splitting mountain hammer, Huzet sneered. His eyes condensed, and he wanted to launch a divine thought to attack Su Fan's soul. The consciousness of the cultivators in the refining void realm is extremely strong. To deal with a Yuanying realm cultivator like Su Fan, just a divine thought can destroy a sea of consciousness. Moreover, some refining void realm monsters with strong souls can even condense their divine thoughts into fairy treasure to resist the attack of the opponent's magic weapon. Of course, Huzet, an evil cultivator who relied on shortcuts to break through to the refining void realm, certainly cannot compare with the real refining void realm monster. But even so, his divine consciousness is much stronger than Su Fan, who knew that he had just condensed a divine thought, and before he could control the divine thought to attack, he felt that his eyes went black, and the demon god sleeping in his body suddenly became agitated. Huzet instantly fell into a dazed state, although it only made him lose consciousness for half a breath. But this half a breath of time was enough for Su Fan to win the opportunity to attack. Chapter 825. It turns out that this guy has been causing trouble all along. Bang! With a dull thud, Su Fan, holding the demon-subduing sky-splitting mountain hammer, smashed it hard on Huzet's head. A flash of light appeared, and a colorful light shield rose from Huzet's body, covering him. but he was instantly smashed by the demon's subduing sky-splitting mountain hammer, and colorful five-colored light burst out. Su Fan turned around fiercely, swung the giant hammer in his hand a full circle, and smashed it hard again. This time the giant hammer really hit Huze's head, making a sound that made people's teeth ache. Although Huze's strength was relatively weak, he was an old monster in the refining void realm after all. Su Fan's hammer with all his strength did not smash his head. But even so, half of his head collapsed, and dense spider-web-like cracks spread to the entire head. Although the vitality of the refining void realm cultivators was extremely tenacious, Huze not only suffered a severe head injury, but the demon god in his body also woke up and began to make a fuss. Although he was a big boss in the refining void realm, he was forced into such a situation by a small cultivator in the nascent soul realm, which made him extremely angry. But he knew in his heart that if he stayed here any longer, he would really be in trouble. Huze had the idea of retreating, but unfortunately Su Fan had no intention of letting him leave alive. He pinched his fingers and chanted a spell, and launched the Rakshasa Dushan crying soul demon sound again. A soundless sound wave once again spread like a wave. It must be said that the cultivator who created this secret method is definitely a genius. Rakshasa Dushan crying soul demon sound is a powerful weapon to deal with evil cultivators. Moreover, this secret method consumes little energy and is fast to cast. The cultivator can completely let it go when fighting. It's a pity that this secret method has not been passed down for some reason. The era of the evil Buddha Wangda is unknown how many tens of thousands of years ago, and many of the Taoist traditions of that time have been lost. Just like those evil cultivation secret books, stealing the sky and changing the day to wash away sins and eliminate evils, there are many evil secrets in it. Su Fan has never seen them, and he has never even heard of them. So who knows how many lost secrets this old man, the evil Buddha Wangda, has hidden in his hands. I will definitely get more wool from him when I have the chance in the future. At this moment, Huze, who had already begun to retreat, was about to use the escape technique to escape from here, but he felt that his mind was in chaos again. Su Fan once again jumped up high in this half-breath, raised his hands and smashed down the demon's subduing sky and crackling mountain hammer. This time his hammer contained the power of the law, and the surrounding space was reversed and distorted, and the invisible ripples vibrated towards the surroundings, and the terrifying storm swept several miles away. Bang! The demon's subduing sky and crackling mountain hammer smashed Huze's head to pieces, and even his body was smashed to pieces. Swoosh! A ball of thick black magic smoke rushed out from Huze's bloody body, and instantly turned into a ferocious demon several feet tall. But before this foreign demon could condense into shape, a sword light flashed by. Swish! The sharp sword light swept through the shadow of the demon, and instantly blew up the shadow of the demon that was about to take shape. But the black magic smoke that was chopped into pieces condensed again in an instant. Compared with Huze's physical body, the demon god in his body was the most difficult to deal with, so Su Fan had to completely disperse it before the demon god condensed into shape. Fortunately, he had the demon slayer sword in his hand, which was definitely twice the result with half the effort to deal with the demons. Swish! Swish! As Su Fan chopped down with his sword, the demon was constantly chopped and reorganized, and the shadow became increasingly dim, until it could no longer be reorganized, and was then taken into his hand and squeezed into a ball. He took out the oil lamp magic weapon, and then threw the ball of magic smoke in his hand into the oil lamp. Ouch! The demon in the body of the evil cultivator in the refining void realm? This is a good thing. I have to think about it carefully. Su Fan put away the oil lamp magic weapon, and put Huze's corpse into the Juan's secret realm. Send me to the other evil cultivator immediately. As soon as this thought was sent out, his figure disappeared from the spot. At this moment, the other three evil cultivators in the refining void realm were also paying attention to the situation on Huze's side. Because the big boss of the Wuman upper realm blocks Su Fan's breath, they only saw the spiritual light flashing there, as if a big battle had taken place. Although they really wanted to know what happened there, the evil cultivators were very cautious, so they were all watching the situation. It was not until Huze's breath completely disappeared that they became nervous, but they did not go over to see what was going on. Who knows if Huze was deliberately setting a trap to lure them over. And these people were unwilling to let them leave. After all, the kid was about to show up. Until this time, these evil cultivators had not expected that Su Fan was their real threat. Just when they were in a dilemma, Su Fan had already appeared in front of another evil cultivator. He almost copied the routine of the previous battle, first launching the Rakshasa Dushan crying soul demon sound, and then carrying the demon-subduing sky-splitting mountain hammer to smash it. After smashing the opponent's head to pieces and a body to pieces, he took out the demon-slaying sword to continuously slash and explode the demons in the opponent's body. From attacking him, teleporting to Huzet, to killing the second refining void realm evil cultivator, it took only a dozen breaths of time. Despite this, the remaining 2 refining void realm evil cultivators also realized the crisis. They rushed to Su Fan's position at the same time, and the 2 of them had already taken action before they arrived there. From the east and west directions, 2 huge and boundless terrifying Taoist methods appeared at the same time, as if they had descended from the sky. Like a tidal wave that overturned the entire world, it rolled over and covered the place where Su Fan had just been. The strength of these 2 auras seemed to suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The entire space was rolled up and obliterated, sweeping up all the seawater within a radius of 100 miles, forming a monstrous void tsunami. Boom boom, the 2 overwhelming tsunamis collided with each other, and instantly erupted with unimaginable horror. At this moment, the entire sky was torn into a huge crack that was 1,000 miles long and spanned the sky. Although the 2 old monsters in the refining void realm are evil cultivators, their strength is much worse than that of the real refining void realm cultivators. But no matter how weak the refining void realm cultivators are, they are still in the refining void realm. Looking at the 2 terrifying Taoist spells that were destroying the world and collided with each other in the distance, Su Fan, who was hiding in the distance, couldn't help but be secretly amazed. Fortunately, he had already been teleported dozens of miles away by the big boss of the upper realm of the Witch Clan, so he was not submerged by these 2 terrifying Taoist spells. I'm late, so I'll post a small chapter first, and there will be more later. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.